everybody, and welcome to the TFT KDA Cup. This is going to be the first competitive venture for North America in Remix Rumble, and we are so excited to be here with all of you. My name is Nekra, and I'm your desk host this weekend, joined by the rest of our band. We've got Azale and Casanova here on the desk so far. Welcome back, and how are you both doing?
Oh, I'm so excited to jump into this, right? We got a taste with the Vegas Open. We had such an amazing event there, but now it's really pedal to the metal to try and, qualify for regionals and get to Worlds, right? This is really set 10 competitive kicking off, and the stakes have never been higher because our season is so much shorter. So, I mean, we've never had a cup like this, and I just can't wait to jump in.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be amazing. I feel like it's such a star-studded lineup. We have, all the biggest streamers. We have all the, regular faces. We have a lot of these players who succeeded so much at Vegas now, replicating some of that success, making it to this final weekend here for KDA Cup. And it's all on a massive new patch. So it's going to be so exciting to see what players cook up.
I'm so excited to be back here with both of you. And we also have our two other pop stars waiting in the wings, Crowan and Gangly, who we'll be hearing from later on today. But there's so much to look forward to and so much to reflect on. I mean, the way that we even just kicked off Remix Rumble was with the biggest TFT event of the ages. That was the TFT Vegas Open. We just got back from that. It still feels like it was eons ago, but also just a couple of days ago. There's so much that I feel like is just amazing about this event.
Yeah, I mean, it really was the just like most amazing event that I've ever been to, right? Something so huge for TFT. The community feel was so great. The crowd was electric. I mean, my favorite moment of the whole thing was, being behind Humbug and Ashmoo when they found out they had made top 8 and they jumped up and they're hugging each other and the lab was all there screaming. And it was just so incredible to be in that environment.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was so fun for me because this is kind of like my my esports roots was doing all these MLGs and these IEMs and ESLs and stuff and DreamHacks, and this really took me back to that in such a cool way. There's so many players here who was their first time competing on LAN, so many fans there watching. It was their first time being to an event like this, getting to meet their friends, getting to watch these people and compete in this environment that they've never been able to do before. Was really, really cool. And I think it really motivated this new crop of pros to grind harder, to try to get to the top because they had such an incredible time and they saw, how amazing of an experience it was for these people who got to the top, who got to those final lobbies, and they wanted to be them, right? They want to be able to have that experience. So it was just so much fun, seeing throughout the days. In the early days, everyone's kind of spread out, watching their favorite pro, watching their favorite streamer, whatever. And for everyone to come together on that final day, watching the same lobby and being treated to some of the closest, craziest games we have ever seen was just so much fun.
Yeah, and we got to see it capped off with Malala finally getting a tournament win. He had come so close so many times and, cups and mid sets, and this time he finally gets it. He had this reputation as a choker because he had come so close and everyone thought he was, gonna do it. And then he just played some, not as great TFT, but to come into Vegas and win the biggest prize pot, right? I mean, that's the best time to spike, and Malala, he played amazing on that stage.
Broccoli gave him a run for his money, too.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sitting there backstage watching this final lobby, and I'm going, oh my goodness, is Broccoli just going to end it in a title fashion and just win in 4 games? I'm not really sure, but I feel like those final moments in all of those games, I was just on the edge of my seat the whole time.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people coming into that final lobby thought it was going to be Broccoli's tournament to win, right?
Yeah.
He had been dominating. People felt like he had the best read on the meta. When I was talking to other pros, they're saying, yeah, this is the guy who's playing the best TFT at the whole event, right? So a lot of people were predicting it was going to be him, and it looked like he was just going to crush through, win the lobbies really, really quick. It was that game against Kevin Parker that was ridiculously close, came down in the final moments. That extends the lobby. Then it gets extended again. Then Humbug, who had been having a terrible lobby, he gets a first place and extends it even more. And it just kept going and going and going. Ended up in such a crazy situation, where it was, at the end of the day, it was like any reroll in that final game from Malala. And I don't even think he was able to find a Shojin or anything. Like, he had really atypical
Ginsu's.
items. He was,
yeah.
Exactly. He was playing Ginsu's. He was playing kind of like weird augments. I think it was learning to spell or something like that. And, he gets a first place and wins the Vegas Open off of that. So it was just so cool to see all these different, players really performing well, and it just created magical moments.
I mean, it's gonna go down in history, that fight between Kevin Parker and Broccoli in the very end, and just, you know, the Yone being so incredibly low. And I mean, even on the desk, as we were calling it, right, Dan was going through the motions. He was king making Broccoli, and suddenly Yone just turns around. I got one more swing in me, stops it, and it's like, all right, we got a bunch more games to play.
It's so amazing to see the player reactions to all of this too. Like Ashmu's personality was one of the biggest and the brightest on the entire stage. And then we also have just the crowd going absolutely nuts for some of these games. If you weren't there, I hope you enjoyed the highlights from that event. And we also hope that you look forward to the next Vegas, or not Vegas, we're not going to be in Vegas, the next TFT Open, because that's going to be happening sometime later on this year. And so very excited to see where they're going to take us when it comes down to the next worldwide location. But, you know, now we get a chance to look towards the future. As the TFT Vegas is concluded, we're looking now to see where can we really push the TFT circuit competitively. So if you're tuning in for the first time to the North America TFT scene, we've got this video to show you what this new competitive format for Set 10 is all about.
Welcome to Teamfight Tactics Remix Rumble North American Esports. Before we begin, I'd like to state that I've joined the global TFT esports team at Riot as a contractor. In addition to that, Riot is happy to announce our new partnership with GGTech, the team behind Rising Legends in EMEA and the Set Championships. There are some substantial changes this set, both as a result of the holiday season as well as the TFT Vegas Open, and I am here once again to explain.
Thanks, Natures, but we'll take it from here. We are excited for GGTech to be both the tournament organizer and broadcast operator for Teamfight Tactics Remix Rumble North American Esports. Remix Rumble will be a shorter format, with only 2 cups and a regional finals, but we're just as excited to see high-level competition being played out. While the number of tournaments have decreased, the path to regionals will look similar to what players have had in the past. The KDA Cup and the Hearthstone Cup will offer direct paths to the regional finals, while leaderboard snapshots and qualifier points reward consistency on ladder and the 2 cups, respectively. Wes, why don't you explain how qualification works?
Hi everyone, this set, KDA and Hearthstone Cup will share the same format as each other. The top 32 ranked signups will qualify directly to Day 3, while the bottom seeded 128 players will play from Day 1 in order to determine which 32 players will be joining the top seeded players on Day 3. Players will earn qualifier points based on how well they perform, and the top 4 players from each cup qualify directly into the regional finals. The ladder snapshots will begin on January 3rd and run until February 7th for a total of 6 snapshots. The 6 best performing players on these snapshots will qualify directly for regional finals. The remaining 10 spots at regionals will be allocated to the players with the best qualifier points across both cups. Once at regional finals, the 24 players will have a chance to qualify for the much coveted Remix Rumble World Championship. The top 3 placing players in the North American Regional Finals will earn their spot at the World Championship, with the 4th slot being awarded to the player with the highest average placement across all 3 days of regional finals. To read more about the deadlines, dates, qualifier, and ladder snapshot points, please refer to our website for more information. We can't wait to see our North American representatives bring home the World Championship once again.
All right. You know how I said that the stakes have never been higher for a single cup? I mean, this is why, right? We have half the amount of cups that we used to, and there's no mid set, right? That's with the shorter seasons than 3 sets a year. And so because of this, with only 10 qualifier point spots, there is no margin for error in these cups. If you bomb out of one, it's going to be very hard to qualify qualifier points themselves. You're going to have to look for a top 4, or you're going to have to try and make it through ladder. So these snapshots are so incredibly important for all these players to kind of diversify how they try and qualify for the regional finals. You got to do really well on ladder. You got to do really well in these cups to make sure you earn a spot and a chance to try and make it to the championship.
I mean, absolutely. You have to maximize your chances, right? As you say, there are fewer chances, they become more important. And also means that your read on the meta when you're coming into these cups is so incredibly important, right? Because you don't have a chance to say, okay, well, this reroll style, it's not really my style. Maybe a different patch later on could be better for me. You have to be able to perform right now. And I think it, is even more important because we have this big patch that just came out, and it kind of emphasizes the growing, kind of like trend of these study groups, right? Where all these people are in these different study groups. And that's one of the situations where you can get such a benefit from that, because all these people working together should have a better read, should have better strategies to be able to bring into the event.
You talk about those study groups and honestly how that information extends outside of even just those insulated groups. It's one of the reasons why North America is as strong of a region as it is because of all of that information sharing. I do wonder if maybe that retracts a little. Maybe you are going to hold your cards a little bit closer to your chest if you know that these cups are just so far and few between for this event.
Yeah, we
You have
did see
to
that at Vegas, right? We saw people actually holding stuff back, and hey, maybe 2 days. Yes, yes, the study groups share with each other quite a bit, but hey, maybe not this time.
you got to start gaslighting your opponents. Tarek reroll. That's the way to win.
All the psyops on Twitter.
Yeah.
Oh yes, I've been re-rolling this to great success.
Uh-huh. Wink, wink, nod, nod. Absolutely do that, and then I get to roll over all of your lobbies. It's going to be so exciting to see how all of our players do adjust, because this is going to be day 3 of the competition that we are following. We had 2 full days last weekend, and now we get a chance to look at our top 64 with a fresh perspective. These 32 players were able to make it out of those first 2 competitive days.
Exactly. I mean, there's so many big names. A lot of people that we, saw have success at Vegas are going to be performing here again at this event. Humbug and Ashmu, both players who are in the final lobby there. Solus almost made the final lobby at Vegas, but there's so many other big names here, Cass. It's impossible to call them all out.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, right? Like, you could just go down the entire list and everybody feels exciting, right? I mean, I'm looking at like DQA and Cottontail on this list as well, right? DQA has been the world's twice. Roby Van Knob ended up having the most points on day 1, so he's pretty exciting to look at. And Rain Plosion was one of our best players from set 7, coming back in set 10, trying to really prove that she's still got it. She can still end up on top.
I can't wait to see how that's going to go. I mean, it's also Rain, like, ended up getting second at the Vegas Last Chance tournament. And so a lot to be able to show, not just in recent results, but also pioneering forward into these next few days of competition. But is it going to be kind of the older story of, well, maybe some of these players were affected by land jitters, but now they're a little comfortable. They're at home.
Yeah.
And who else that are more comfortable than these 32 players that just got a chance to walk right into this day 3 after a great ladder snapshot?
Exactly. And I think a lot of the biggest names are these players who qualified in through ladder. It's the ladder warriors. It's a lot of the biggest streamers. It's the people that you know and love. You're looking at some of these names who maybe were expected to win Vegas. Someone like Wajan Iverson wasn't even there. He's one of the biggest names in TFT right now. Setsuko didn't have the level of performance that he wanted at Vegas, despite the fact that a lot of people were predicting he could win the whole thing. Robin Songs didn't have that level of performance. Dish Soap wanted to do more. There's so many of these players here that are these massive names that I think are really going to be so hungry to have a great KDA Cup performance so that they can showcase, hey, there's a reason we are the big names. We're still going to be on top.
Yeah, and there's a name that's not as big that was on that list that I want to call out. Wilf, he was formerly Yunwilf, just kind of the LCQ god, right? He was first in LCQ in set 8, third in set 9. All his other cup performances haven't been fantastic, but coming into set 10, there's a lot of hype behind him. He made it into the top 15 power rankings of Don't Talk If You Don't Know, and it's really exciting to watch, a lot of people get excited for this player, and I want to see if he can shake off that cup curse that he's had and have a really good performance.
I love that you mentioned Wilf, but speaking of somebody else that we have to make sure we're celebrating in this set 10, that has a great shot to be able to take the whole thing. That's Humbug, who we have on the line right now. Humbug, welcome into the broadcast. How are you doing after such an amazing TFT Vegas Open?
I've been doing pretty good lately. I've just been kind of grinding through ladder. I've been getting, because I after Vegas, I was only Diamond 3, so it wasn't too hard to climb back up. But right now, I'm kind of just at, that plateau level where it's, new patch, so I'm still kind of learning. I think I have a pretty good read for today, at least, also.
So, how are you feeling? I mean, obviously, you had an incredible performance at Vegas. Now you've made final weekend here at KDA Cup. That's like two pretty big results back to back. Do you feel like, this is because you're working harder, because you're more motivated? What is it that is leading to kind of this newfound success for you?
I think it's mostly because I kind of had to learn how to like play better in tournaments because my past tournaments results in like set 7, set 8. They're like day 1, day 1, day 1, day 2. I was not that good, but after Vegas I kind of learned like how I can focus myself and make sure I'm not making as many mistakes as possible because still doing these tournaments at home, like I could still get distracted pretty easily. And but at Vegas, I kind of just learned like I can just focus myself on this. Don't think about anything else. Just eyes on the prize right now.
All right,
So,
and
what is
Humbug,
it? Oh, what is the biggest difference that you think, like, as far as ladder play versus tournament play? Like, what is it that you've had to really kind of shift to try to, change those results?
Uh, Ladder play feels more like it feels more aggressive, if that makes sense. Like a lot more people are willing to take bigger risks, so that means that they could go first a lot easier, eighth a lot easier. So sometimes you just get dealt a bad hand and you just go fifth because most people took those risks and they go first. But in tournament, people play a lot safer. I'm definitely one of those people who play a lot safer. On ladder, I'm just like my match history right now is like 1-8, 1-8, 1-8. And in tournament, usually my results are like I'm pretty sure I'm averaging like a third for the past 2 days of KDA Cup. So people are not as willing to take risks unless they're in a dire spot. Like game 5, they have like 21 points and they need a first here.
yeah, for sure. And Humbug, I wanted to ask you a bit about, at Vegas, you were the honorary lab member, right? They got you the lab coat. You were all cheering you on. And then now, we've got lab in your tag. You got your PhD. You've arrived with the lab members. And I assume, have you been prepping with them? How has prepping with the lab been for getting ready for KDA Cup?
Yeah. So I've been with the lab since like for about a bit over half a year now. I just didn't have lab in my tag initially because when I signed up, it was kind of like bugged out on my end, so it was just kind of unlucky. So, but we were just like kind of passing on a lot of information through each other and filtering out like all the good from the bad. Like we can see some things like if we're looking through like best in slot items right now because I think it is very important to know what are the best items on each carry right now. Like we're just kind of sifting through like this item synergizes well with this on X unit, but this one doesn't really. And just like how to like managing our item economy better. Like we'll have like one person streaming their game and we'll have like 3 people thinking like, oh, I think like right now we should do this right now, or oh, we should do this.
Yeah, I'm so pumped to hear and see what's going to happen here, Cumbug, for you and your tournament this upcoming weekend. I know you might have a shout out for the lab and also, of course, all those wonderful memories. But any other shout outs you'd like to make before we let you go on your way to your tournament?
Just every single person who's helped me get to this point, everyone who just talks with me every day, like it just makes playing TFT so much more fun. And then my number one supporters, my mom and my dad. They've been asking me almost every day, like, "Hey, like, how's your tournament stuff going? Or have you been doing well? Are you ready for today?" It's just like it just makes me a lot happier.
That's so nice to hear all that support that you have, Humbug. I think we're all rooting for you as well, just after
Ooh,
your big personality and everything else. So, best of luck today, and hopefully, we'll be talking to you later.
thank you.
How can you not love
He's
Humbug?
great. He's so great.
Like,
He's actually like he gives such great like succinct answers with so much information about the lab and everything. Like I feel like I know how to root for the lab. I know what the preparation has been for all of the lab members so far. I mean, Humbug's just awesome. He was so sweet at Vegas as well. It was really exciting when he qualified, and he was incredibly humble the entire time. Every time I talked to him, he was just like, I'm just gonna keep taking it a step at a time and see how far I go. He's like, I think I've already well outperformed what I normally do, so we'll just see. And he took it all the way to top 8 and had a really great performance in that final lobby, even with the slow start.
I'm still hearing the chants from the crowd of like humbug, humbug, especially after the little chibi Timo was taking out players left and right. It's gonna terrify me for years to come. But you know what else I think is daunting for our players is that we had a giant patch go through in the middle of this tournament. So days 1 and 2 played on a completely different patch that we're gonna be playing on this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, this is the biggest patch I have seen since I started playing TFT, you know, barring like an entire new set. You know, there's a massive amount of changes to the individual champions, to the items. There's new portals. The augments were changes. The traits were changed. Some of the spatulas were even changed. You can craft country spat. You can't do jazz. True damage spat got nerfed. Like, there is such an enormous amount. And that's before you even mention all the changes to the economy, which is like the basis of TFT and the basis of the game. The streak changes, the open fort changes. So it is really completely changing how people played, the level timings, the way that you can actually, you know, roll for headliners, because people before were going 8 on 4-1. Like in a lot of these games, you can't really do that very often anymore unless you have an eco augment or something like that. So it really has changed TFT massively. And I think it's going to be so much about who has the best read on this new meta, who's going to be able to actually really perform when it counts. Because I think a lot of people are going to come in here with different reads, with different strategies, and not all of them are going to be right.
Yeah, I mean, now we're playing TFT 2 at this point, right? Fundamentally, the game has changed because the way that streaks worked, lost streak used to be great, but now that streaks take so long to ramp up, it's a lot better to try and find your gold through wins. So playing tempo style, hopefully you can get the win streak, but even just winning a good amount of rounds is going to help you get that additional gold. So we see a lot more people trying to play each turn to make the strongest possible board. And I think that changes so much about the nature of how people will play these lobbies, especially because people like to play safe in tournament anyway. We'll see, you know, more people fighting for those win streaks.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be so interesting, right? You know, like, is anyone actually going to still do open fort if no one else is contesting it? Are people going to be willing to go lost streak? If someone gets early heart steal, how deep are you going to go? Because you can obviously risk it for an even bigger cash out now after that first 4. So, you know, there are some really risky strategies, but like Humbug said, you know, people generally play more conservative. They want to keep their health high. So I do think we're not going to see a lot of that. But if no one's contesting you, I still have seen some players doing open fort.
Ooh. Whether or not that comes back to bite you, though, because we even saw that at the Vegas Open where some people would open for it, but they wouldn't have enough health to be able to make it through to the end game. So that is very possible that it might not go your way. But I think some of the other really big features of 14.1 that, okay, we don't have a mid set, but we have a giant patch. Talk about new portals a little bit. We've got 11 new portals that are coming into the game now. Is that a big difference maker for some of these players when we might see new portals getting chosen?
It totally can be, because a lot of the new portals are a little bit crazy, right? The tactician crowns can come through,
Crab
right?
Rave.
Crab Rave.
Yeah.
You can lose to neutrals. I mean, we've seen plenty of people losing to neutrals in Twitch clips, but the spatula one, I think, is actually something that might be quite clickable. And right now, I mean, it's like Pentakill and Country are the two biggest that would use that spatula. So if we get some creativity out of that portal, it could be really cool to see what people have cooked up with their spatulas behind closed doors coming into this.
Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting, right? You know, generally in tournament play, people are going to go for the lowest variance portals
So
unless
boring.
they think they're an underdog, right? Or unless they really are like, hey, lobby's not going well for me. It's time to vote for Scuttlepuddle. It's time to vote for Prismatic Symphony and try to go for something crazy, right? So it'll be fun if we get to see some of that. I would love to see Crab Rave in a tournament, just because I think it would be hilarious to see people lose to the Crab. You actually need a really good board, and you need some sustain as well on your carries, or you can straight up lose with like strong boards. It is really shocking the amount of people I've seen die to that and get eliminated from that. Like, it's tough.
My favorite clip might have been the one that I saw K3 Soju lose to the Crab Rave.
Yeah.
I was like, of all people, it's just funny when it's the reaction that K3 Soju's gonna have, and you know he's gonna have to a situation like that. But let's talk about strong boards then. What are some of these compositions that come with this patch that could be front runners to take a lobby win?
I think, with a lot of the economy changes, it's making reroll really strong, right? Because you want to have these strong early boards. So I've been playing a lot of 3-cost reroll, this type of stuff. Riven is one of the ones that I've really been enjoying. This 8-bit edgelord Riven style. 4 8-bit, 5 edgelord, really, really strong. You're playing around Riven. You're rolling heavy on 7, trying to get that 3-star Riven. It's also a board that can really be capped out. If you can hit that spat, if you can get those kind of luxury things, you can go for 8-bit spat. You can even go 6 8-bit, which can be really, really powerful. But it's something that does do well against a lot of the meta comps. We're seeing a lot of disco, we're seeing a lot of pentacoli, and Riven can deal with those. Obviously, you need fairly specific items, but I think it's really, really powerful, especially when people are trying to play those greedier lines. If people are trying to go for those 4-cost comps, you can sometimes get a really powerful board online early and punish people's health, like really get them low before they can fully cap out their boards.
Yeah, the comp I want to talk about is another reroll comp. It actually requires you to get a specific augment to play, though. This is Twin Terror. And the reason I like this comp so much is it is playing around what I think is by far the strongest unit in the patch. And it's OP. That too. But Vex, specifically, Vex is what I want to talk about and highlight here is like
Also
in
OP.
Country, in Twin Terror, in just 6 executioner boards, 4 executioner boards. Vex is insane right now, and this is the best way to abuse that and play for those top placements because Twin Terror is so good, right? You look at the synergies of this board. You got 2 Emo, 2 Executioner, 2 Guardian, 2 Punk. The synergies are perfect, and the Punk helps you reroll to hit all the 3 stars because you get that extra $1 reroll at the start of each round. And by playing around Twin Terror, you can play into different headliners. Emo Vex, you can add a Populator for 4 Emo, which got buffed and is quite good. Or if it's Executioner Vex, which I think is even better, you get to add just any Executioner after, play 4 Executioner, and Vex scales so well off these buffs. She is absolutely insane. She is outperforming every 4-cost in the stats, and she is just absolutely immaculate. So we'll see if people play around her in a lot of different ways. I've seen people reroll her with Lulu. I've seen people reroll her with Country, with Twin Terror, with just any Executioners. She's just great.
Oh, I mean, hey, Executioners, I'm here for it. I am going to hedge my bets against the Riven reroll, and I'm going to play Pentacoli no matter what anyway. Because this composition, you talk about OP, this is one that I feel like can really take a first place, especially if you can cap out the board as high as this power cap can go. You're really looking for the 7 pentakill, right? But if you have an emblem that's so easy to accomplish, if you can get the pentakill headliner on Karthus or Viego, you're also in such a good spot. I will say though that while this might not be more of like a traditional like reroll, you're looking for that 4-cost headliner, that is a bit of a difference when it comes down to patch 14.1, because with that change, if you have, let's say, 4 Karthus sitting on your bench, you can't actually pick up the 4-cost headliner because it's not going to show up in your shop. So got to think a little smart about that when you can't just have 6 Karthus and roll the 3-star.
No instant
disappointing.
3 stars like the 3-cost reroll enjoyers, right? Where they just get to click it and instantly get there.
It'll take some getting used to, but you know what? I'm strong and I will prevail and I will not pivot because that is what 2024 resolution has taught me. For
No
TFT.
pivot.
Every
Yeah.
Necro lobby is just me, Karthus, mute all.
Yep. You Karthus, nuke everything.
You know, Necro, you could join the 3-cost rerollers even with that line, and you play around Pentakill Mordekaiser because he got
So
buffs on
true.
both of his, and you go to 3-star that. It's really strong.
Oh, it's so true, though. Having that in your front line, it makes it so easy to play around and get those top 4s. But we'll have to wait and see if those players are going to do just that. We are moments away from being able to get into our first game of the day, and I'm so excited to be able to kick things over to Crowan and Gangly. Welcome back. How you both doing?
Thank you so much, Necro. Doing great. Shortly, we'll be getting into the first game of the KDA Cup, and I couldn't be more excited to do it alongside you, Gangly, now moving into the caster seat with me. How you feeling today?
I'm doing good. Yeah, first time in this seat. Feels nice to be on the other side. And there's a lot of things to be excited for today, right? We got the big patch, but I think for me, most important thing is, like Cass said at the top of the show, there have never been higher stakes for the first cup of a set. Because we only have those 2 tournaments, it means that every single one of the players competing in this tournament are going to be giving everything they have. Because if you bomb out on day 1, it really makes the entire trajectory of your set 10 performance, look much more grim than it otherwise would. So excited to see what the players are going to bring to the table.
Definitely. It feels like that kind of catchphrase, no margin for error, is really coming into fruition here in Remix Rumble with ladder, only 2 cups. That combined with being on a massive new patch, like Azel mentioned, right? Really have to have a good meta read as we get into our games. But this is going to be our lobby #1 that we're going to be hopping on board with here soon. We just got a chance to hear Humbug earlier. Really excited to get back into it. But there's a lot of heavy hitters in this lobby, Gangly.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. The two that really stand out to me are going to be Wajan Iverson and Yoon, right? These two players going into set 9, we had this overarching storyline of the old guard versus the new guard. The old guard players like Milk and Kiyun and Pakigam returning to play, while the new guard that rose up in set 8, your Wajan Iversons and Bosso Skills and Stellar Minhis, kind of took their place. We got to see them battle. At the end of the day, Wajan Iverson was the top performer of the entire grouping, ended up in the top 3 of North America. So we get to see a little bit of a continuation of that. But the really exciting part is that it's not just those two, right? We have a much deeper pool. Players like Rainplosion, Humbug as well. I'm curious to know, actually, is there anyone stands out particular to you?
Yeah, definitely the players who competed at Vegas. We have 5 players who did that are going to be in this lobby between Kiyun, Upset Max, Rain, DQA, and Humbug, of course, right? Getting 7th in Vegas. The other players were around that kind of 100th spot, but still, I definitely Wajan Iverson, especially with the success in the last set. Gonna be curious to see if he can do it again, but Gangly, on into the first game we go with Prismatic Prelude, Tactician's Crown, and Unit Accelerator as our portal options.
Humbug standing on that Tactician's Crown. Is it? I actually feel like it's so poetic for a lab member to be the one that to do that, but we do end up with Prismatic Prelude from Wajan Iverson. And so Prismatic Prelude is interesting, right? So you have the first augment of the game is going to be a prismatic one. What that means is right off the start of the game, you're going to have a large influx of resources that otherwise you wouldn't have, right? And so it does kind of make stage 2 a little bit more interesting because you have a wider gap in power level between different boards, and players have to adapt to that very quickly.
100%, especially talking about what augments are going to be really, really strong, right? We've already mentioned in the pre-show, Cass called out that Twin Terror composition. The Prismatic Twin Terror is going to be insane, right? If we see that being showed up and being picked, it's likely to be a lobby win kind of thing. Like, that's how strong that composition is. But there are some really interesting picks as well, right? Just Casanova and I yesterday saw a game of going long. Actually, Appius had played it and had managed to get a top 2 with it, even going to like level 7 super early, like on Krugs. It was absolutely crazy. So we really could see some interesting things in the mix here with these prismatics.
Yeah, I think a part of that too, when you talk about having an early new patch, largely this patch is unsolved, right? And you're going to be able to find an edge if you are one of those players that can find an edge on your own. And you're not relying on perfecting other people's tech. You're willing to take a chance and say, hey, if I can figure this out before someone else does, then I will actually have the advantage because I'm not going to be contested. They're not going to be expecting it. They're going to be less comfortable. And if I'm playing in my element and they're not, all of a sudden it makes it much, much easier to find yourself at the top 4. Now, looking at Humbug, who does have that 4 disco online early, which is pretty interesting. I feel like we should talk about that in a minute, but we are about to go into this first augment. If we're waiting, I don't know who is still fighting. Look, someone's got like a Nami 1 on their board.
Yeah, right. But now we got into it, looking at Rainplosion. Nothing super exciting here, but still some solid options, right? Cybernetic Bulk, especially early, if you can spread around those components, get a lot of value there. Living Forge can be pretty solid in this meta. I know definitely if you're talking about rerolling 3 costs, Death's Defiance, say for like Riven or Yone, is massive, but it's gonna be Hulk Crusher, Diamond Hands, and Gambler's Blade. Gambler's Blade's kind of fallen off a little bit in priority, but still could help in that early econ. But Diamond Hands makes a lot of sense for Rain's early game here. Already 5 super fan on 2-1. Not every day we see that one, leveling to 4, playing such a strong board, especially with that rating item.
Yeah, so I was going to call out the Steadfast Heart Slam there. Makes a lot of sense. You have the flexibility now where, because you have this 3-item headliner Lilia with the Ornn artifact as well in the Diamond Hands, you have so much frontline, and it opens up your backline now to be able to play around both AD and AP if you want to opt into something like the Spellweaver mid game with the super fans is really strong, or you actually do have the freedom to just play some sort of AD flex board and you know, look for a stronger power level later on in the game. So definitely a strong front line. We'll see if Rain actually has the damage to streak through stage 2, because I think that is probably the only missing aspect of her board.
Guess you don't need a lot of damage when your Lilia just never dies, right? The units are eventually going to take down the other units there. Kyun had that headliner Olaf that's been kind of whispering. We've heard the whispers around and how Olaf can actually be really, really good right now. You can 3-star him or just play him as a stage 2, just really, really good unit, especially with that BT slam from Kyun. Was only on level 3 and is going up against Rain's kind of insane tanky Lilia, so wasn't able to find a win there. But Kyun is going to want to, because I believe it was Spoils of War that Kyun took, so really wants to get some unit kills and kind of get those extra resources online, especially talking about this patch specifically, Gangly, and how early economy is so important from getting, you know, the extra gold source, not from win streaks or loss streaks.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about getting a lot of gold just from winning, and on the other side of this board, we're seeing Wage and Iverson, who, if there's anyone that can take out this Lilia with a Radiant item and Diamond in hand and a Headliner 3 item in stage 2, it's probably going to be the person who can go level 6 on 2-1. So Wage and Iverson is playing around this Cruel Pact. And you know what they talked about at the top of the show is Zale really talked about the strength of these reroll 3 costs, right? You're playing around the Riven or the Yone. Well, if you're playing Cruel Pact, you have the chosen Corki already. It's a very clear line straight into that Riven. So I want to remember that to keep an eye on it later, because it wouldn't surprise me to see Wage and Iverson lean into some sort of Riven line later on in the game.
Oh, 100%. I really like the, you know, choice to go to level 6 right now, right? You're going to go to level 7 after Carousel, start to get your, you know, 3-cost headliner, you know, in your shop. And as soon as you find one that you like, boom, that's the one you're going to reroll, right? There's so many different options, right? You could even take things like Lulu or Vex. I know Casanova was really hyping up Vex earlier, especially being part of that Twin Terror comp, which I don't think, we see the augments right now. No one looks like picked up Twin Terror. So we're going to get a lobby maybe of more creativity here as we right now get to see what's, working with Bruce Law's board here. It's like a Sante with an Infinity Force, nothing super crazy. Looks like Rain might be able to take this one.
Yeah, this is one of those boards that actually would look pretty strong if it were not a prismatic lobby, right? Because all of a sudden you run into a board like Rain has, and this headliner Cassante, excuse me, and this Kennen 2 are just not enough to kill anything on this board. It looks like Rain is going to take a 4-0 victory over Bruce, and like we talked about before, not having the streak changes does mean that Bruce is not going to have that additional gold, ends up power level or pre-leveling to 5 instead.
Yeah, Bruce was on 9 gold, was not willing to sell the Senna pair, right? Senna 2 is such a big upgrade for your early and your mid game. Instead, it's like, all right, I guess I'm just going to pre-level to 5, buy units in the shop, right? But not making 10 gold at this point is really going to set you behind on that economy factor. And also, an interesting thing to note, you know, Wage and Iverson, obviously with that Cruel Pact has pre-leveled to 7, but there are a couple players between Upset Max and 300 Jax who have leveled to 5 very aggressively, and we see that very often in tournament play. Players kind of trying to up the tempo there, stay ahead of the lobby, and really preserve that HP and use that to get just some consistent top 4 placements.
So on the other side, we are seeing Kyun, you called it out before, playing this Olaf, and at this point, very clearly angling towards that reroll Olaf. This is something that we did get to see a little bit in GSC, in the EMEA tournament that was happening this weekend as well, and it did top 4, never really was able to squeak out a win. Oftentimes, it really just depends on how early you can get that Olaf online, but right now looks like we're going to be seeing the Titan's Resolve, Bloodthirster, and I imagine some sort of tank or bruiser item. I've heard a lot of top players talk about the strength of straight tank Olaf versus the actual bruiser carry Olaf, and that if you can just go something like Titans and Warmogs, Bramble, you know, really just strong tank items, it actually performs a bit better than the actual carry version. So we'll see how it all pans out for Kyun. I know he actually has been struggling a little bit this patch, and historically Kyun is one of those players that has remained on top, but whether he can actually turn it around this weekend, you know, it's left to be seen.
Definitely. I'm actually really interested to see how Kyun's progress goes during this tournament, right? We know and love him from, you know, the early days of TFT, but tournament performances haven't really been there for a while, but he did kind of start to make some waves last set, got 11th en route to Reforged mid set, and just barely losing out on a regional spot because he went 61st at Noxus Cup, but he very well could have been there and could have been a serious competitor if he had just done a little bit better there. So really curious to see if Kyun can kind of turn that around and keep proving that he is a very, very strong competitor in current NA TFT.
Yeah, we hinted at it at the top of the lobby introduction where Set 9 was largely dominated by two study groups, right? The Setsuko study group versus the Dish Soap study group. But
Oh, yeah.
Wajan Iverson, one of those players who is in neither one of those study groups, actually represents an entirely different one. These newcomers coming up in Set 8, and I think that it's actually really poetic to see a player like Wajan Iverson up against Kiyun at the start of this set, because the truth is, this is actually an opportunity for Wajan to not just represent himself, but to lift up his entire study group as to become one of those tier 1 study groups that we've seen in the rest of North America.
Oh, 100%. Oh, Wajan Iverson getting a pair of Aries there.
That's quite nice.
That is very, very nice. Not quite the composition that players are excited to go for when you think about those forecasts, right? It's a lot of Disco TF, as you alluded to a bit earlier. We're surely going to be seeing a lot of that this weekend, but also that Pentakale that's on a lot of players' radars. Ari is still one that can perform pretty well. We sometimes, like in the GSC you were talking about just a couple moments ago, Seraphine reroll was kind of a way to get to that Ari forecast kind of duo carry, but not seeing that quite yet. We'll see if it is going to be that line confirmed by Wajan Iverson. For now, we're on board with DQA, who's found a 5 win streak in the early game, right? The only player on 100 HP, and that is partly because of that Olaf headliner. It was the pentakill though, right? And I think that's massive, right? The damage reduction, extra damage that Olaf does get, especially with 3 solid items, right? The Sunfire is just kind of there for now as an item carrier, but DQA is making a lot of great stuff happen in the early game here. And it's no surprise, right? DQA, we know him, we love him, has been to Worlds twice, right? And so we should expect great things out of him.
Oh, looks like Wajan is going to be rolling a little bit, wants to maintain that win streak, does not have a headliner right now. Does find the Mordekaiser. They're not going to get any value out of the Pentakill +1, but, I mean, Mord 2 is Mord 2, and that's got to feel pretty good. On the other hand, Kiyun does find that Olaf 3.
Yeah. Finds the Olaf 3, has a belt on the bench, so that could go into Asterix, right? Talking about how just tanky items. I think Asterix is another one in that conversation that players like, but it is still kind of up in the air, being such a new patch and units that aren't really, having been seen the limelight yet, with that Olaf being the primary carry. There's still a conversation of what exactly is that BIS, but we see the power of Olaf right now, absolutely tearing through this board from 300 Jags. Titans fully stacked up, BT for the extra healing. Actually, that Mumu does get the cast off in the CC. Olaf might be able to do it, but no! Kiyun loses off that round to the Bard headliner from 300 Jacks. As we get our second augment coming through Gangly. It is a gold.
Yeah, first off, let me just say, excellent econ loss from Kiyun to maintain the 3-loss streak. He knows the system changes in place. Obviously playing to his outs there. Great move by Kiyun to strategically lose by 1 unit.
200 IQ.
Yeah, absolutely. The only thing better is losing by 1 Krug. Does end up with the last stand as well. Wait, this is pretty exciting.
Okay.
So okay, let's spell this out a little bit, right? So
Yeah.
you're playing around this Olaf right now. You're most likely going to be playing around some sort of 6 bruiser, 3 pentakill. I've seen a lot of people opt to look for something like the Karthus later on. With last stand though, I don't know if you're going to be getting as much value into that Karthus, so I wonder if there's a world where you end up playing around like a Viego carry into Fast 9, something like that instead. So a lot of options for Q, and let's keep an eye on that as we go on in the game.
Oh, definitely. Very curious to see where that ends up, but back on board with the DQA, has the second Infinity Force now, and that's on a Riven. It might be something like a Riven reroll that DQA is considering. Definitely a very, very strong composition in this patch. Going up against Upset Max's Urgot, and that's an Urgot too, right? But still not powerful enough to get the job done. See a couple last stands come out. I think Kiyun picked it as well, as we see it being picked up upside the board from Upset Max as well. That's probably one of the strongest augments, it seems like, right now in TFT. As soon as that last stand procs, right, not only do you get an extra life, but that all those extra stats means that your board just has all the extra combat power and is going to have that edge up against the others.
It's also important to call out, so Upset Max, one of those players who is going to be playing a 3-cost reroll as well. He does have the March of Progress online, right? So you have Wajan Iverson, Upset Max, both very clearly angling towards this 3-cost reroll. On the other hand, DQA, like you called out, has the 2 Riven, right? The Riven pair makes it so that DQA can absolutely play the double Infinity Force on these edgelords who will benefit from a lot of those traits, but I'm not sure if DQA is going to want to lean into that with the 3 cost being so contested. I think there's also a world where DQA opts to go for a fast 8 into melee carries like Zed Viego instead, right? And then plays around the 4 cost variation into a top 4 if everyone's going to be capping out incredibly high with these 3 cost rerolls.
Yeah, no, definitely a great point. Upset Max here taking a big loss against Wajan Iverson, right? Has that march of progress, as you mentioned, going to be looking for a 3 cost reroll. And it looks like some Yone items slammed on that Urgot just for now, but Upset Max is getting kind of dangerously low. Still has a bit to go to get to level 7. Needs to kind of find a way to stem the bleeding a little bit, but there's not much more to do, right? You don't really want to be rolling at level 6. The natural board is not just quite strong enough because of all the power that people got out of that first item, or first augment, excuse me, being that prismatic.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it before, right? Having the early prismatic does make the power level of the lobby change quite a bit. As we're looking at this carousel, I did just want to see if there's anything really crazy going on. Wajan does pick up one of the 4 costs, the Blitz, which anyone who may be angling Disco, I'm sure, would have been very happy to see that. But anytime you see a glove on one of these carousel units, you're expecting one of these 3 cost rerollers to take that. And that's honestly one of the things that I think is worth talking about is the power of Infinity Edge right now, right? It's something that is best in slot in Yone, in Samira, in Twin Terror. It's quite good in 8-bit as well because of all the flat AD that you're getting from the trait. And so this does mean that we're going to be seeing those gloves have a much higher priority than we've seen in some other patches where IE may not be considered. So I think it's no surprise to see Glove picked up as a first pick there.
Yeah, definitely. Even one comp I think that was not named there was the Riven, actually, and IE could be used with the Riven one. That was being kind of discussed as best in slot in the last patch as well. So there's even more, even though you named like 5 of them, right? There's just so much that IE can really do for you. Moving on board with Humbug, and yes, this is a Disco comp that wants to turn into a TF soon, but Humbug is 2 Nabis away from Nami 3. I wonder if there's a random world or if he naturals it. He's like, okay, I'm just gonna go for this direction, right? I think there was like a Mort Dog tweet from like a couple months ago or something like that. That was like, okay, yeah, I won a game with Nami 3, guys, but don't try this at home because you're probably not gonna make it work. It's really, really hard, actually. But Humbug has potential to do it. And with just this early Disco and the Nami 2 is still 90 HP on a win streak, right? Even early Disco boards are so strong, and you can always, it feels like this patch, convert it into a strong late game if we're able to go level 9, find the TF, find the Sona, Ziggs, right? Your Blitzcrank 2, all the things that make that composition work out super well.
Yeah, I mean, TF is one of those things where if it is uncontested, I mean, it's the best 4 cost in the game right now, right? It's really, really strong to play around this Disco line. And if Humbug is, and it does look like he's uncontested based on how much 3 cost and the 1 cost reroll we're seeing, if he can actually get this online before anybody else, I mean, it's looking like Humbug will be able to get to level 9 very safely while everyone else is slow rolling on level 7 to be able to cap out much higher than the rest of the lobby. And on the other side, we are seeing that is, wait, is that going long?
That is going long, actually. We didn't mention that yet.
Yeah, we did not.
Is taken. I brought it up as one of the augments that maybe could be really exciting to see, and 300 Jax has it going that Disco direction. So you're not going to get interest at all, but you do get 4 XP the start of each round, and you get that little influx of gold in the early game. And 300 Jax looks like it's in a solid spot, kind of middling of the pack in HP. Has a lot of pairs on the bench though, and that's something that's that this augment choice really allows. You don't have to worry about interest. You can hold a full bench, try to push levels as quickly as possible, and say find your headliner a bit earlier than other people, right? Maybe you'll be trying to go to level 8 here right now, honestly, it looks like, and start trying to contest Humbug. Those are going to be 2, I think the only 2 looks like Disco players, but if a lot of TFs and Blitzrays go out of the pool, Humbug could be in a significantly worse spot because of it.
On the other side, we did see that Rainplosion gets to choose her second Orin artifact item. Now that we're at 3-7, she survived 10 rounds of player combat. And so this is going to be one of those inflection points in the Living Forge augment where she will be able to spike much more than other players will be spiking on 4-1. So we'll see how she takes advantage of that. And we are also seeing Upset Max, who is on almost a loss streak of nearly the entire game up to this point, right? It looks like maybe he won one more, but we'll see if he's going to turn it around.
He also had the tome on the bench, actually. Maybe you're able to get up to something like, 7 Edgelord. We'll see here soon. Is rolling, right? But still 3 Yones away. A lot of items have to make their way onto the board. I think he's using this turn as kind of his pivot turn. Has a bunch of traits in so that the tome will get max value. Will have all those tailored traits. 3 best in-slot items for the Yone, but is it quite enough? It's up against a Lulu carry, but Yone is in the back line, and yes, we'll be able to take it down from 300 jacks.
Yeah, this is a really important moment for Upset Max here. He's sitting on those 6 Yones, like you called out, having this tome on the bench, 4-2 augment coming up. This is a very strong opportunity for Upset Max to be able to spike his board incredibly hard going into the middle parts of stage 4. And if honestly, he needs to stabilize soon, because even with the last stand, it's not like you want to proc last stand before you get that Yone 3. You want to be able to use that to cap out later after you've dealt so much damage to the lobby, because you have the Yone 3.
Oh, 100%, right? Want that to be the saving grace. Like, maybe he'll squeeze a top 4 or like a top 2 with that last stand, but definitely want to get online as soon as possible. So I'm really even curious if he does roll down a lot in this round, right? 3 Yones away is still kind of a lot. Maybe he'll roll down to like 30 every turn. If he finds a couple of Yones, he could, send it to 0. Is still strong at this point of the game, or I guess at last round, but now that players reaching 4-2, going to level 8, rolling it down to find their 4 cost, and maybe even other players hitting or nearing their own 3 cost 3 stars as well, you're really going to be feeling that pressure. Kiyun has found a way to streak 5 rounds in a row, right? That 3 Pentakill 6 Bruiser that you were talking about earlier is now online. Morello's on the Karthus, but that Olaf is still stuck on just a bell, right? No sword, and I think Kiyun has committed to that Sterix, but hasn't found it quite yet.
Yeah, this is an interesting spot. I'm not entirely convinced that Kiyun's going to be strong enough to keep this up. This Olaf is certainly strong, but with just a Morello's on this Karthus, I don't know that you're going to be able to deal enough damage to the rest of the board. And yeah, this Olaf will live forever, but when people start getting more damage on their boards, I feel like eventually he's going to get whittled down.
Yeah.
Right now, up against, this is Rain's board, I believe, right? With all the Living Forges online. Rain is also able to stall this fight very long, but yeah, just doesn't have enough flat damage to deal with that Olaf. So you know what? Hey, I was wrong.
No, I feel like I was right there with you. I was like, okay, this is about the point where this is going to fall off, especially again not being with that 3 items. But no, it's still just good enough. Got through a fully tanked out 3 item Blitzcrank, found its way to the Ezreal. The Ezreal items weren't perfect by any means, so maybe a little bit of lack of damage there helped out Kiyun a lot. But 65 HP, especially with lost streak, all stage 2, finding Olaf 3. But he's in a really good spot right now. We're kind of seeing the power of these 1-cost rerolls, specifically around that Olaf. But again, now players trying to be really powerful. Humbug has found the headliner Twisted Fate 5 disco for Dazzler online, even holding some Ziggs or Sona items on that Lux for now. But Humbug's still in a fantastic spot. Is enough to go against that Olaf. The Olaf's found its way into the back line and just takes out the TF. Kiyun continues to be on a tear.
Yeah, I think there's 2 main things going on here. The first is Humbug's backline incredibly strong. Frontline, however, still has much to be desired. On the other hand, though, and I want to call this out, is Kiyun did an excellent job positioning there, using the disco units that are around that leftmost disco ball to act as a ladder in order to reach that TF. He didn't actually need to go through that front line of Humbug, which, again, may not have been super strong, but the positioning from Kiyun there, it was an excellent choice that allowed him to play it as if it were that Yone or that Riven that we've really seen, to be frank, kind of farm these TF players. Also, I do see Spatula on the carousel being picked up by Rain. I'm trying to remember. I know Rain had that strong Sentinel front line, the Ezreal back line. Wonder how much of that was Rain taking this to spike her own board versus a defensive carousel take, because you have so many of these 3-cost rerollers playing country or 8-bit that could benefit so much more from that Spatula.
Yeah, that's a good point. Oftentimes players will opt not to deny unless it's like a super late game carousel where you're denying like a chase trait. But Rain could have not had anything great for herself. I'm not sure offhand what you're really gonna make out of that spatula. Maybe you know high roll, get a tactician's crown or something like that a bit later. But yeah, it might have just been a deny like you're talking about. But looking at Bruce's board right now, it is a big pivot into this RE line. And now we get to see, okay, where are we going to put our Infinity Forces? We have a couple of really good users with that, being the Akali and the Viego, actually 3 Pentakill online. This is a kind of creative comp, not quite Pentakali because there's no Karthus, at least in the traditional sense, but still going to be super strong once those units are upgraded.
Yeah, this is a great salvage by Bruce, to be honest. I really like this because, like you're calling out, if you are playing the Ahri, it's quite difficult to play the Infinity Forces unless you're just playing on Akali, which actually, I can't remember off the top of my head if they are unique. I believe they are not.
They are not. You can stack them, yeah.
Yeah, but being able to play around that Pentakill does mean that all of a sudden, well, you're doing a couple things. One, you're denying some of these 3-cost rerollers who are all trying to play Viego, right? So you're lowering their cap. Additionally, though, you're able to spread out your damage threats to play around 3 different 4-cost carries, right? Your Akali, your Viego, and your Ahri. And when one of them falls, the other may be there to pick it up.
Yep.
So pretty interesting salvage from Bruce. Want to see how that scales into stage 5. And we are looking at DQA, who, despite the fact that there was the Cruel Pact and March of Progress players in the lobby, is able to get the 4 8-bit Riven 3 online. And even though he has lost the last 5 rounds, this is definitely a spot where you imagine this Riven is going to start taking over fights a bit more.
Yeah, DQA literally just hit that Riven 3, so this is going to be the point where he can turn it around. Riven is so strong and actually does quite well into a lot of the traditional 4-cost, level 8 or level 9 boards, especially Pentakali, right? If it's, just a 1 unit left alive at the end, or even 2 units being the Karthus and Akali, Riven can go toe-to-toe, especially with healing. Upset Max, on the other hand, has procced that last stand and seems like did not roll a bunch of gold to try to hit that Yone. Actually, is still on 40 gold about right now, but is kind of putting it all up to this next round. Needs to find that Yone 3 and needs to, maybe with those combat stats, right? And now being on level 8, find an extra unit to put on the board. There is that Edgelord on the Zed. Hopefully some extra items can go there here soon. But Upset Max, right? Just 1 round and he's going to be out of here.
Yeah, I am a little nervous about this board, but there's certainly potential. I mean, if you hit this Yone 3, you have 5 Edgelord already. You also have 1 extra spot because there are the 2 Yones on board, right? So 1 more Yone and we are there. And then from there, we just want to make sure we can get some sort of EDM in to enable this. Oh, nice. There it is. Great hit. Great hit from Upset Max. Oh, also able to make yep, there it is, an Edge of Night on this Edgelord Zed. Does not have EDM in, though, right? Instead opted to play...
Yeah, no EDM. The Echo is in there for true damage and Sentinel, it looks like. Yeah, a little bit of extra tanky stats, but no EDM for the Zed. That would have been pretty solid. There is still a belt on the bench that you can make a redemption, I suppose, from the Kiana, but I think he wants to farm some components first, but has to get through Humbug's really, really scary board here. The Yone being stuck in the front line, but it's only going to be a matter of time before he makes his way into the back line. Doesn't even need to, actually, before Zed cleans it on up. So I'm less worried for Upset Max right now, right? The Yone 3 and the Zed 2 with Edge of Night is super good, but it does only, really come down to just 1 misstep in positioning or 1 stronger board. And again, Upset Max is going to drop.
On the other side, we're seeing Bruce's board, I believe. Yeah, this is that Ahri, Akali, Viego board up against 300 Jax. Bruce stays alive, and now look at the bottom 4 of our standings, right? Upset Max on his last stand, 300 Jax at 4 HP. Wajan Iverson at 10 does now have the 6 Executioners online, but only... I say only, I mean, 3-star Samira is 3-star Samira, but honestly, I do feel like when you're playing around these 6 Executioners, being able to get that strong front line of 3-star Amumu is actually quite important, and the fact that your Prismatic Augment is essentially an Econ Augment, to me says that without 3-star Amumu, I'm not entirely convinced that Wajan has enough to dig himself out of this.
Yeah, a couple players on elimination point right now. Wage and Iverson being one of them. 6 executioners, Samira 3. Good positioning to dodge where this Akali is dashing to, but it is only a matter of time before those units on the corners are going to get taken out. And the Ari is still alive here. Well, she actually does get taken out. Can Samira do it? She doesn't have any inherent healing in these items, but the Giant Slayer might be doing a huge amount of work here. One more cast, not able to get there. Does survive on 1 HP. However, Wage and Iverson has one more round to try to find these upgrades. 300 Jacks did fall as well in 8th, and there's the Mumu 3 in the shop. How does he get there? Does he try to sell something like the Akali?
I mean, you could. Oh my goodness, yeah. I don't exactly know. Like, you probably can't get rid of this Guardian. Like, right? You could potentially sell the Pantheon, but
he's locking the shop.
Bad. Oh, wow. This is very scary. You know, there's also a world where maybe Weijin is playing against one of the players who is sacking and going level 9. Instead, he's going to be playing against DQA, who has the Riven 3. So, this is a little spooky now for Weijin Iverson.
Oh, super spooky up against DQA, and that's Riven makes way into the backline immediately, and it is over before we even have a chance to talk about the fight.
That was an 11-second fight. And that, you know, I love the distinction in this set in particular between the value you get from the edgelords versus crowd divers, right? You have these boards like the Zeds and the Yones that scale up over time, and the longer the fight gets, the more likely you are to win. Riven, on the other hand, is dealing so much damage straight up from the fight, able to end that fight so quickly and send Weijin Iverson packing. So now we've got DQA, Rain, and Upset Max all on the verge of elimination. We'll see if this carousel is able to swing it into their favor.
Yeah, just talking really quick about Wage and Iverson's spot, right? Wage and Iverson isn't typically a player that we see like, he's cooking, right? Like, he's making some crazy stuff work. He just typically just caps out his boards really, really nicely and finds a lot of lobby wins, right? He had an insane win rate, like 30-something% or higher on ladder over multiple accounts in the last set. But now in tournament play, especially having, that early game Cruel Pact, was forced to reroll, just didn't quite find a strong enough composition because a lot of other rerolls who just happen to be stronger in the lobby. But now getting into this next round, more players are just one fight away from being eliminated. Upset Max with that last stand proc, and Rain Plosion as well, doing her due diligence, last second scouting, running into, it looks like, Humbug here, and Upset Max on the right.
Rain able to make that pentakill emblem with the spat she took from the carousel, able to get additional pentakill online. Humbug, on the other hand, does have an upgraded board now, is at level 9, but there's so much backline access between the Karthus reaching the backline and the Vex stunning the front line that Rain just has too much to get it done. And DQA with the Riven 3 going to go out in 6th.
Wow. A couple of rerollers going out in the bottom 4 here. Samira 3 going down, Riven 3 following suit. Rain has 2 round wins in a row, trying to make every single round work to the best of her ability. But a player like Kyun, who's had such a strong early game, is now level 9, has so much gold just on the bench, right? He could be going to level 10 here soon, especially with that Karthus upgrade. That is massive. It not only spreads Morello's, but with that JG, right, still just does a ton of damage, especially having that 3 pentakill online.
Now, Bruce does have some backline access on the other side with this Akali, maybe able to deal with this Karthus before too much damage has been done. The problem is that this Ari's going to have to cast a lot of times to get through this 6 bruiser front line. The Akali does take out the Karthus, so now it's really just a question of whether the front line of Bruce will hold, and whether this Poppy's strong enough to delay enough for this Olaf to go down. The Olaf's now on the Ari and goes down. Wow, a close fight, but it looks like Bruce is going to take that over Kyun, who's going to take his first loss quite a while as Bruce stays alive and secures the top 4.
That was actually so close too. Rain does go down in 5th. We have our top 4, but for Kyun, if that Olaf just had like a half a second to auto attack that Ari more, take her down with just a few more autos, stay alive, then probably could have dueled the Akali at that point. That's a matchup that Olaf is pretty much always winning, especially with how much healing is coming through. And the Akali doesn't have a ton of burst damage, but Kyun is still in a very, very solid spot. 39 HP, almost double that of second place. has over 50 gold right now, can just sack 1 or 2 rounds, go to level 10. So Kyun is still thinking, like, how does he cap this board even further? Again, do you have any insights on maybe how he's going to do that? Is it going to be just things like the upgraded units like Ziggs 2, Yorick 2, but what unit can he put in?
I mean, right off the bat, my first instinct is upgrading the Yorick 2 and then maybe playing around something like Thresh 2, or maybe having additional damage where you can just have you have this blue buff in the back line. If you find another AD item, there's a world where you just have a random Jin 2 with blue buff plus AD is maybe dealing enough damage. I think the reality, though, is Kyun's got a lot of resources, right? He had this Spoils of War 3 that really got no value for so much of the game. And as soon as 6 Bruiser came online, he started winning so many of these fights, was able to get a lot of power into his board. But he is up against Upset Max, who has this Last Stand Yone 3 and the Titan's Edge of Night Zed. And with so many units clumped up, getting a lot of value out of these edgelords. But Olaf backed himself into the corner to take him out one by one. Don't think it's going to be enough, though.
No, not quite. He tried his best. Olaf swinging and swinging and swinging some more, but no. Especially with that Kiana CC coming through for half of that fight as well, right? Olaf can't really deal super well against that. Is going to stave off his healing for just a little bit. Bruce Law does go out in 4th place, but pretty hard fought and well-earned 4th, I think, especially with the comps that we see right now. Between Upset Max having this giga strong Yone, Humbug as well, with just how well he played the early game and getting into the super strong disco board. And of course Kyun as well with that Olaf reroll. A couple of compositions that we expected to see, but I really love seeing Olaf in this mix. But for now we're seeing Humbug versus Upset Max. Can Yone face against this disco board?
Yeah, I mean, traditionally speaking, Yone does do quite well into these disco boards. There's so many units clumped up that when that Yone gets into the back line, they're just gone. So I think if Humbug wants to go second here, he's just going to have to hope that he can win against Kyun, play against Upset Max's Ghost, and pray that Upset Max kills Kyun more than he kills Humbug. It's a little bit of rock, paper, scissors right now.
No, it definitely is. We might even see this game end, right before the stage 6 carousel, just how much damage players have been dealing to each other across the whole game, especially the early game when you have like a cruel pack to throw in the mix, and just the power levels that prismatic augments do give. Kyun has not gone to level 10 quite yet, because he can greed one more turn, even if he loses, right? He could just go level 10, find these upgrades, and be even more capped. Does find this matchup into Humbug, however, so let's see how the Olaf does into this disco and how much time he's able to have.
Nami 1 is bubbling that Olaf. The Nami's actually still alive, pretty huge, but no, the Lux is going to take that out. So no more CC to take out this Olaf. He's making his way through the front line, and right after that, it's going to find himself on the TF. Humbug will surely take a third there. 2 matchups that proved to be very difficult for TF, despite the fact that it is one of the strongest, the strongest 4 costs in the game. Final carousel of the game right now, though. We'll see if anyone can sneak anything a little bit tricky to cap out their board a bit more. Upset Max finds the Hand of Justice. On the other hand, Kyun with the Adaptive Helm, probably going to, I imagine, going to be throwing that on some sort of backline, maybe to get those Dazzler procs online a little bit faster. And does find a Jin, kind of maybe, switches back into the Sona on board right now. Makes sense. The shape of this composition is stalling, so adding something like this Sona will give you, I'm assuming, attack speed and go this on-hit magic damage. Also finds a Lowy pair. There's a few different ways to scale up this board. The problem is Kyun's kind of running out of time, and up against Upset Max right now, this could be the last fight of the game. See how it plays out.
Could be if Kyun does take it. Upset Max just on 1 HP, but we know that Yone is really good into this matchup, especially if he's able to get into the back line. Some CC from Zach, but it's just not enough. Upset Max has so much damage. Olaf isn't able to get through these carries nearly fast enough. With as much as Kyun has improved his board, right, Gangly, it's still just not enough, right? The Ziggs 2, the Yorick 2, but they just fall over instantly. Alawi 2 is a nice upgrade, right? But with no items on it, she doesn't have a lot of lasting power onto this board. Kyun still can sell this a pair of canes on the bench. Maybe consider like selling off the Zac and putting it onto Alawi. Maybe the tentacles will buy enough time.
Yeah,
Not
the
quite
problem is
sure
there's
though.
really no single target damage on the side of Kiyun's board, right? Which is
Yeah.
what you need when you're looking to take out a Yone, because yeah, you've got the Ziggs 2 who's dealing a lot of damage, you've got Karthus who's dealing a lot of damage, but it's spread out so much across the entirety of Upset Max's board that you're not actually able to kill the important unit, which is Yone, before he fully stacks up on those Titans, gets so much Omni-Vamp, and we're seeing it right now. Once he backs Kiyun up into that corner, the Yone takes over the fight, and just like
Last
that,
stand.
he is going to proc Kiyun's last stand.
Yep, Kiyun still has this to function, to work with here, so maybe the extra stats can, provide a little bit of extra time. I honestly don't think it's
I'm
going
not
to be
convinced,
enough, though. Yeah, talking about single target damage, though, there is a couple Jins in the shop. You were calling out Jin being a possibility a bit earlier. There is the blue buff on the Zig, so would have to sell that, but the adaptive helm maybe just goes in the front line at that point, and we luck into some really good AD item, maybe an IE from this neutral round. But I don't think Kiyun's even thinking about that as an option, right? The Jins just pass on by in the shop. He's looking for other there's 2 more Jins. The game's like, please go this option. He does buy them now.
Maybe
He does have the
TG
Kane.
Kane. Yeah, I play that over to Sona. It's just this is
Headliner
tough.
Jin. The game's screaming at Kiyun to just play Jin. He doesn't want to.
Let's see. He does find the Sona too. Yeah, no, he does not want to play that. Wants to play this Kane. I mean, listen, Kane 2 on Last Stand is going to be extremely powerful. But the problem is, I'm really just not convinced you're able to take out these multi-threats of the Kiana 2, the Zed 2, the Viego 2, and the Yone 3, all with Last Stand procced. Upset Max is getting so much value out of this board. And the Kane is still alive for now, definitely dealing damage.
Wait a minute.
Wait a second. Wait a
He's finding
second.
a way. He's doing it.
It actually was enough. That is so shocking to me, but obviously, you know what? We don't know what we're talking about, because just like that, Kiyun on Last Stand with the Kane 2 is able to cap out the board enough to take it over Upset Max, who had been winning for almost the entirety of the game after that very, very long loss streak early on in the game.
Oh my god, that's crazy there at the end. I did not expect it to go that way. The Last Stand stats were good, but I think the positioning was good enough as well, right? With the Last Stand extra stats, the Olaf was positioned right in front of the Yone and actually took him out. And that's the big thing, because Yone wasn't able to get there quite fast enough to take on the Olaf. The fight just went completely the other direction. That was absolutely crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I think a big part of that, like we mentioned before, is that Yone often uses units to ladder to the backline, right? We saw it against the TF, but like you're calling out, and I didn't even notice it, it's a great call out. If the Olaf is stopping that Yone from getting to the backline, it gives the backline of this Ziggs 2, the Karthus 2, and this Kane who's now free hitting this large clumping of edgelords enough time to deal damage and take out the rest of the team. And even though that was the Yone still alive at the very end, when you have 7 units online with Last Stand proc, it's just too much raw damage being targeted onto that Yone. So he may not have had single target damage, but in a 7 against 1, it's enough damage overall to find its way there. Now, that's going to do it for game 1, but the great news is that we've got 5 more games on the day, so don't go anywhere. We're going to go to a quick break, and when we come back, we'll hand it off to the analyst desk.
back, everybody, to the TFT KDA Cup. We are in the midst of day number 3, and we already were able to kick off the day strong. Got Azael and Casanova back on the analyst desk to break down that very first game, and I feel like there's a lot to talk about based on all the new changes and how those kind of came to fruition for this first game.
Yeah, I mean, the first one I want to talk about, of course, is going to be Wei Iverson, right? He ended up taking Cruel Pact. This is not something we see all the time in competitive. It pops up here and there, but Azael and I were talking about how good it might have been on the current patch with the ability to help you win streak early on with how good win streak is. And on top of that, I think the fact that, hey, 3-cost reroll, Cruel Pact getting you to level 7 very quickly, it makes a lot of sense. And so Wei went in that direction, but why did it fall flat? Why did he end up going in 7th place? Well, I think one of the big things was that his itemization ended up forcing him to play around that Samira, and it didn't even have any gloves. Like, he barely had any gloves. He just had that guard breaker. So it doesn't really work that well, even though they were 80 items for Samira. So his damage ended up getting, taken back a little bit, where 6 Executioner, that should be the strong point of the composition. And because of that, he was not able to even find a 3-star frontliner. He really needed that Amumu, because when you play 6 Executioner, the damage is there from the traits and those units being so good, but your frontline's really weak because you're using all these units as backliners, and not having the 3-star Amumu just meant that Wei could not get it together, and he couldn't find the wins, ends up going out in 7th.
I mean, it's so interesting too, because he had the 3-star Mumu in shop, right? And we were talking about this, right? And I feel like he should have just sold his Pantheon and just bought it and just put in something else. It's like, yeah, you lose 2 Guardian. Yeah, you do lose that Pantheon too. But I think 3-star Mumu actually would have won in that round, because that was against DQA, I think he got eliminated by. The Riven was really low, and I think that 3-star Mumu would have given him that little bit of extra time. But it is a tough choice, right? Yeah, you do, hopefully have a better board if you can actually live through that round, but he was just in such a weak spot. I felt like he needed to sell. It was also interesting, watching Upset Max, who, played this last stand, was playing just like Urgot and whatever he could actually scrape together. He was on a massive loss streak early, was on like a 9-10 loss streak, actually led his last stand proc just to have that extra round of eco going into a PvE round, I believe. Then did a massive roll down there with the March of Progress on 7, had a huge amount of gold, was able to hit that headliner Yone that he wanted. Eventually, after he does have that last stand proc, he gets towards that Yone 3, was able to hit it, and was able to go from what was 8th place all the way up to 2nd, just losing out in that final round to Kian.
Yeah, it was really crazy, because he did drop pretty much lower than Wei. He was at like 32 HP on that first loss streak. I think he even dropped to 20s. He lost one more round there before rubber banding when he actually hit the first Yone, and he didn't even rubber band, right? He kept losing a little bit until he eventually had to proc it, as you said, going into a creep round. So it was really well executed from Upset Max, like incredibly impressive play on a loss streak style that we're like, hey, is this gone? Well, there's still ways to play around it.
Yeah,
with your last stand, sure.
I mean, it's also one of those things where it's like, it's not like he was open for it. Like, I don't even think he was trying to be weak. It's the accidental loss streak, right? But it was also really cool watching Kyun, because we were talking about this a lot, especially towards the end of the game. Generally, when I see Olaf reroll, what happens is if they hit early, which Kyun did, he hit with 30 gold left, or 34 gold left, I should say, on 3-1, then leveled, went 5, so he went 5 with 30 gold. It was in a really good spot. And often I see the comp, push you towards having this massive HP lead, and then it kind of peters out and you just get outcapped and you lose, right? He got to level 10. We were talking about this because he lost a bunch of rounds in a row, but he still had last stand. And I was thinking, if that was me, I would have actually sold my Olaf at level 10 and said, all right, can I win with a legendary headliner? Because it didn't look like he could actually win, with just that Olaf. But at the end of the day, last stand proc, he got in the Kane 2, got his Ziggs 2 itemized, had the Olaf right in front of the Yone. Everything kind of worked out for him, but he held the line and he was right.
Yeah, it's the really cool thing is, like, I was kind of with you where I was like, I don't know if it wins even when it pops, but it was like this big influx of stats on top of really good stats, like the way that it was stacking up on top of each other, right? You have all the HP from Bruiser, and then Last Stand gives you resist, which is then going to just, compound on top of each other with the HP, and then heavy hitters meant that everything had a lot of AD, so the Omnivamp actually gave a lot of healing to all of the different Bruisers, and it just worked so well with the setup that Last Stand ended up making a 7-0 on one side, a 7-0 on the other side in that fight.
Hey, don't forget, Olaf got a tiny little damage buff.
He did. It was a big buff.
It was a little one, but it was a big buff at the end of the day when it all stacks together. So I'm an Olaf believer. That was a great game to be able to watch the back and forth. And honestly, I got caught by surprise. I'm like, I actually forgot that Kyun had Last Stand because it hadn't activated yet. Like, you didn't even need it except for kind of the finishing blow in that game. So it's kind of awesome. You can see both sides of that strategy pay off. Either it's a really early way to bail yourself out of a bad game and be able to get that second place, or it can just kind of win you the lobby. Both are valid. It works out.
I mean, Last Stand, I think, is really, really strong on current patch. I mean, I think it's a pretty powerful augment regardless, but when we talk about a lot of the comps, like Executioner, it's pretty good with. Obviously, Olaf roll, hey, it worked well with that. All the melee rerolls, hey, it's really good with that. Country, it's really good with that. Like, there's a lot of different comps that it's very, very strong with, because a lot of the meta, you know, if you're playing around 3 cost, is around playing these AD lines, right? 4 cost is more around the AP lines, obviously with Karthus and Disco being so popular, but it's super strong in this meta, and I feel like Last Stand is something that you want to at least consider taking almost like anytime you see it on 3-2.
Yeah, it's just the way like stat stacking works in TFT, right? And how they compound the effects. And, you know, we talked about it in the case of Six Bruiser, but it was a good call out for you to just say 3 stars, because 3 stars just have innately high HP. So by giving them additional stats, which maybe they wouldn't be building those 80 lines, right? You have a lot of attack damage that you've built, but now you're getting some resist on top of it. And the Omnivamp that you can keep going, right? Like, it's just so good overall. It just gives you everything that you need. And it takes it so if you can hit the 3-star before you know, proc it and lose it, you're gonna just start rubber banding super hard, as we saw Upset Max do.
Oh, I'm so excited about this first game, because honestly, some of these decisions go back to even just the portal choice. I feel like that we got Prismatic Prelude, and now I'm buzzing over here because this is not a portal we kind of typically expect these pros to take, because it has such high variance when it comes down to what that Prismatic is offered to you. So how do you feel like that changed up the pace of this game, if any?
I mean, it changed it a lot, right? You know, one of the things that we were talking about was Rain's board, you know, Raid on 2-1. Rain had 5 Superfan on 2-1. And I'm looking at that board. That's a 5 streak, right? What I was initially thinking. But we saw some of these other boards that were ridiculously strong. You know, not only was it that it was Wage Iverson playing Cruel Pact, he had, I think, 3 2-stars on 2-1 with Cruel Pact at level 6. And then we saw, obviously, the Olaf reroll had a really strong board as well. So that's the thing, is that you can hit these really strong boards, think that you're in an incredible spot, but Prismatics can give you so much extra power that sometimes, you know, someone has just capped out that much higher or gotten that board that's that much more powerful, and it can really kind of like increase the pace of the game, because all of a sudden a board that would normally be stable is no longer stable, right? And you have to roll more aggressively or level more aggressively. You have to really change the way you're playing.
It's like the very interesting thing about Cruel Pact that it's always had, right? Because Cruel Pact is so strong, you level up very quickly, and then you're beating everyone down in the early game and getting that win streak. But you have to remember, if you took Cruel Pact, you're in a Prismatic lobby. So kind of being locked at level 7 when other people are also going to have these big amounts of power can get very scary, and you can end up petering out if you don't high roll a little bit at that point. And we saw a lot of people going for heavy economy investment, right? Cruel Pact, I would say, in this case, is kind of an econ augment, right? It's giving you a lot of tempo by getting you on that win streak, and it's giving you the ability to roll better shops earlier on, which saves you money in the long run with leveling up. And then we had going long, right? So a lot of players are kind of looking towards ways that they can build that economy early, since there is, you know, not the way of getting it through streaking.
Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting. We didn't see anyone playing like Rich Get Richer or anything like that, which I feel like those are more popular when it's non-prismatic. A lot of the economy augments. Economy augments, I think, on prismatic are really risky, because you lose so much combat power that often you just get pounded in the early game and you lose so much health. So, you know, it is kind of one of those like high risk, high reward styles, but it's really interesting because especially in gold and silver augments, I think people really do place a high priority on those econ augments, because, you know, it allows you to play almost to the same kind of tempo and timings that you did previously, right? On the previous patch, where you can play around Disco or Karthus, the 4-cost headliners, and still be rolling on 4-1, 4-2 and have a lot of gold to do it. So, you know, then if you can hit that headliner at that timing, it's obviously a lot stronger. So it's going to be interesting going forward. I wasn't expecting to go for prismatic Prismatic Symphony.
No, not at all.
Excuse me, Prismatic Prelude, I should say. But maybe we'll get some more exciting Portal choices in these coming games as well.
Grab Brave.
Yeah, brave. I'm so down.
It would be so funny. Like, but I can't imagine being a tournament player. Like, if it's me, I'm playing online. Who cares? I'm gonna click it every time. But
Griefing
can you
everybody.
imagine getting eliminated in a tournament by the crab?
I promise you, Replay will one guy that portal every time. Replay has like a history of one guy in the portal that no one wants to play because he thinks that everyone else will be so uncomfortable that it gives him an edge.
Mental edge.
Yeah.
I swear that is real. Some people will get tilted if you take a portal like that, and if you get it and you're the 1 in 8 chance and it actually rolls to you. Everyone's on like Silver Symphony and you're on Crab Rave and you get it. There's gonna be some players that are instantly tilted by you, and you might just be in a great mindset. So
there you go.
It's all about being confident, and if you're confident and you're having fun, maybe that's the recipe for success that these players are looking for. So I would love to see if that comes to fruition. I think like one final note that I have about maybe one of the prismatics is I just got to ask about the going long choice. We saw Jax take going long, and I'm curious about your thoughts. Is that an augment that you take, or is that something that you feel like if you're offered this, you just have to be in a specific spot to take it?
So going long is pretty interesting because it gives you a lot of economy in the way that it levels you up, right? You can't make interest anymore. You gain XP every single round. So a lot of your gold instead can just be used to try and improve your board, or it can be used to push levels faster. I saw a game from Appy's where he went to level 7 on 2-7 playing around going long. So going long can allow you to even contest the Cruel Pack player for the speed in which you level up. But then even past that, you can go to level 8 faster than anyone else and utilize that to hit either Pentacoli or Disco before any other player can. And so that's usually the way that we see it played. And we didn't really see Jax use it for tempo in this game. He didn't have one of the early win streaks. He didn't try and push the levels and get those shot bots to try and get more that way. But I think Jax was ending up still going for one of the lines. I think he was on Pentacoli in that game, so still going for that. And I think that going long in general does help you just open up the 4-cost lines a lot better.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's not something that I play a lot with because honestly, I don't really know the augment that well. So it's not something I'm super comfortable with, and I haven't really played it a lot. But it is interesting, right? Because you're talking about like using it to push levels. And a couple of times I've seen it in a lot of my games, people are almost playing it like, oh god, well I can't even think what the gold augment was that gives you gold per round, but it took away your ability to get interest. Yeah, I felt like people were playing it like Hustler almost, right? Where they're just like rolling to 0 and just trying to play win streak boards. So it is interesting to see kind of the different styles that you can play. I know some people have been experimenting with it, and when you can learn those lines, like that's one of the things that you can get an advantage, right? There's so many different combinations that even tournament players are not going to be comfortable with every single augment. They're not going to be comfortable with every portal and augment combo. And the strengths of different augments and lines can drastically change based on your portal as well, right? So it is one of those things that being a really well-rounded player and someone who has experience with all these different things gets a big advantage. And that's why you see some of the biggest pros, biggest streamers who are just grinding out like 20, 30 games in a session because they want to be able to have the experience with all these different lines. So when it happens in a tournament game, they're comfortable. They have an idea of how to play it out where some of their opponents might not.
I'm so pumped to see if maybe we find somebody that can crack the code of playing Twin Terror. That's not just the OP composition. We'll have to wait and find out. It's just the first game done as we take a look at our players that are in 64th through 49th place. People that were standing out to me, Ashmu, K3 Soju, both took an 8th in that first game.
Yeah, Dish Soap as well was pretty surprising. Dish Soap is somebody who plays, pretty consistently, for that top 4. We don't see a lot of 8s out of Dish Soap. A lot more of the time we'll see something like a 6th as a low placement that we see out of him. So an 8th to start the day, definitely not what you want to see, especially when we talk about how, hey, you cannot bomb out of a cup.
Yeah. I mean, it's really interesting because I feel like Dish Soap's also pretty vocal about preferring, 4-cost flex lines. And I don't feel like that's really the meta right now. He doesn't like the reroll metas nearly as much. That's not really his style. So I think, this may be a little bit away from his comfort zone. But looking up at all these people who hit first, we have Rot Ripple up there, Degree, Spicy Abby's, Bakigom, Kiyun. So a lot of really strong players up towards the top. Setsuko I saw took a 3rd. So there are some of the favorites that are still performing well, but definitely some surprises down towards the bottom. But it is only game number 1. There's a lot of TFT to play. And the reality is, it's a high variance game, right? You can play a great game and still sometimes have that low play spit. So we'll have to see how you can bounce back, because that to me is almost the biggest factor, is like, how are you affected mentally by this, right? If you take an 8th in game 1, can you actually just like shake that off and be able to perform at a high level?
Yeah, and don't forget, we are going to be reseeding these lobbies after every 2 games as well. So that's a little bit of a shakeup that might give you that extra life you need in order to actually make it further in the competition. So we're going to go ahead and get ready for that second game ahead of us in day 3 of the KDA Cup. Can some of these players that went 8th turn their fortunes around and maybe be able to grab that first in this next game? Let's find out and kick things over to Gangly and Crowan for this next game.
Thank you very much. A wonderful breakdown of game number 1, Gangly. There's so much action, so much to talk about, and there continues to be, right? What are your thoughts after game number 1, especially leading into game 2?
Listen, I mean, we've said it so many times, even in the short time we've been on this broadcast, that there's no margin for error here at the KDA Cup, right? You really need to be able to focus and turn it around if things go poorly. Some of these players are going to be starting off the day with the 7th, with an 8th, and being able to maintain your mental is really, really important. That's why I think it's important to acknowledge the fact that we have 14 players debuting in the second weekend of a cup. That's 14 players who have never made it to days 3 or 4. And I know even in this upcoming lobby, we have 4 of those players. So what I'm really interested in seeing at this point in the tournament going on is those players who are new to the scene. We heard it from Humbug earlier, right? He said, the thing that changed in me is that I learned how to focus. Mental is such an important part of competition, even more so in TFT, because it's a decision-making game. For those players who did start off with a 7th or an 8th, and these new players in the field like Kaiwang, Biri, I Like Cat 3, and DK, can they turn it around if they have a low roll moment to find themselves back on the upswing and stabilize their, quite honestly, their tournament life into 10?
Exactly. There's even, out of the players who are debuting in their second weekend of a cup, 3 out of 4 in this lobby that we're looking at right now in game number 1, they went top 4, right? There was Kaiwang getting 2nd, DK getting 3rd, I Like Cats 3 getting a 4th place. Only one who wasn't able to is Biri, but it is only one game, right? There is still a lot of room for improvement, and especially, you know, it's gonna be a treat to watch Ashbu, of course. I see the player cam right now, and I just get excited seeing all the reactions and everything that's going through his head. It's just such an experience. If you didn't get a chance to see him at the Vegas Open, today is gonna be quite the treat for you, of course. But there's also a couple players that I really want to highlight in this lobby as well, right? T-Lides being one of them, got 3rd in the Runeterra Forge finals, made it all the way to the World Championships. Darth Nub almost did as well, got 3rd in the Runeterra Forge mid set, 4th in the regional finals, so just narrowly didn't make it to Worlds. But these are players that are so strong. I'll be really curious to see how they do fare against, you know, the players who are debuting in their second weekend as we get on into round number 2, Gangly.
All right, a couple different players standing on that Prismatic Symphony. We heard it from Azael in the break that if you can find the mental edge of throwing your opponents off, sometimes that can be the difference maker. But 6 of the 8 players on this field want to play with the completed Anvil. We'll see if that's where it's going to land. And Darth Nub,
Prismatic.
the Prismatic Symphony. So in this portal, it means all 3 augment. It is a symphony of Prismatic augment. Everything is going to come up Prismatic at 2-1, at 3-2, and at 4-2. Players will be offered their choice of these extremely volatile augments. And if we didn't see enough of the power gap in the last game, I think we're going to see it even more so this one.
Oh, 100%, right? We're going to be seeing similar things at 2-1 in terms of that power gap, but at 3-2 and 4-2 is going to get even crazier, right? And I'm really excited to see those augments that we kind of, you know, missed out on game number 1. There's so many in the game, right? But maybe this time around, we'll see things like Twin Terror. We did see Going Long, right? And that's one of the ones I was curious about. And unfortunately, did go 8th place, right? The Jax was not able to convert that into his disco board. I didn't quite see kind of how that manifested. I think that level 8 roll down was a little subpar, just wasn't able to stabilize. But again, right, how can players find these opportunities, especially with I Like Cats here getting a Samira gifted to them with an orb, having a Tom Kent in the shop? country is a thing that we didn't see as well in game number 1, at least in our lobby, but especially with that change that that Jazz emblem is now a country emblem with spat and a cloak. We could be seeing some super capped country boards here.
Wow, the Vi Mosher headliner being picked up. This is one of those headliners that in the last patch, you really would not see anybody picking this up. This time around, Vi does get a buff. And with the 4 Mosher off the start, I'm curious to see what this opener looks like. This is definitely, it's one of those openers where it's very patch dependent. And if it's strong enough, I mean, we might actually see this Vi take over.
Yeah, talking about the econ augments, I believe Azale mentioned just a few minutes ago that like when it's a prismatic augment, the econs feel a little bit less good because all the combat power that other players get is going to be insane. Shopping Spree is super interesting though. I think that's actually a really solid augment. But,
I like that a lot here.
Oh, let's roll the dice though.
Yeah. On the other hand, Robyvan takes the Twin Terror. Wow. Twin Terror with the double Corki. This is honest. So here's the thing. It is strong right now. The reality, though, is it actually doesn't matter how strong it is right now because on 3-2, Roby is going to get extremely powerful. And if he can roll the dice in his favor, end up with that Twitch 3, the Vex 3, a 3-star frontline in the Pantheon, and a Mumu, we could actually see a board that is a very safe top 4. I know actually on the GSC, Twin Terror did not win very often, but it was almost always a top 4. It was something nearing a 70% top 4 rate, but a relatively low win rate. So in something like this prismatic Symphony lobby, I'm curious to see if it's going to be able to cap out high enough for that top 2 finish.
Yeah, that is really interesting, actually, because that's a crazy top 4 rate, right? But I guess other compositions, like those either other, 3-cost rerolls or those super capped, based armor 4-cost carry boards are going to be able to do it. That's a glove slam that actually, a belt slam that wins the round for Roby. These are these little micro niche plays that separate the good players from the great players. Gang, we both got excited about that one.
Okay,
seeing Roby take that win.
We've talked about the system changes that have come in this patch, right? A lot of players last patch, when offered Twin Terror, would be enticed to just full sell their board, stabilize in 3-2, have the open fort into high economy. This time around, though, because a lot of your gold, quite frankly, is coming from the gold you're generating by winning an individual round, Roby says, you know what, forget it. I don't mind having a belt on my Corki. It's good enough to give me 1 gold right now, and that honestly, every single gold counts in TFT, so you never know if that's going to be the difference maker.
Yeah, and I love that you bring that up because we're seeing that style of play from Ashmu right now. Basically, not quite full open, but essentially is making 10 gold right now in Econ. Has Twin Terror as well, so it's going to be contested in this lobby between Robyvan Kenob and Ashmu. Ashmu really wants to go big or go home in this game, right? Especially starting off in game number 1 with an 8th. He's like, all right, Twin Terror. Sure, insta click. I wonder if he scouted and saw Roby take it, right? Because it's almost one of those things that if you see it presented to you, you want to click it the fastest. Because if other players scout, they're like, oh, I'm being contested. Maybe I don't want to play Twin Terror. There are multiple comps that can work out with this play style, but of course, the most obvious one we did, talk about it, or at least Casanova did at the start of day, is with that Twitch, Pantheon, Vex, and Mumu. But are there any other options getting that stand out to you in terms of Twin Terror, or is it just really that one?
Well, I think there honestly is a world where if they're really afraid of contesting each other, that one player ends up rolling on 6, the other rolls on 7. You play some sort of Samira-based Twin Terror, because the reality is you're playing Twin Terror, you're going to want to play around those Executioners. I imagine maybe there's some sort of punk variation with the Jinx as well, but it's just not something I would really want to hedge my bets on right now. So I think, honestly, in this position, if you're Ashmu, you really have one goal, which is to make sure you have more money than Roby, because the only objective from here on out is hitting. And whether you have 10 health, 50 health, 1 health, it doesn't matter, because if you hit this headliner Twitch, this 3-star Twitch, a strong front line, it's going to carry you through the mid game. So I'm very interested to see, oh wow, actually I say that, and Ashmu does take the win. So Ashmu, I was going to say, is in a position where he could opt for the Though nerfed, the open fort style of play, but does not do that, does take the win in that next one. So we'll have to see the econ of these two players going into stage 3.
Nothing super crazy in the augments. I suppose like Caretaker's Chosen for a Berry might have some really big value when we get to that, level 6 and level 8, especially getting that Radiant item. I like Cats getting just all of those components out of Buried Treasure. Darth Nub, did take at least a loss or two, but with that Spoils of War, really wants to be farming every single item possible. But DK has a spat, has a 1 component opener, and 50 gold at 2-5. Gangly, this is an open for it playstyle. They're wondering, can it work out? But I think having 50 gold at this point means that, yeah, you're in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, I mean, Open Fort is weaker, right? It got nerfed from generating 10 gold in stage 2 to 6. However, this is the condition in which you would want to play Open Fort. When you have the econ opener, it means that your board strength naturally is going to be lower than everyone else's. On top of that, you're playing New Recruit, which some of your power is in having 1 additional unit, but some of that power is also in this Nico's help that's going to be on your bench, or the champion duplicator, excuse me. So DK is going to be able to change the curve of his power level from having a relatively strong stage 2 board that goes win-loss to playing around, rolling on 3-5, and either maybe 2-starring a 4 cost or even using this champion duplicator around a 3 cost. I actually don't think it's that bad value, despite the fact that it is the stronger champion duplicator.
100%. And hey, I too, my brain always goes to calling it Nico's help in the first, and I remind myself, oh, it's champion duplicator.
We're old people.
I know, we've been around too long at this point, Gangly. We're too old. But Ashmu, oh yeah, go ahead.
Interesting. I mean, so here's, I imagine this is probably just an item holder, but I did call it out before. There is a Punk Jinx variation of Twin Terror. However, it looks like he has not pumped any gold into leveling up. So there is a potential to play around this. It is significantly weaker than the Twitch variation. And so there's a world where Ashmu says, you know what, I've gotten 8th in the first game anyway. I might as well just contest and pray that I hit. Or we'll see, maybe he can say, if this is strong enough to net me a 5th or a 6th playing around the Jinx Twin Terror variation, it's good enough for me, and I'll make it back up in the next game.
Yeah, that's definitely interesting.
Wow.
That's gonna be a Twitch headliner found for Darth Nub, and gonna be just farming a dummy there versus T-Lides in this round. Kai Wang, the only player to 100 HP streak into neutrals. T-Lides working with some early 8-bit stacking. That one up has the IE like you were talking about last game, Gangly. It's just such a good item. So many compositions use it so well. And there's a Yone on the board already, actually selling out of that headliner Corki to try to find a better one. Maybe if T-Lides gets some gold here, it's going to pre-level to 5, maybe find a 2-cost headliner to carry the IE for just a little bit. But T-Lides, another player who hasn't really pumped any gold yet, is just trying to get that economy online.
No, yeah, there are a lot of players greeting their econ right now, some of which had the econ opener, some of which honestly might have just said, hey, I can't beat these players on the top of the standings right now. I don't have a chance of winning. So maybe it's better to make 1 additional econ interval. Maybe it's better to get into that loose streak where now I'm generating 1 gold per turn. And, oh wow, T-Lights does find Samira, Urgot, and the Tom Kench. All of a sudden, this is a pretty good spot to play some sort of country reroll.
Yeah, it's not bad. I mean, Last Whisper does, typically go on the Samira, but with that Even Shroud can just maybe go a Giant Slayer and another IE. IE stacking on Samira is so strong, and I think that definitely has to be at least a consideration, if not just being played for the mid game. Moving over back to DK, they had so much gold and tried to find a level 6 board where they can stabilize. The front line is okay. You got a couple Sentinels, a few Guardians, but a Rage Blade, Deathcap, and IE on a pentakill Kale, Gangly. Kale, not a unit that we see as a mid-game carry that often, but she can do a lot of pretty solid work.
No, so I'm gonna expose myself a little bit because obviously I know Kale reroll is a thing. I am not entirely confident on the conditions upon which it is actually good, because what I know is that it was played 8 games in the GSC and averaged a 7. So
averaged a 7 over 8 games?
It did. It did in fact do that.
Let's not even think about that, Kyle. Throw it out the window. Get it out of here.
So, yeah, but you know what? He he did roll pretty deep on 3-2 to stabilize and does have the Nico and is holding 4 kills at the moment. So maybe there's an angle for it, and I'm definitely not in love with any of these augment options right now, especially because you've already committed so much of your item economy towards slamming those items on Kale.
Farm assist was the pickup there.
Interesting pickup. Typically a lot stronger in those melee carries, right? But with those items that you've slammed on the Kale, it feels like if I'm DK, I'm very dizzy at the moment. So we'll see how he digs himself out.
All right, we're going to be upping the average of the kill reroll. Ashmu, however, has found a pivot into Twin Terror, but has rolled so low and is on 1-star copies of everything, not even a pair of Twitch to save Ashmu here, Gangly. This looks rough.
I will say though, this is lucky gloves right on Ashmu right now. So any Thieves Gloves in the hands of these units is going to roll very strong items. Lucky Gloves in the hand of Executioners in particular is so powerful because you do get the native crit from the Thieves Gloves in addition to the powerful items that it's going to generate. So even though it looks really bad, the power level of this 1-star board is significantly higher than it should be because,
gonna win.
Truth be told, these are some best-in-slot augments for Twitch reroll.
I love you look at the positive side, gang. That was too doomer. Thanks for balancing out this dynamic here, especially with multiple Thieves Gloves being rolled, right? The Amumu and the Vex. No, in a rough spot economy-wise and units-wise, but yes, the augments are going to be pretty good. If he does, high roll a little bit of, say, matchmaking, can get that economy back, maybe high roll a Twitch headliner, then we can start to see the comeback happen. Moving back over to DK, and I'm not unhappy to be here because I want to see what this Kale is cooking, right? Surely this is Biss Kale, right? No, it's obviously not going to be a Biss Kale, but now that you've mentioned it and gotten this idea of Kale reroll into my mind, I just can't stop thinking about it, and I want to see it, and I don't know if this is the spot for it. In fact, I think it's not. But still the opportunity is here.
I think it's not. So it makes a little bit more sense to me now. I had thought that he had slammed this Rageblade. I did not realize that it was a super fan item. This does change the landscape of this board quite a bit. All of a sudden, you have this spat open, you have the Rabadon's Death Cap and the IE, which means that you can play this IE on Akali, you have the Rabadon's Death Cap for Karthus, you can make a pentakill spat. This actually looks like a pretty strong line alongside the Champion Duplicator to play around a level 8 pentakill board. Ashmu doing some weaving too. Don't know if you caught that.
Yeah.
He went between the units and then went back to the one that he weaved between just to show off.
Oh man, that micro is very, very impressive. Tried it myself, but no, I'm too old and washed up to execute like these young TFT players here. No, but that is impressive. A little bit of micro. Did wrap back around to get the Zed with the sword. And just that 4 gold, right, is really going to do a lot of work for Ashmu. Sword fantastic for a Twitch item in the future. Beery, though, playing Heartsteel, Gangly. We get to see some hype finally out of this, raising the stakes, trying to lose out on these rounds here in Stage 3 and get a big cash out to then go all the way into a huge win streak.
All right, so I was in that carousel. I noticed that Beery was level 5, and I thought to myself, I don't think we saw anybody in a position where they're re-rolling some 1 cost and they got stuck on it, right?
Yeah.
All of a sudden, this makes sense. He was level 5 in the first half of that Stage 3 because he's raising the stakes. Now, for anyone who's not familiar with this is the new mechanic in Heartsteel, which essentially means after your initial cash out, you can choose to not reap the rewards of your cash out and instead raise the stakes where you will get double the heart of your Heartsteel every turn. However, if you lose, you will immediately cash out at half of your current stack. So this is a very high risk, high reward decision by Beery, which makes sense when you look at his second augment option there too, which was that final, or was that, I'm not seeing it right now, but I don't know if it was final reserves or if it was vampirism. It was one of those though.
Yeah, I unfortunately missed it myself. We can get a chance to see it a bit later. But no, I do really enjoy seeing this kind of Heartsteel playstyle on the new patch because your Stage 3 is going to make or break your game. It was only on 3 Heartsteel, and you really see that come through with 5 Heartsteel. What you looking at?
I'm looking at this other Twin Terror board on our screen right now, right? It is not the Twitch variation. It's a variation I cannot say I've never seen, but I will say, if you think about the player piloting this Twin Terror board, if there is someone in this lobby that is going to cook up something spicy, it's going to be Roby. This is one of those players who historically has not been considered the top upper echelon of North American TFT, but somehow always finds himself qualifying through the Last Chance qualifier, making a deep run in the regional finals. We saw him at the Last Chance qualifier for the World Championship not too long ago, and he loves to cook and play creative lines that net himself an edge over other people who will not who wouldn't dare contest him on that line. So sorry to cut you off. It really did shock me to see that Lulu reroll here.
Hey, if you see something exciting, you know, it's worth mentioning right there, and you're being hyped about it. Definitely hyped to see that Ashmu found a Twitch headliner as well. It does have the Thieves Gloves, and the 1-star Twitch had the red buff and the sword, but I think that does spell a little bit of hope for Ashmu's spot, which is able to recover the economy a little bit as we look at Beery and this cash out. Finds a Jhin and has blue buff Gunblade on it. I like this a lot. Needs to make some bench space work out here, but on 4-2, I believe, is going to go to level 8 and try to find something. And actually, if he can find an Ezreal, in the GSC, we've actually seen a decent amount of Ezreal flex boards be really strong, make it into the top 3, top 2 in some situations. Hard to win the lobby with it, but definitely can be solid, especially finding as early of a Jhin as he did.
Yeah, I mean, one of the primary conditions when you're looking to play around that Ezreal is being able to have the Heartsteel online. And oh my goodness, the Twin Terrors go head to head, but this Lulu reroll, that's 8 Lulus on the side of Robivan right now.
Oh my.
Coming out on top, and Roby actually looking to really cook something spicy up and maybe make a deep run with it.
Golden egg, click. No, I don't think this is the spot for Ashmu. It's not at all. It would be hype though, but
that's right.
Farm assist, blinding speed, not quite as valued because there already is a red buff on this board.
Talent Search sounds
gonna re-roll that.
Very strong to me here, right? If you think about it, right, you're playing around the shape of the game where you want to 3-star your entire board. And if you have these 3-star units, all of which can get that headliner bonus and the additional stats, you're going to get a ton of value because it will, in one way or another, be either add or multiply off of the high base stats you're getting from the 3-star units.
Yeah, DK has made this open fort playstyle work out into a vertical pentakill. Has Nikali on the board, does have that pentakill emblem for her as well, but most items are going to go on that Viego because that is going to be the headliner, is the upgraded unit right now, but only a Titans and an IE. DK is not quite as strong as they want to be, but with a couple more upgrades, will be at that spot. Runs into, I feel like we see this composition so much, right? We've seen like 3 rounds in a row, and it continues to just be dominant with Roby Van Knob, and it's still only that double Lulu 2, right? We haven't even hit that Lulu 3 yet.
That's right, yeah. So much power from there. Part of that coming from the additional hyper pop of finding the Ziggs on level 7, so you now have 2 Lulus on the board and a Ziggs constantly giving each other an additional cast because of the increase in mana of the hyper pop. On the other end, though, we have Ashmu still looking for that Twitch 3, but we are seeing how powerful those augments are because despite the fact that he has not hit, he's still sitting in a pretty decent spot at 53 HP.
Yeah, Ashmu also didn't take Talent Search, instead took Roll the Dice, and I was agreeing with you there that Talent Search would have been pretty solid for that board, but Ashmu not liking that option. Looking at Darth Nub right now, we have some Executioners, but there's a lot of Vex being contested in this lobby, means that Darth Nub is stuck on a Vex 1. There is a very powerful Samira though, and a solid enough front line to win some rounds here at this point, but Darth Nub is not looking like they're in a really good spot, right? They're stuck on level 7. They're kind of low HP, still 2 Samiras away from Samira 3, only 10 gold to roll. There was a decent amount of gold on the bench to work with, right? But they got to find it right now. And they find a Samira on the carousel, Gangly, so just one more for Darth Nub to find that tier 3.
2 huge hits right off the bat of that carousel. We have Darth Nub taking the Samira, but we also have Beery taking the Yorick on the other end, which now opens up the door for Biri to play around that additional pentakill, maybe look for that 7 pentakill. I know he has the Edgelord headliner for Viego, but the fact that he also has the pentakill emblem does mean that door is now open, despite the fact that he doesn't have the headliner. Wow, great hit from Darthnub there. Really does want to have, oh no, excuse me, he has binary airdrop, so because... Oh, okay. Opts to just say, you know what, Giant Slayer is better than anything that's going to roll. I still have enough components and items to give binary airdrop value to my my Vex, excuse me. Yeah. So, yeah, feels really good for Darthnub, and Roby on the other side also finds his 3-star, 3-cost Roby sitting in a really pretty spot. Oh, we're going head-to-head.
Head-to-head against these re-rollers. Roby had to roll to 0, and so did Darthnub. But will the CC from Lulu be enough? There's so much damage coming out of this Samira, especially with the Infinity Force, but a couple more Lulu casts could do it. The CC from Vex, though, is the difference. It's a 1-star Vex Gangly, but that's all you need, because that CC is just so powerful, making her one of the best units in the game right now, if not the best.
Oh, here we go. We got a Heartsteel cash out. He lied.
He's
okay.
taking it.
All right. He was thinking for a little bit. I was curious what was going on, but yeah, he does have Yone 3, so I don't think he's expecting to lose these upcoming fights. Does have the Heartsteel variation. This is something when set 10 was introduced, we saw a lot of players not consider the Heartsteel variation of things like Yone and Ezreal when rolling down. However, because 3-cost is so contested, it's one of those things where you really do kind of want to show off that you're playing this very quickly. And I'm going to stop myself, the point I'm making, because what really matters on this board right now is that Biri has final reserves and golden egg on the side of their board.
Oh my gosh.
And 2 HP does mean that they have 1 more life as final reserves.
Hey, 2 HP, that's BIS right now, right? You get an extra life, you lost by a lot of units, but it wasn't quite enough. Get more life to proc that egg, get that final reserves XP. I wonder how many rounds is left on that egg, right? It's been here since 4-2. We've lost 4 rounds in a row, so still it's a long way to go, actually.
A very long way, yeah.
Very long way to go to cash that out, but 50 gold. Level 8, Biri gonna get to go to 9 and try to find just a massive legendary board. It already has 1 copy of Jhin with, pretty BIS items.
Okay, I feel like every time I say I'm not convinced by something, I end up being proven wrong. But I'm really not convinced right now. If Biri is going
this time.
For real this time. If Biri is going to cash out, we're looking at what? Winning 3 rounds in a row after cash out, 2 rounds in a row. It's going to be, actually, yeah, no, I think it actually might be 3 rounds in a row. It's going to be quite an uphill battle. After this round, I would love to see how Biri does try and spike their board on level 9. But in the meantime, we've got this 3-star Yone online with all the additional defenses and the taunt of that Zizirot and Randuin. So some really strong boards in the scene right now, which makes Biri's spot all the more scarier, right? You've got the 3-star Samira, 3-star Yone, 3-star Lulu. What matchup do you even want if you're Biri?
None of them. You want to fight a ghost, which means someone else has to die, which we're also really far away from. Even this matchup, right? Darthnub just got a set 3 that's so tanky, especially with this binary value, right? Giving 3, maybe it was even 4 actually items, full completed items. That's just so insane. But it's time for a Biri comeback. At least the potential of one. And just like you, Ganley, I'm not quite convinced, but I would actually love to be proven wrong here. It is some of the most exciting TFT. Goes to level 10.
We are level 10. Here's the roll down.
It down, Ganley. What's he gonna find?
Okay, finds the headliner Lucian Yorick 2. It's a huge hit. Finds a Thresh as well. Has the option to sell the Lucian. Now wants to hold on to that. Honestly, though, you really need frontline. This Lucian 2 is amazing, but unless you can have a little bit stronger frontline, you're not going to have enough time for it to do anything. Oh, no. We don't even have 10 units on the field.
8 out of 10. Good enough, surely,
We're still level 8.
We're still level 8, basically. Oh no, can he make it work against DK here? 1 life remaining, has to make this comeback happen. It is just an Akali 1, and the Jhin has a Gunblade, so it's going to keep healing, but does not survive the Karthus cast. It's all onto the Lucian. All this damage, Akali dashes through, but Biri survives. for at least one more round. We can get 10 units onto the board, Gangly, and really that's all we want at this point.
Okay, wait. This is a Radiant Rabadons on this Lucian, right? This is chosen. Okay, I am unsure what the AP scaling on Lucian is off the top of my head. This is not something we're extremely used to seeing.
We're cooking.
Yeah, we are definitely cooking, and I really want to know how many fights we need to win to actually get there. But honestly, the board is not bad. Like, it's a good board. We just desperately need the front line. My concern is if you go up against something like this Twitch 3 or those Lulu 3s with the Twin Terrors, and you have something that can really cut through the front line, are you going to have enough to actually make it through? We are going to hop on board, however, with Ashmu, who has the Twitch 3 online up against the Samira 3. This is something where Darthnub has a lot of options to bait out the cast, both from Twitch and Vex. And you can see it there, yeah, with the Alawi on board, with the spread out front line, the Twitch and Vex are not able to do anything to win that fight.
Yeah, I actually was really impressed with Ashmu's spot, right? Before this round, they were 26 HP, sitting in third. And even from that kind of terrible spot that we saw at 3-2, could still even salvage this into a top 4. That would be so impressive. Or obviously Twin Terror is super, super strong right now. But to have the discipline and the patience to save all that gold and still roll and hit the Twitch 3, be able to go to level 7, play 4 Executioners is super, super well done. But like we keep mentioning, there's so many strong boards in this lobby. And the Samira 3 set 3 from Darthnub was able to take him down in that round. Maybe just one life remaining for Ashmu and everyone below him, right? DK 8 HP, Kai Wang with 6, and again, Biri, right? Just 1 HP and a Dream. DK has 6 Karthuses and a Duplicator, but has to just use it on the Akali to try to salvage his spot here.
Yeah, DK, I mean, we're looking at a board that normally you would say is quite strong. There's a lot of value here. There's a lot of power. However, the fact that we have, like you called out, Darthnub's set 3, Samira 3, we have the Twin Terror 3 stars online as well. We have Biri with this level 10 board with, I'm assuming, a little bit more frontline at this point in time. I'm not entirely convinced that DK has enough here to really salvage this game into a top 4. I think some of it's just going to be matchup dependent. He's up against that Twin Terror board from Ashmu right now, but yeah, like you called out, DK is going to go out here. Just a question of whether he's going out in 8th or if someone loses a little bit worse, as we see Kai Wing fall as well.
3 players going out, actually. Kai Wang looks like falls the hardest, minus 10 HP out in 8th. DK in 7th, I guess, but then we are level 12 essentially, Gangly, as the golden egg pops. Biri able to win 3 rounds in a row and get to this point. We have 2 tacticians crowns, get to put in so many more units, and all of a sudden Biri is threatening a lobby winning composition. This has really come through. You love to see it.
This is really good because now I know that quite literally anytime I say that I'm not convinced, it actually just means that it is the case and that it's going to work out.
I'll never trust you again.
No, seriously, me neither. He's going to have to beat Ashmu's board, which is strong, right? And he has a lot of potential to break through frontline because of all the power in these Executioners, but... Wow.
Ashmu walking away there. Oh, you hate to see it. He was such, on him. Yeah, he was in such a strong spot too to try to top 4 this game. We were talking about his spot just a moment ago being actually salvageable, but Biri has made the impossible happen here. Final reserves into Golden Egg, and it's just an unfortunate matchup to run into. Ashmu really feeling the pain after that one, especially with going 8th in game number 1. Again, bot 4s back-to-back.
I also want to call out this tiniest Titan on the side of Roby, right? We didn't really talk about it too much, but with the lobby tempo being so high, including Roby, despite the fact that he was able to hit, he's actually getting even more value of the fact that he hit and is regenerating HP every round and was able to outlast the competition despite the fact that he was on a 4-loss streak towards the end of stage 5. So able to secure a top 4, and from this point on, even if you can squeeze out a 3rd, you're going to be really happy with that.
Darthnub still trying to roll for some more 3 stars, is 2 Urgots away 3 Vexes away and still has multiple lives left, is on an 8-win streak, so isn't really feeling pressure. I suppose a Mumu 3 is perhaps in the cards as well, but the discipline from Darthnub to wait out everybody else to fall over and the units go back into the pool. Love seeing this spot here. Samira 3 and Set 3 have been strong enough. Now going up against T-Lights and that Yone. Yone is trying to make it through all these units, but especially the binary value, it's just too much. The Vex CC comes through as well, and Darthnub finds yet another win. 9 now in a row, dropping T-Lights to 18. Roby Van Knob drops to 9, and all of a sudden Darthnub is sitting at the top of the lobby.
I will say it is quite shocking that Darthnub has dodged Biribiri for 9 straight rounds, and on the flip side, that means that Biribiri dodged Darthnub before he actually was able to cash out, right? So pretty interesting there. Darthnub has to feel pretty good about that, and in the end, that matchmaking could be the difference for Darthnub between going first, second, or potentially even third because of the damage that a board with 12 units on the field can actually deal.
Yeah, Roby Van Knob with that Lulu Twin Terror going up against T-Lides here. That CC will be good against Yone, but Yone already gets to the front line. Might even be able to get there, sure. Oh, the Polymorph doesn't even go onto it. And Roby Van, while he was cooking, and you love to see it, is going to go out, and I would assume is 4th place here, assuming Biribiri wins against Darthnub, which... No, does not happen, actually. Darthnub was so powerful, Biribiri takes the 4th place, Gangly.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, I said that Darthnub dodged Biribiri, but I guess Biribiri was the one that was dodging him. And at this point in time, Set 3, Urgot 3, Samira 3, and now the Vex 3, all of which are getting an additional item from the binary airdrop. This is an extremely strong board. At this point in time, it's just a question of whether or not that Yone can get into that backline, or if the Vex CC and all of the damage output is going to be enough. I think this is going to be a tough match for the Yone to win. We'll see. Maybe positioning can be the difference, though.
Is positioning going to be the difference? Yone is on the side of, after he gets through the Thresh, could wrap around into the back line, but does get stunned up just a little bit against that Thresh. It's so tanky. It's the HP bars, unfortunately, but we see Yone, and that's the big one, but he does fall. Right. The Vex and the Samira still in the back lines, drops T-Lides to just 1 HP. We get a chance to see the stage 6 carousel. Anything on here? There's a country emblem.
There is a country emblem, but we're on the executioner variation. So yeah, we'll see. Not exactly sure if
he can get to 5 somehow if he drops. Yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what he can take out, but there is the Kane 2 now with Giant Slayer, and I imagine that Edge of Night going there as well. Yeah, that's right. So Harm Assist 3, Giant Slayer, Edge of Night. These are the items you would want on a Kane 2 to potentially be able to go through some of those 3-star units on the other side. But that fight was very one-sided. It's hard to imagine that it's going to be the difference. But at this point, I'm just going to say it was enough because who knows?
Potentially the final fight of the game. Darthnub looking to make this 11 streak into a 12. The Vex opens up with a blue buff from that binary. So much CC, so much value, but Yone is finding his way into the back line. Another Vex cast. Actually, Yone is going to miss that slash, it looks like, and cannot dodge all of the damage. Darthnub, 12 win streaks all the way into 1st place in game number 2. You love to see it. A kind of creative approach to that board as well, Gangly, with the more so vertical executioners, but finding so many 3-stars, I think, and playing that game super well to get to that point.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of players that I think would find the executioner variation of Samira in their shop there and say, you know what, this isn't good enough. And they would skip it and they would look for that country because traditionally that's been the higher cap, right? Even by the numbers. Country Samira does outperform executioner Samira. However, Darthnub was in one of these spots where between all the value he had, it was really not a matter of having the traits empower your board as much as being able to find those 3-star units as fast as possible and get the binary airdrop value that was able to tip the scale. So I think that's a really heads-up play by Darthnub, and it's those small decisions that in a competitive field of TFT, being willing to opt into something that might technically by the numbers be lower value, knowing that your spot calls for those conditions to be called upon is the reason why these players are playing in the field. Now, we are going to take a quick break before we go to game number 3. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few minutes for more action of the KDA Cup.
We are back to break down the second game of day number 3 of the TFT KDA Cup. Azale and Casanova back on the analyst desk. And this game also proved to be so interesting right from the start. We got a triple prismatic lobby, and with that came so many fun twists and surprises.
Yeah, it was a really crazy game. We talked about Twin Terror at the start of the day. That was the comp that Cass was highlighting, and 2 players actually went Twin Terror. One going the very standard route. Ashmu was playing basically the exact comp that you were highlighting at the start of the day, Cass, and he had probably the worst roll down I feel like I've ever seen. At 3-2, like rolled straight to 0 with 50 gold at level 6. Didn't hit a headliner. Didn't hit a single 2-star of any of the units in the comp. And at 4-3 into the game, he still didn't even have a 2-star Vex. Like, it was pretty insane how bad his roll down was. But even with that, he still was able to manage to get a 5th, which I think is pretty impressive that he was able to actually, kind of clutch that out. On the other side, Roby, who you want to talk about, Cass, played a very different line.
Yeah, so Roby, I mean, he actually played a Twin Terror line that I haven't seen a lot of people experiment with. I think
I've never seen it.
I've heard people talk about it, but I hadn't seen any gameplay of it, which is playing around a Lulu. And it requires you to have a JG or a Jeweled Lotus, right, to get full value out of the critical strike coming from the Twin Terror. But Roby used it because of the fact that it was completely uncontested to play for these units. He saw how contested the Executioner line was going to be, and he looked at his items and he's like, okay, well, this can go for an AP line. And because of that, he hit everything he needed very quickly, and he tempoed to that top 4 very easily. And now he wasn't able to cap out as high as a lot of the other players in this triple prismatic lobby, But because of the tempo he bought himself, it gave him a really safe top 4 when Twin Terror is usually that big cap out that you can play for first. In this spot, it was like, it's too contested. Let me play this more consistent way. And it worked really great for Roby.
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was really smart. Even the fact that he took Tiniest Titan, right? Like keeping his HP high, keeping his his economy high. He pushed levels. He went in uncontested line because it wasn't even just that there was a Twin Terror player that was contesting him. We had a country player. We had other people splashing in like Amumu's and Vexes and things as well into their comp, which are just kind of popular units. So it was really, really contested to play that standard line. So I thought it was really clever that he actually recognized a different way that he could play it out, keep his health high, guarantee that top 4 was really cool. And someone else that I thought was playing a very, very interesting strategy was Biri. Like, just went for basically like Scrooge McDuck, straight up, just the greediest option at all stages. Put in Heartsteel at really high HP. Then went for Raise the Stakes, got the Raise the Stakes cash out, still had 51 HP after getting that, and got a pretty big cash out. Then takes Final Reserves, then takes Golden Egg. And it was just the greediest possible decision at every single turn. Was able to get the Final Reserves, hit level 10, got a Lucian Headliner in. I think the level 10 roll down was a little bit questionable because was skipping a lot of the frontliners. Really, I think was looking for those perfect backliners, but I think it ended up being a bit greedy because they couldn't really get that perfect frontline very quick that they wanted. Ended up finishing out in a 4th, and it's interesting, right? Because the Golden Egg proc got double Fawn plus Thieves Gloves, but still, even with essentially level 12, wasn't able to break into the top 3.
Yeah, it's like, how do we go forth that? And I think it's funny because we always called the like legendary boards like the Bill Gates comp, but with this, because he was so rich, you had to go fictional, right? It had to be Scrooge McDuck. We couldn't name. There's no one as rich that could go for that kind of composition.
I mean, quantity's not always quality. Sadly, it's not.
I guess 12 units is not as quality as Darth Nub's board, who was playing around the Executioners, was kind of flexing around them early on and going for the units that were uncontested. He kind of ignored Vex early. He was playing a 1-star Vex for most of this game, still itemized it because of the binary value and how good that is with this board, but recognizing that, hey, I have a good spot, I have good crit items. Samira ended up relatively uncontested, eventually fully uncontested, and he rolled for that. And then he recognized, okay, Amumu is far too contested in this game, rolls for Set, who no one was playing in this current lobby. Darth Nub hits both of them pretty early on, outlives everyone else, and then 3-stars the entire board. And as you said, Necrit, quality over quantity. He may not have had 12 units on his board, but they all packed way more of a punch.
Yeah, I mean, what's the point in having 12 units? There's just 2 more. It's just a couple more units for Vex to one-shot, right?
Exactly.
They're just all getting AoE one-shot anyway. It's interesting, right? Because we talked about this a bit as well. If the Golden Egg was actually the right choice, the Golden Egg did eventually proc, but could you have delayed the Final Reserves proccing for a long time with a combat augment that, prismatic combat augment? You would have got 10 anyway, and then, those extra 2 units at 10, did they really do anything, versus if you have like a powerful combat augment from Prismatic? We don't know all the options, so maybe there wasn't really a good other choice, but it would have been interesting to see like how that would have played out, right? If you got 10 with a legendary board, with the legendary headliner, with the items that he had, and had a combat augment, would that have actually fared better?
Yeah, it's also interesting. Was that just a terrible like low roll cash out on the egg, right? Because it could have given him, items or something that would have been better to improve that board. And so there's like different levels of it. But I was kind of with you when we were talking it through. It's like it feels kind of like a good plan to go for egg when you've got this cash out to go 10. You should be able to stabilize at least for a few rounds and get it going. But also we kind of came to that conclusion, like a combat aug might just do the same thing and then cap your board even higher than the egg can cap it.
Just take the frontline units, please. Like anything. No frontline means you've got no backline. This is like fundamentals of TFT. But it's okay. There are still 4 more games to be played, and we can see where those standings are after our first 2. What are your thoughts here, Zale?
I mean, immediately I see Replay and Wage and Iverson tied for last place, right? We have a world champion, and one of the players that people are pointing to as one of the best players right now, if not the best player in NA right now. They're basically dead last. We had some other big names down there very low as well. Soju obviously having a much better second game. Looks like he got a second because he went 8th in game number 1, so up to 8 points now. But Robin Songs was down on that first page, down near the bottom of the standings. Setsuko, he got 3rd and then a 4th, I guess, so he's kind of looking pretty good. You just have to get top half, I believe, to advance. But there's definitely a lot of incredible players that are down near the bottom, and that's going to push you into playing a lot more risky styles, right? You can't just sit back and play, all right, I'm going to play for top 4 if you're getting like an 8th or an 8th or anything like that.
Yeah, I mean, that's the really big thing, just playing on, this day one, trying to get to the top half, is they're not fully eliminated because they just have to make top half, but they really have to, get those top 4s in these next three lobbies.
Double first.
Yeah, like,
that's a lot of them.
Ripple, first, no problem.
That's why I started laughing.
God.
I'm like, 5 people to get the first back to back. I was like, oh, okay, Darthnub, sure, right? But how many other people were gonna be joining Darthnub in that upper echelon of going back to back firsts? I guess so.
Yeah.
Just hit.
I mean, I thought it was really cool to see Kyun there, right? Because he started to really make his comeback in set 9, right? And so now in set 10, he's like starting off with the cup going 1-1, right? Like, that's really exciting for us to see.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I can't wait. We're going to reseed the lobbies during this break and see if maybe some of that good fortune can continue for some of those players. Can we get 1-1-1-1? I don't know. Maybe that's just crazy talk, but all that and more after this break.
Welcome back to the Remix Rumble KDA Cup. I'm Azale here with Casanova, and we're about to be heading into game number 3. We've seen some pretty crazy games so far, so I'm hoping we're going to get some prismatic augments and some crazy lobbies as well.
Yeah, I hope they didn't siphon all the caster luck as far as like
they had all the
getting
fun.
The wild games. They had all the fun. We're coming in here as Ale. It's like silver. Everyone's just playing very standard compositions. No, but I know you and I have been talking. We want the crab rib, and we want this group of players to give it to us. We got Degree, who is one of the players who went 1-1, and then we've got a bunch of very heavy hitters in this lobby.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you're looking across. We have some big names here. Deepe, Setsuko, obviously at 11 points. He's sitting in a pretty good spot, but he is not safe by any means. Robin Song's a really big name, popular streamer, of course, down at 6 points. So he's going to need to get some big results if he wants to climb back up the standings. Support Anvil, Silver Symphony, Champion Delivery. Champion Delivery is kind of the crazy one to me.
Yes.
And some people are sitting on that because you can get some really crazy high rolls with that. If you're pulling the same champion multiple times, you can get early 4 cost 2 stars, early 5 cost 2 stars later on in that game. And a lot of people voting for it. No one on Silver Symphony except Deepe does surprise me.
Okay. Support Anvil.
I wanted Champion Delivery, man. I'm not gonna lie.
I did too. I thought I had cursed us because I said we were gonna get silver, 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 and then Silver Symphony popped up and Deepe was standing on it. But we are gonna kick off. We will get a support item for everyone at some point in this game, and we're just gonna jump on board with Robin. Oh, actually, no, it's the Anvil right out of the way. So we'll see this as soon as people start popping it, probably on 2-1.
Yep, support Anvil is pretty interesting. It can, really kind of define the way that you want to play. You can obviously go some that are more generic, things like ZZ Rot and whatnot. Obviously, you're just going to like fit into anything, gives you a little bit more frontline. But I do think you can somewhat define the way that you want to play. If you're going towards things like Banshee's Veil, that can be pretty strong for some of the melee comps, especially some of the melee carries can really benefit from that. Obviously, a lot of times people play things like Zeke's more heavily towards backline. So lots of options, and I'm going to be curious to see when people actually pop it. Some players do just pop it and use that to kind of give them direction. Other players will just sit on it, especially if they feel they have a weak early board, and kind of delay when they actually pop that Anvil to kind of make sure that they're picking up something that really does fit the line they're going to play.
Yeah, and there's also potential support items. I think, are there still support items that generate gold? Probably not, right? It's just artifacts. There's no gold generating support items.
It's just, it's just artifacts.
Yeah, and then, but at least we saw in the last game, and as well for some of the other compositions, that Randuin's actually fits really well in the positioning of a lot of the 3-cost rerolls. So that's another one we could look out for. But right away, we've got a Heartsteel online for Devil. You were telling me earlier that every single time you see the early Heartsteel, you get an orb with a Heartsteel in it. You're going for it no matter what. You're committing. So Devil has the option to at least play for that from a very early stage in the game.
Yeah, it's really, really strong. I mean, I just think Cassante is one of the best early headliners anyway. And, you're going to be able to grab that. What doesn't kill you? Idealism. Idealism, I think, fits into a lot of stuff. Most people are just insta-clicking that now.
Oh, Yasuo is reroll right here.
Yeah, I mean, there's some Yasuo's on board, 5 already. Works really well with that. Works really well with Riven, with Yone. So there's lots of options. It's going to be another Twin Terror pick here for Robin Songs. I know this is a line that he does like quite a lot. Obviously a pretty weak starting board, but it's fine, honestly, to just lose streak with this and move towards, that kind of stronger units later. At the very least, though, Eve Headliner with the second Eve is decent. It'll be interesting to see when he actually pops his support Anvil, and if he's going to try to play for something a little bit stronger.
Yeah, I think this Eve is actually really strong, but the items are like not great so far, right?
No,
I mean, you've got some tank items, but exactly, you can't slam anything. Like, feasibly, you can slam something like Gargoyles if you try and play like less frontline and more towards like additional backliners like 2Vex, 2Twitch, and then you try and play around that Gargoyle Stone Plate. But I don't like it as an early slam anyways, right? And at least the Twin Terror, Evelyn, I think, is actually a really good holder of it for the early game, but especially if you had like a crit item to slam on her to kind of help move things along and get a lot of the early damage.
It's really interesting, right? Because to me, especially when I don't have anything I feel I can slam, I'm more likely to just play a weak board and go for lose streak to guarantee a good component on the carousel. But it's interesting that Robin Songs did decide to actually level up. He slams Locket, so he's going to be a bit stronger there. He's playing the Evelyn Headliner, of course. But that means he may not actually get a good pick on the carousel. Here we have Devlis, who actually just took the item grab bag, I believe that is, right? Did just get one item, has IE blue buff. If this was last patch, I'd be like, sweet, I'm playing Ezreal. But on this patch, obviously can play things like Vexamira. You can play a lot of different lines that do fit with that. But knowing that there's already a Twin Terror player, it does mean that the line's gonna be a little bit more contested. And now Gargantuan Resolve, that basically only plays, it feels like, into melee 3-cost rerolls these days.
Yeah, it's gotta be Yone or Riven, and so we kind of actually have quite a few players that are locked into their lines, right? So the Gargantuan is going to be that Yone or the Riven, We have the Twin Terror that is probably going to try and play around Vex Twitch, but we have seen, we did just see the Lulu line. It's potential that it could go somewhere else.
Or did we just swap to the other side of the board?
I think it's the other side of the board.
Okay, yeah, okay.
Yeah, this is Jason's board.
Otherwise you're really sad if you see two people slamming Gargantuan.
But we also saw the lock-in on, I'm pretty certain that's a Yasuo reroll commit with the Idealism and 5 Yasuos with the true damage Yasuo. And we saw this comp relatively popular in GSC. It wasn't doing very well, but I was saying I think Yasuo needs to be from a very specific spot. And this is actually meeting those conditions what Deepe had. So we'll see how Jason Java can convert this one into, a Riven or a Yone board with the Gargantuan.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Yasuo reroll is kind of low-key underrated. I mean, I think you have to kind of go it from like a high roll spot. I don't think this is a comp that you just like force. But if you're just hand wrapped, a bunch of Yasuos early on, I think it can be really strong. When you look at some of the stats, it's actually one of the highest average placement comps in the game is that true damage Yasuo headliner. Idealism is one of the absolute best augments in the game for it as well. So if you can actually get that really early 3-star Yasuo, really start to stack the passive, it can be pretty powerful to kind of play those true damage edgelord lines. So it'll be interesting to see, how early he hits. I will say though, I think it's a comp that you really do depend on those passive stacks for the Yasuo to be powerful later. So you kind of have to hit early, and you have to be playing a reasonably strong board.
Yeah, and so far Deepe has been losing quite a bit of rounds here, so I'm not sure that he's getting too many stacks. We also just briefly saw Degree having keepers. Really, that pretty much says that Degree wants to play Disco this game, so we'll see if Degree kind of pushes towards that. It's actually incredibly strong with Disco. It kind of went really under the radar for quite some time, and now people have been recognizing just how good that can be, especially for early streaking, which is funny because Degree is also losing a lot early game. So some of these people who it seems like they would have good starts, maybe the rest of the units on the board are not really lining up for it.
Yeah, exactly. I think, maybe just didn't have that strong on board. It looked like he was playing, I mean, the rest of his units are not very strong. He has no items slam, just the Locket. Tarek headliner is never that great. Pardon?
Locket with keepers too doesn't feel that great.
Yeah, it's kind of tough. I mean, that's one of the things that I do think is weird about this portal and just support items in general is sometimes, like KDA is not that popular this patch, but KDA was someone who's really awkward with support items last patch. Finding kind of that position that you really want to have. We see Robin Songs, obviously you can't have everything on a KDA spot. This one actually works pretty well with the Locket. So he slammed IE Gargoyle. He did end up actually slamming that Gargoyle. So is going to be, playing towards obviously that Executioner line that we're expecting with the IE. Gargoyle, not the best, but it is fine. Obviously, if you can 3-star one of those frontliners and kind of like solo frontline a little bit, you can start to get some value. But it's going to be interesting to me to see like where he actually positions the Locket. Like, is he going to put it on a backliner or a frontliner? Because at the end of the day, usually the standard Twin Terror comp has like 2 frontliners and that's it. So you're going to be getting very little Locket value.
Yeah, I guess like it's pretty counterintuitive with the Stoneplate Slam as well, because you could play more frontliners, right? You could play 2 Amumu's, 2 Pantheons if you wanted to, and play around the Locket and get a lot of value that way. But when you have the Stoneplate, you really just want to throw the Amumu up there and bring everything else back. So maybe you can try and put it on like one of the supplemental frontliners and still put it in the back line, and it just gets the shielding and the extra stats, and maybe that works out. But I agree with you. It doesn't feel that amazing, but I'm going to jump on with Deepe here, and he's got an Edge of Knight to go with this Idealism Hodge, and that's definitely a really strong early setup. But the board, it did not look very good yet.
No, the board looks pretty bad, and he started with 5 Yasuos. He hasn't picked up any more. So to me, it's like it's getting to that spot where like I've played the Yasuo reroll line a fair number of times. I get pretty nervous when like if I start with 5 Yasuos, I'm willing to actually like consider the line. But when you get all the way to Krugs and you haven't naturalized a single one, like are you really gonna roll down for it? Are you gonna try to slow roll at 5 for it? Do you just abandon it and say actually I'm gonna just use this to try to have some sort of a decent board until I could play Yone or something? I feel like it becomes a lot more complex because I don't know. It's one of those things where it's like if you're gonna try to send it after Krugs for Yasuo reroll and you don't hit, like you're just going dead 8th.
Yeah, for sure. As we've been jumping around, I've been seeing a lot of Heartsteel. We saw Jason Java was actually lost streaking the entire stage, had Heartsteel in, but didn't actually have that much as far as stacks go for the Heartsteel. So I think it came in a little bit later. And then here for Devil, right? This is from kind of more of a win streak, a pretty strong board for the early game. But we'll see if like Devil actually just decides to play a pretty weak board going into stage 3, lost streak a little bit there, and then try and play for a bigger cash out.
Items are also really weird, right? Because he has, okay, the BF helps because he has the Black Cleaver, which is obviously going to give you the shred. Now he has an IE to go along with that. So we'll see exactly what he wants to slam, but going to have some more options here. Looking at Degree's board, who is on that 5 loss streak. Is he going to go deeper with this loss streak? We'll have to find out. Picks up the Katarina headliner for now. So it is country Katarina. So he has that 3 country in. But the item economy is not the best. Just kind of has this one Shojin to play around. And we'll have to see what else he actually wants to put in, as far as items, or if he's just going to hold here. It looks like he just wants to go longer on this loss streak.
Yeah, gonna play around the Katarina country. It feels like he did some,
by the way.
Yeah, he just made like a relatively strong board with the amount of shields that come in, but his damage is severely lacking. And as you said, right, no real slammable items. I mean,
he's actually gonna win though, which I think is pretty bad for him. He played one of the weakest people. I don't know. I feel like when you're playing a weak board and you're already on 5 loss, like I kind of want to just lose another round or two. But at some point you have to stabilize. Deepe is honestly in a pretty bad spot. He did roll, so you can see he was at, I think it was 20 gold after Krugs, and he still needs 2 more Yasuos. So I feel like he's kind of got to hit pretty soon. It looked like there was 2 Yones on bench, but he's clearly not going for one of those more risk-averse lines. He's not deciding to kind of bail out of the Yasuo. He is like hard committed to it. So we'll see where it wants to go. Jason Java, is he going to raise the stakes? He took rolling for days. It will be very risky to raise the stakes from here because 4 loss when you're on 57 going into it, like you're basically going to be almost dead.
I didn't see what he picked, so we'll have to catch that at some point.
He raised the stakes. Okay. Right. Well, you gotta hope. This is where it gets hard. Like I like playing these risky lines; they're a lot of fun. But you have to really be good at judging board strength because you need to play a board that's just good enough to kill units without ever winning. Because if you win, you're basically just screwed, right? Because you lose half the stacks and it cashes out immediately. So you basically get nothing. And you just took so much damage for no reason. So it's really, really tough. You have to be very, very good at evaluating board strength. Make sure you're strong enough to actually kill off units without being, strong enough that you can actually beat someone.
Yeah, and I was gonna say Deepe is in his pool, and so is Degree, and honestly, like this Cassante itself is looking like kind of a beast into both of those matchups.
Yeah.
Goes against Devious here, who is like way stronger, so this is fair enough. Actually got some kills, so being able to put some strength on the board. But I was looking at this board and I was like, this looks too strong for some of these other players in the lobby that are currently in Jason Java's pool, right? Degree and Deepe specifically.
It's so hard, right? And I think especially you bring up a great point because there's such disparate board states, right? Devious has an incredibly strong board. You're obviously going to get pounded by him if you play, something too weak. You're going to take like 12 damage. But if you play something that's a little bit too strong and you could play one of those weak players, then you're kind of screwing yourself over there. So Degree, on another loss here that he just took, is just playing the KDA country for now, just trying to stabilize, moving towards very likely going to be TF line. Robin songs. How did he do? So on his roll down, he's playing. Is he actually? Do you think there's any chance that he actually commits to like Kaisa reroll? He has a Twitch 2 on bench.
I don't think so. I don't think he's rolled much yet, right? He's still level 5. He's at 50 gold. I think he was just a little poor early game. Yeah. And so we'll see like a big roll down on 3-5 at level 6. He'll probably just drop this and go for it. But as you said, Twitch 2 on the bench, right? Like he's
really
actually. Yeah, I think the spot's pretty good. I think he's got a good amount of HP as well. And Vampirism is like one of the best silver hits for this as well. So I think this is a pretty solid spot.
I think he's a really good spot. We compared to Ashmu's spot in the last game where he played it. He still got a 5th, and he rolled to 0 at 6 and didn't actually even have a single 2-star. He has the 2-star Twitch on his bench. He's obviously a lot healthier. He is a lot more poor because he played a relatively expensive board, right? Like he bought the Kaisa headliner. He did have some pretty expensive units. So like this is a very late level 6 for him. Ashmu was level 6 and did a full roll down at 3-2, right?
Yep.
Robin Songs is still 5 at 3-4, but the trade-off is his health is a lot higher. So he's also in a pretty good spot, I think. And the fact that there's no one playing Punk, there's no one playing Twin Terror.
There's a Vex.
Right? Like he's sitting pretty.
Yeah, so it looks like we're going to jump for Devless's roll down instead. It seems like he just leveled to play a Bard. I think Robin is still probably rolling at this point. Jason Java also looks like he's rolling down, trying to get a little bit stronger. He's one away from his cash out. He can't win this one, so we see how weak the board has gotten.
And he's using the rolling for days. Oh, the Heartsteel, but it wouldn't be 5. Well, he could put in 5. He could actually put in 5 with the Aphelios. I feel like he should buy and put it in.
Yeah.
Oh man, I think that's a mistake.
I mean,
think
Deepay's in
when
his
you're-
pool. Is he just scared of Deepay? Like he's
when you're
scared of
this
beating
committed
Deepay?
to it, I would honestly rather see him sell off the extra units and just play like the Hearthstone
Oh, just play
headliner.
the 5. Yeah, I
Yeah.
agree. Yeah.
Because it's like when you're this committed to it, it's actually such a big injection because you're doubling the stacks you get for that loss. So if you get a 5 Heartsteel loss, you're getting basically 5x the hearts, right? Like it's so much more. So
Yeah, it
you
would've
get
been the
yourself
200
up to
cash out
that
instead.
really
Yeah.
big cash out.
Yep.
Like he probably would have got what, like a 250 or something cash out.
Yeah,
You would get a
I
lot
think it
more
would
stacks.
have been at least been that 200 cash out, right? Like, the
Yeah.
bare minimum, it would have been that 200 cash out. It definitely been worthwhile.
It's
so
it's way more because you get one per like 1x at 3, and then you get 2.5x at 5, and then that's getting doubled as well for the raise the stakes, right? So I think he actually would have gotten like 2 ranks above. I'm not 100% sure. But it would be a lot that he would get there. And yeah, you have to buy the headliner for 1 round and so on. But like he held a lot of units on bench that like I don't even know if he's really going to use. So it's definitely a bit of an interesting spot. Here we have Setsuga's board, who I haven't really checked in on. He's on 5 streak. He's playing 5 Masha right now. Has an IE slammed. He has Idealism with a couple of those Hodges, and it's actually a Gnar headliner that he's playing for now. But Deepay does finally have that Yasuo 3, and the Yasuo 3 should be able to clean this up no problem.
Yeah, with the changes
That
in
sucks
R,
for
I actually
Setsugo.
think he's such a good item carrier for 80 items right now because he delays his jump until a little bit after targeting. He's now actually like very, very good. He does a ton of damage. He
Let's
utilizes
see.
it very well. Here's the cash from
Ooh.
just Java. Radiant Ginsu's,
Rage Blade.
I
Oh, but he-
mean, 2 Reforges. We're probably changing this out.
do you reforge the Morellos as well, or do you want the Morellos? You think for your Viego?
I think the anti-heal is actually still
Yeah.
worthwhile. It's probably you probably do want that, but it can't be this Radiant Ginsu. I think
No.
like pretty much anything else is gonna be better, but you could get really unlucky and roll like 2 AP items in a row, and it's pretty useless.
like,
I think.
Rage Blade is pretty useless as it is.
Oh, it is.
right?
Yeah, it's already useless, right? So you just
Yeah.
hope. Oh, see, that's great. That's
Oh.
phenomenal. We love
Now
that.
the question is where do you put it? Do you just put it like because you can't like you need lifesteal? I feel like on the Yone he has double Gargantuan Resolve. Do you still
Yeah.
remove and put 1 Gargantuan Resolve on that, put another on something else, and play the Radiant on your Yone? Like that's probably what I would do, but I'm not actually. These are lines where I feel like it's really hard. Oh my god, that is a good hit.
Yup, that's pretty sweet. Getting the Twitch online when you had the 80 items, right, and playing around the Twitch.
Yeah. And he has
Unfortunately, it's Punk Twitch,
red
but
buff at GS.
yeah.
That's like BIS for Twitch. This is when the Twitch casts. I expect a lot of damage coming out.
Big
But yeah,
damn.
as you say, Punk headliner is actually terrible for this line. You really want Executioner.
yeah, it's pretty much the only miss, right? Because both the Vexes are fine. Like Emo or Executioner works out great. And then, for Twitch, you really need it to be Executioner. Now, he's got an extra Punk that he's holding, so he can play 4 Punk and just get the
Yeah.
extra AD, get the extra HP. It's not terrible, but it's definitely not as good as the other version. It doesn't cap out as high. However, Robin in the current spot for stage 4 should be in a really good position. And Robin
Yeah.
did what we talked about, right? He ended up putting that stone plate in the front line, and then he's brought the other tank with that Aegis all the way to the back, or
Yeah.
the locket to the back to be able to just shield the back line and then walk forward.
I think it makes sense, right? When there's just 2 units, I don't think you get enough value from that locket. So he did do what I was kind of
Yeah.
expecting. This is what I would have done. Put the Radiant GS onto that Yone. If he can hit now, the damage on the Yone is going to be insane. He's only 2 Yones off. We're over here on Devil's board, and he is rolling down, searching for, looks like some sort of like Karthus or Disco line. Does hit the Ari headliner, so he's going to be playing this. We'll see what kind of board he can actually scrap together. Doesn't even get the units he wants in, so it's just that Olaf and Tarek being popped in, but definitely not a good spot. His front line is not upgraded. He clearly didn't want to play that Ari line, but felt like that was really his only choice.
Yeah, and he's just trying to break through this front line from Robin, and we still see
Not
this
gonna happen.
Pantheon being very tanky, right? Even though this Ari is very stacked, it seems like Ari might be able to get there, though. She targets Twitch first, but the stun from Vex is so huge. Yeah, I mean, that's one of the big strengths of this comp, too, is just Vex is such a good unit because not only does she do such great damage, with the buff to Executioner, even without items, she still gets like a 40% buff overall from all the, little buffs that came through. And then, she CCs, right? This was a spot where Ari broke through the front line first, should have been able to just knock out that Twitch with, all of this AP that she's got, but she got stunned by the Vex. And even though it doesn't
Yeah.
kill her immediately, gives Twitch the time to win that fight.
Yep. I think one of the best things about Twin Terror, one of the reasons that it is so strong with that, is the attack speed, right? Because the attack speed is just mana generation for the double Vex. You're playing 2 Vexes that have AoE CC and have an insane amount of attack speed from that. So, especially when you get like red buff and some of those other things, they're just spam casting out this spell that does a ton of damage and AoE CCs people. So it's very, very difficult to deal with. It buys so much time. Even though your front line is maybe not amazing, if the enemy units are just spam CC'd, they can't really do that much.
And we see Salvage Bin here from Devilish trying to get this board together in the last second, not able to get every item on board, and now the items are a little awkward, right? Yeah, there's like more Hodges here getting slammed, triple Hodge coming through onto the unit from the Kiana. It was a Kiana 1, just getting those items farmed. That was pretty good for Devilish, but on the bench, it's still another Hodge and a sword, which he's playing around AP, so I guess you could go IE on the Akali and itemize that, and then just hopefully find some other items for the Ari or the Sona in these upcoming shops. But it's a spatula once again.
Yep, and Robin's going to take it because he has the Punk +1. So I actually think that's a pretty good hit for him in this situation. It is kind of one of the outs to make that headliner not terrible. I will say I've seen a lot of people make this mistake where they do the Punk spat on onto the Vex, which I think is pretty useless. It's just the HP because it gives AD. It does not give AD and AP or anything like that. So it's not amazing, but it's definitely a lot of HP for your front line. You can just put it on like an Amumu or whatever. If you can play double Amumu with it, it's a lot of extra HP for that. Obviously, it amps up the damage of your double Twitch as well. But the Executioner line is generally a lot stronger because Vex is kind of that strongest unit on board, and obviously he's getting no value from that Punk.
Yeah, and we're going to jump on board with Setsuko here. I want to call out quickly that Jason Java hit that 3-star Yone we saw in the bottom corner, but Setsuko is playing on last patch. But I look at these 280 carries, right? We've got Caitlyn, we've got Ezreal, but this is Idealism, and you have my sword. This is so much damage. Like, this has to be somewhat good, right? If you've got a big front line and you've got these two firing away, they have to be doing an insane amount.
Yeah, they definitely do a lot of damage. We'll see. It looks like he's... Oh, no, the Ezreal jumped into that. Oh, that was terrible. He's going to lose. That actually really sucks for him. He's dead broke on a 5 loss. At least he has Heartsteel in. I will say, though, it's also like getting the Heartsteel headliner for Ezreal really sucks because then you have to actually kind of awkwardly play an extra big shot as well. The big shot headliner is a lot better unless you're going to be able to have like 5 in there at some point. But it's pretty awkward. He's going to actually drop the Kate, and we'll see, where he's going to go from there. But like, I really loved 80 Flex. It was almost exclusively what I played on last patch. I really like these lines, but it is so weak on this patch. I just feel like you get outcapped by so many things. And even if you get towards 9 and are able to get in like, Jins and Lucians and whatever, you often still just lose to the melee rerollers. So I think it's a really, really tough spot for him. Maybe he can make something happen here, but it's like you're playing IE Hodge, Ziggs 1 without, or I guess he does have Dazzler because he has the Bard, but at least he's gonna be able to get a win here against Deepe, and that could be the end for Deepe.
Yeah, and Deepe's Yasuo reroll spot looked good at the start of this game, right? And then didn't find any extra Yasuos after those first 5 for quite a while. His roll down even missed. He didn't quite get the full 3-star. And so things just went from bad to worse, and Deepe ends up going 8th. Whereas Jason Java, who had that really rough start, that big loss streak, he tried to stabilize a little bit around after using Heartsteel. And I guess he got enough off that Heartsteel to completely turn it around. Gets the Yone 3. It's got the Radiant item on it as well with Gargantuan Resolve. Jason Java setting up for a win out.
Yeah, I mean, that Yone is going to do insane damage. The Radiant GS, I feel like, is one of the best items in the game. And, that with Gargantuan Resolve, 3-star Yone, it is Edgelord, I believe, not Crowddiver, which Crowddiver almost everyone prefers. So that's maybe not ideal, but still, like, it is going to shred everything.
All right, Robin gonna slam that Punk emblem. It looks like he will play towards the 6 Punk right towards the end of this game, or he might be able to just drop one of them.
I think it's probably just 4. I don't know. Can you actually fit? I feel like if you go 6, you're gonna lose way too much Twin Terror value.
Lose Twin Terror value, right?
Yeah,
that's
I don't think
probably
it's
what makes it rough. We saw him just put in 5, but that's really just like slamming the spat for now and putting it on the Amumu, get the extra HP for the Guardian. And I'm sure whenever he finds a better unit, because right now he had nothing on his bench, so I'll have to just find another unit to replace.
I mean, it's interesting, right? Like, it is a really interesting decision tree. I guess if you have no Vex items, I could see that maybe you're just playing entirely around the Twitch, and you basically just go, Twin Terror Twitch, essentially, with 6 Punk. But it would be hard to kind of like fit everything and get much value from the augment, but maybe it's fine. Like if you have Twitch 3-6 Punk with Twin Terror, even if it's only on the Twitch and like maybe one other thing, it can honestly be okay. Like maybe that's the better line to play, because I don't think he had a lot of items on his Vex, but I can't quite recall.
Yeah, I mean, it's also just the fact that Vex does so well even without items, and just getting that critical strike chance can help, and the CC is pretty invaluable. So it does become like even harder to make that decision and really judge where that should be. But wow, Devil finds a Kiana 2 with Pentakill, blue buff, Edge of Night. Jeez, and it's 7 Penta as well, right? So that's
wait, he's Yorick 2 as well, by the way. Yorick 2,
wait,
Kiana
on level
2.
Wait, how did he hit all this? Where did this come from?
that is something. I'm just gonna tell you, if I was in this game, I would be complaining right now.
Pinging him.
I'd be question marking. I'd be maybe all chatting. This would be not a happy
calling
me.
Mortdog on his personal phone.
Yeah, exactly. Put up the beacon. Where's Mortdog when you need him?
Oh, and it's with Remember Your Roots as well with the 7 Pentakill.
God.
The Executioners and the Pentakills just getting all of that benefit. Ah, that's crazy.
That is crazy. All right, well, Setsuko is going to get a pretty decent cash out here. We'll see if he can get him enough economy to actually, figure out what to do. He has 5 Ezreals, but, like, kind of dead broke. I don't know. I mean, he has 28 HP. What was his cash out? His cash out was Zeke's. Actually pretty good.
Yeah, that's not bad.
Zeke's is pretty decent from here. He does have the MF2. He's holding a Jhin. But, again, it's not Big Shot Headliner. If it was Big Shot Headliner, he could just be playing 4 Big Shot right now, put in the Jhin. He may still want to do that, but it's just, it's not the best, and his front line is not that upgraded. He does have the Poppy upgraded, the set upgraded, but we'll see. It's tough. Like when you're in this spot and you're losing, you don't really want to be doing anything except just spam rolling. You're kind of just locked into doing that for the rest of the game. But it's like, where is upgrades really going to come from, right? Like, is the Zac 2 going to make a difference? Probably not. Are you going to hit a Lowy 2 on 8? Probably not. Are you going to hit Ezreal 3 with 0 gold? Probably not.
Yeah, I mean, it just makes it incredibly hard to find upgrades, right? And I think the Zeke's, while it's big, it gives the damage rate. All he needs to do is crank up this Ezreal even more. And Poppy's a great tank. She's incredibly strong, but especially so in stage 4. Early stage 5, she does pretty well. And then the damage just starts to get too high.
Oh my God,
and
another
she can't
Punk
maintain
spat.
it, but that is insane. So, hey, we said, hey, maybe he can play 6 Punk. This is a way for him to play 6 Punk.
That is absolutely a way. And no one else wants it. It's not like it's even one of those things. Like, you grief your game if you take that Punk Spat. So Robin is just going to get a 5-cost Punk Spat. And that should be his for free, which is absolutely nuts.
The only way you could take it is if it was a Ziggs 2 for you, right? Like, it's the only way that could be a reasonable take. And no one was playing towards that except for Tetsuko, but it's not like he's playing around. His Ziggs is IE, like, Hodge, right? It's not amazing.
Exactly. He has like 2 Dazzler. He has, 1 thing in there. So Sentinel Spat here for Devil.
Guardian.
Oh, excuse me, Guardian. Yeah, my mistake. Does give him 2 Guardian there for the Yorick. So that's not bad. He upgrades the Mort as well. And because he actually did get both these legendary units upgraded, and he has 7 Pentakill, there's definitely a chance here. But he lost his last round. I'm really kind of curious who he lost to, because I feel like his board is pretty damn good.
Like, I guess his front line was a little bit soft, right? But it is still like a Yorick 2, even though the items aren't that insane. Maybe adding Guardian will make a pretty big difference
Kiana
here.
as well.
Yeah. Kiana's got targeted by the Ahri here, and then finally proc through onto the Edge of Night. Gonna start generating a lot of frontline items. The Ahri's still kicking. Yeah, it should be enough against Devilis here, but it feels like Devil doesn't seem as strong as it feels like he should be. Like, it's like this board looks like it should be way stronger than it's really showing.
Yeah, it's not working out quite as well. But I would have really been interested to see like the round that he lost, like the way they lost it or who he lost it to. Because I will say Twin Terror is just absolutely insane, and a lot of the power of his board is in those couple melee units, right? In the York and the Kiana. And if they're just getting spam feared by Vex, then, maybe not going to be able to get too much done. Plus Twitch 3, with all the items that he has, especially if he has 6 Punk in now, obviously he's going to do a tremendous amount of damage on that cast. So you might just be having your whole board kind of getting AoE down. It's also interesting, I feel like, throughout a lot of the games that we've watched, a lot of people have been trying to play the disco line, but just not hitting it. And then they're kind of just ending up in this like KDA Ahri line, which I think is reasonably strong because it's not that contested, but it's definitely not as powerful as last patch, and I think it's not as good as the full disco lines. And I think we're going to see Degree losing this one. We'll see, though, that Kali in the back line has got to do a lot of work, and it looks like it's not even going to be close. this is more what I was expecting from Devil's board when I saw Kiana 2
That's what I thought too.
I think he must have just lost to someone who's like even more high roll.
Absolutely blasted Degree in that fight. And I mean, we're gonna get another item for a lot of these players here, but you look at this lobby HP Azale. I mean, this is one of those games that feels so terrible when you were trying to preserve HP and no one is dying, right? We've got, riveting down to Degree. It's just 5 HP to 1, and that's 4th to 7th. It's gonna come down to a lot in this first 6-1 fight to see where these placements shake up, because even Setsuko and Jason Java are not incredibly safe. They could still bot 4 from this spot.
Yeah, they could. And I mean, Setsuko is kind of like in a solid spot right now. I think he had 11 points, so he's kind of, been like top 4-ish in both of his games. I think he has enough HP that he's likely to top 4. Obviously, when you come down to these late rounds and everyone's that low, let's be honest, a lot of it comes down to matchmaking RNG.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Are you going to
100%.
play someone weak, or are you going to play that strongest person that you have no chance against? Everyone's praying to dodge out a lot of these people. And hoping that, their opponents do run into someone. Like Robin Song's just hit Pantheon 3. We haven't seen his board in a long time, but he has double Punk Spat as far as I know. He has Punk Headliner. He just hit 8. He just got Pantheon 3. Robin is probably a death sentence for anyone who rolls into him. But we're going to see Degree and I'm Riveting, very low HP, going into their fights, and let's find out who's going to be able to take it.
Yeah, I mean, jumping into this, Degree on the Ahri, but against the other side, it is the full pentakill board, and the Karthus is doing so much damage. The front line is good. This Zac is living for a very long time, but Ahri just can't chip through all of these little kind of units that are just all over the board, and because of that, Karthus easily takes it down. So we are going to see 1 dropping. Setsuko drops to 1. Degree falls with -7. Jason Java down to 2, so everybody's alive, Azale. We lost Degree, and that is all.
Man, wait, Setsuko was at what, 19 HP or
19. He took 18 points of damage. He probably fought Robin. He had to fight Robin.
That's horrible. That's horrible matchmaking for him. Because this could actually just be a 6th now. From what I thought he had, scrapped together a top 4 with how much HP he had. I think in the majority of situations you would get a top 4 from there. But like his board doesn't beat a lot of people because AD Flex just kind of sucks. So we'll see. I mean, this is a key round for him. He does have double Ezreal 2, has that big shot, has a Lucian in as well. And he is going to be going up against Devils, so we'll see if he's going to be able to actually survive here. Jason Java also in a potentially final round.
Yeah, Jason does have... Oh, the Yone onto the Karthus in the back line. Jason should be able to lock it down because of that. And on the other side, Setsuko's going to win. His AD board did plenty into this Ahri. The Poppy's still alive. Both the Ezreal's cranking out so much damage. So that should be top 4 for Setsuko, top 4 for Jason Java.
Yeah, and Setsuko actually must have got another Heartsteel cash out because he has a Banshee's Veil. So he got Banshee's Veil and Zeke. So that's a ridiculous amount of attack speed for the double Ezreal 2 that he actually has right now. So good job by him actually being able to kind of clutch out that top 4. Jason Java at 2, Setsuko at 1. We all know the Twin Terrors winning this lobby, I feel like.
Oh, yeah.
So, it's going to be up to who can actually get second. Who gets the Ghost board? Because Jason Java, is he going to be playing a Ghost, or is he going to be playing as Robin songs? That could be the difference here. And Robin, does look like he has 6 Punk. He even got in a Lowy. He has that Twitch 3, so he's just playing heavily around that. And, is not even playing Twin Terror with the Vex. I think this is a smart choice, given the board that he had. That Twitch is just going to be out of control.
Yeah, it's the modularity of Twin Terrors, right? There's so many different ways that you can actually play around even just these, 3 or these 4 units that you play the comp.
When it casts.
It didn't even heal that much, right? That was surprising. One more, though, and now it's ramped up. Right now, this is full health every time he casts. Twitch can't quite one-shot him, so actually, Jason Java has a matchup where he can beat Robin songs, and Setsuko lived as well, but I don't know that Setsuko's board can get there. However, he did get those extra support items, and it is making these Ezreals pretty strong.
Yeah, I mean, it's making a big difference. We'll see what he goes for. Picks up the Warmogs. We got Crowd Diver for Jason Java. So maybe he can get 6 Crowd Diver in with that emblem. I don't know if he has anything on bench or if he just needs to actually roll and try to hit. But he's playing 4 Edgelord, which is already super awkward. So you could drop an Edgelord. You could play 6 Crowd Diver. That would actually maybe get him there. We'll see if he can actually hit that. Setsuko trying to figure out his board. He's 2 off Ezreal 3. That's obviously what you're praying for, but there's nothing really that he can sell. He's got some kind of awkward items. Looks like a... Yeah, it's going to be tough. I mean, he does have 3 Jazz, but not that many traits to speak of. And Jason Java, did he get the 6 Crowd Diver? I can't quite tell. But has that Crowd Diver emblem in. Looks like he should have...
Yeah, that should be it. That should be 6.
And he's got a Ghost board, so he's going to live. And it's going to be Setsuko actually playing against Robin songs. And this is going to be a tough matchup. I feel like the Ezreals have got to like both crit and both hit backline and one shot the Vex, one shot that Twitch, or he's probably screwed.
Yeah, the Twitch gets hit, goes to half, so they both won't kill, even if they both go on it immediately. Here's the cast from the other Ezreal. It hits the Twitch, does not kill it, and here comes the Twitch cast, and that's going to do enough. Wow, Setsuko going to go down in third. Jason Java did live. And so Robin, I mean, that's what we were expecting from those Twitch casts, right? Just deleting most of the board. And it's just the extra HP and stats that Jason Java has because of the 3-star Yone that makes the difference. And no, it's still just 4 Crowd Diver, actually.
Yeah, he just moved it around to get 5 Edgelord. So he was playing 4 Edgelord, but now he's 9. And now for Robin Songs, his first is definitely in danger. But Robin has actually moved things around. He took out the second Pantheon. He put in his second Vex. So it really does feel he needs that CC. I agree. It's not like there's a QSS or anything like that on this Yone. So every little bit of CC is so important. But being able to kill off that Yone early on is so big, because if it gets that ramping spell vamp higher and higher and higher, it gets really tough. And both Vexes are on the opposite side, so the Yone's not going to get CC'd, and the Yone potentially could get to the backline here. It's getting close to that Twitch. The Twitch is on it, but will it actually turn and chop down that Twitch? And now it's on it, and I think Robin is going to lose. Yeah, he's gone, man. I don't think this Yone is going down with the Twitch dead.
Yeah, but Robin will live one more fight, right? So positioning can be changed. And I do think that this fight was a positioning difference. I think this is winnable for Robin. There's definitely the opportunity there.
What do you think? I feel like he should split his Vexes. He should have 1 Vex on each side, right? Like,
yeah, just for coverage, just to make sure he's going to CC it.
Exactly, because I actually think that if one of his Vexes is where his secondary Twitch is on the right side of his board, I say he wins that round.
Yeah, I mean, it would be a stun on that Yone when it was really low health, and the Twitch might have just finished it off. I could see it.
I mean, it's not a guarantee, but I feel like that position could have actually made the difference. It's tough to make those calls. He's also 1 off of the Amumu 3, so he's kind of, has to make those judgments, right? Like, he obviously was rolling heavy for that Amumu 3 instead of just going to 9 and getting in another Twin Terror for the additional value.
Another
Twin
Vex,
Terror value is, there's Amumu 3. That's a big hit.
Could go Vex as well. He's just 1 off.
Let's see if he can get it. He can sell the Pantheon.
Yeah.
He can sell
he can sell the Amumus as well.
Oh, there it is.
Yep. Okay. I mean, he's got to win, right? He has to win, right?
He really should split the Vexes, though. I think it's a mistake to not have 1 over by his Twitch. Like, I feel like you want to have 1 on each side of the Twitch. You basically just need to have bodyguards. It's protect the president, right? Like, your Twitch is your damage. You're playing 6 Punk plus that. He has 1 next to it. Okay, so I think this is smart. Like, he needs to have 1 beside it. We'll see if he can actually land that CC, because the Yone, again, going to the backline, but this time both of them are on it. That Vex is going to have the CC, and the Yone is just gone, and that should be it. Robin Song going to be able to take this game. Needed a big win, was down to 6 points. The positioning, the star ups there at the end made the difference. Hit the Vex 3, hit the Amumu 3, fixed his positioning. That Vex with the fears on the Yone, it did it.
I mean, that's the Twin Terror high roll that I was talking about. It started showing just in general, right? This composition can get so crazy. We're even looking at a Yone comp like that, where you got Gargantuan, right? Like, that's ideal. You've got the Bloodthirster, and then you even have Demon Slayer on this thing. That should be an absolute beast. It was standing next to double Aegis of the Legion, so it had so many stats, and still it couldn't stand up to the even higher roll of Twin Terror, and then the extra punk spats, I think, really making the huge difference there to give the extra HP and that extra AD to the Twitch.
Yep, such an exciting game, but we are going to head to break before we're back for game number 4.
Welcome to the TFT Remix Rumble KDA Cup. We've got Crowan and Gangly on the analyst decks to break down that third game. And I feel like there's a lot that we can talk about here, but I think my mind immediately goes to how that game started out. We got one of the new portals here, Gangly, and that is the support anvil. Was that a choice we were expecting these players to make?
No, so it's actually, to be honest, it's something that I personally would not opt into. We talked in the first two games about how some of these portals have the potential to wildly swing the power curve. And sometimes the truth is that swing can be a little bit out of your control. For some of these players, they may high roll into something like the Banshee's Veil or the Locket or the Zeke, something that gives them a very clear direction, especially in a meta where so many people are contesting the 3-cost reroll. I think a lot of players may not want to be locked out of those angles right off the bat. So personally, I was a little bit surprised, but I will say it was not the only thing that surprised me that game. We saw the raise the stakes come out of Jason Java, and I have to give a little bit of attention to this, right? Because we have talked about on the day how these players, there is no margin for error. Jason Java was sitting at 3 points, an 8th and a 7th going into that day, and he said to himself, you know what, I'm not just playing for placement. I need to make a big swing in the standings, and going into the third game of the day, it was the perfect inflection point of the tournament for him to make a big swing and earn that top 2.
Yeah, exactly. We usually see that in the latter games of the day, like game 5, game 6, if you want to be able to make it. But Jason Job recognizing, hey, I need to start doing this right now, right? Even in game 3, especially when the opportunity has presented itself and you're not contesting anyone else in that Heartsteel kind of line. Eventually, Setsuko did go into that kind of Heartsteel as well into stage 4, but still able to make it work out quite well and actually even outplace Setsuko, right? Setsuko had a super good early game with taking Idealism and carrying a Nard 2. Actually, it saved so much HP. I was very surprised and convert it kind of into an Ezreal Flex kind of style. But like Azel was mentioning, right, AD Flex is a little bit dead right now. It's not gonna be able to cap out and win games as much as it used to, but we know it can win games, of course, and that is Twin Terror. And Robin Songs hit this Twitch very early and piloted it to a win. It was a little close at the end, but just well done by Robin Songs and finding Twin Terror and playing it well.
I want to draw some attention, though, to Setsuko's play, like you're talking about, playing around this high-tempo Gnar idealism. Yeah, Azale pointed out in the cast, AD Flex is not what it was. However, one of the conditions upon which AD Flex is still strong is when you have the HP preservation to counteract or to capitalize on the late game Heartsteel cash outs, and that is what allowed Setsuko to get that 3rd place finish. He was able to get the Zeke's Herald and the Banshee's Veil, I believe, on his back line in that late game, have the 2 Ezreal 2s, and also, I mean, in a lobby that was so close in health, it was that HP preservation that allowed him to tip the scale. And Necro, I think the most exciting thing to me going into the later parts of the game is how scary it was for the HP totals to be so close to one another and how one round could really just make the difference.
I know, because you look at that and you kind of just get reminded of some of the ways that these players have sometimes fallen from grace, is not having enough HP in these spots, and then it's one team fight and it's over for you. And so Crowan, I feel like it was such a nail-biting finish, even within these top 4 spots, for who was actually going to be able to take the first.
Yeah, especially with a composition. I believe there was a 7 pentakill with like a Kiana 2 and Yorick 2 as well, but hitting that level 8,
Devil.
it's like, yeah, Devil did able to squeeze out the top 4 just barely, but it was close, right? In another world, maybe that composition goes out in the bottom 4. There was a little bit of contesting, I believe, with I'm Riveting also playing a 7 pentakill, but that was like a Viego Karthus kind of direction as well there. And there was a decent amount of actually like KDA happening in the lobby. There were 2 players who bottom forward with it, but then there's actually another one. I think I'm Riveting was also kind of on that KDA line before I'd be like, okay, there's too many KDA players, let me pivot over into finding this pentakill line, especially after finding the headliner Karthus, right? But it still goes to show there are a lot of outs that you can do. We've seen already have a little bit of success, not so much in this lobby, especially when going against players like Robin Songs and Jason Java, who have high rolled their spots, right, and just are playing well, right? Like Gangly had a huge on Jason decent job of recognizing, hey, I need to have such a big cap. The Heartsteel cash out was insane, right? To get that Radiant Giant Slayer as well. That's such a good item at breaking through the front line and then getting to all these backliners, right? Because there are just such strong front lines around these reroll comps, right? But you're able to get through Robin Song's Pantheon 3 and other upgraded frontliners just, you know, that much faster.
Yeah, and I also want to draw attention to Devliss's spot, who did bot 4 in that game. I believe ended up in 6th, but yeah. Devliss was playing around the salvage bin. And something you pointed out that I think is an excellent point, Crowan, is that some of these players are playing these flexible outs on level 8 and on level 7. We're seeing it on level 7 between the Riven, Yone, Samira, Twitch, all utilizing the IE. Well, when you play salvage bin, all of a sudden you can play these AP items and then flex between TF, Ahri, Karthus. And Devliss, from what I could tell, it looked like they wanted to play more around the Karthus line, but when they hit the Ahri, all of a sudden they were in a spot where they could transition into that and maybe turn an 8th into a 6th.
What I'm worried about too, like Crowan, is that okay to play so flexibly, or do you really kind of get too dizzy when you have that availability to you to just kind of keep moving your comp around and then you end up in a spot where you're getting a 6th?
I actually think it's a little bit of both, right? I think it is okay, but you have to be really on point with your spot recognition, right? And bringing back that phrase, I think last set we said a lot, but this set it's even more important, I think, because there are so many times where you're like, okay, I can reroll a Riven or a Yone, or even like Samira, right? And you scout out a couple rounds later, it's like, oh, this person also pivoted into that the same time that I did, and I just happened to be the low roller here, right? So you have to consistently be scouting out, okay, who's going for what? Is my spot good enough to go to the 2-row line? Should I actually just push levels and push level 8? Because that's still a consideration sometimes too, even with all of the system changes, things like that, there still is a little bit of wiggle room there. But take a look at the standings, right? Some players are definitely coming out on top. Ripple 1-1-2, that's insane.
I was hoping to see the 1-1-1. I was like, can anybody do it? If anybody gets moved into another lobby where they're able to get the first, like, then we really got to start asking some questions about what are they doing to be able to find that consistency. But I mean, 1-1-2, that's pretty close, Gangly. I would call that consistent.
Yeah, I would definitely call that consistent. But I think the big story looking at those standings was, yeah, the players on the first page who are feeling really good. That's good for them. But on the last page, in the bottom 8, were Dish Soap and Prestivan, 2 players that I think nobody would be expecting to see so low in the standings. And this is where the pedal meets the metal, right? You are 3 games into a 6-game day. And the way I see it is, if I can dig myself into a hole that deep in 3 games, doesn't that mean I can dig myself out of it in just 3 games, right? So we're going to be looking at players like Dish Soap or Prestivan to see exactly if they can get themselves out of this ditch.
Well, that's what we're going to have to be looking towards for our 4th game. We are past the halfway point, which means that these players really got to kick it up a notch to make sure that they can solidify their spot in the top 32. So let's send it back over to Azael and Casanova to bring us through this 4th game.
All right, thanks, Necker, for sending it over to us. I'm Casanova, joined by Azael, and we're going to be jumping in. I love that they brought up Dish Soap being towards the bottom, because in our lobby, Dish Soap is one of the players that we will get to follow along. We'll get to see him build that comeback coming through in this one.
The perfect player himself. We'll see what he can get done, as he's not having the perfect day, but he is obviously an incredibly good player. And yes, he obviously had some bad results in these first couple games, but this is someone who is fully capable of stringing off, a couple of top 2s in a row here and pulling himself back into it, because he just has to get back up into that top half. If you get a 1st or a 2nd here, you're right back in the running for it. But you can see Darthnub, up ahead of the pack. Toronto Tokyo, 19 points. He's in 1st right now in this lobby. Soju, obviously in some trouble as well. He's going to need a lot of points. There's a lot of these players down towards the bottom that really need to start getting some big results, Replay included. This is a guy who's a world champion, and, is in danger of going out here.
Yeah, it's a very stacked lobby, right? World champion at 11 points, Dish Soap at 8 points, and so they're getting joined by people at the top of the table, and it leads to us having these really crazy spots, and Prismatic Prelude might as well kick that off with a Prismatic to start this off, and most of the players are headed there. I'm so surprised by how many players are standing on the quote-unquote for fun carousels in these, or for fun portals in these tournament games. We've gotten so many of them.
Yeah, it is interesting, but we're unfortunately gonna get the item payout.
Item payout, the normal
Yeah.
one, the most normal of those portals.
Yeah, item payout though, it's interesting, right? Because
Yeah.
it's one of those things where, like, as much as it is like lower variance, it's not as crazy as the difference between prismatics. At the same time, if you get really poor items that you can't slam, it hurts your economy a lot,
Yes, it
right?
does.
Because you're getting gold for slamming items. So if you actually get a really good item opening and things like that, it also is one of the things where generally people are really, really happy if they get an econ opening instead of the extra items. But if you get like a one component opening and you get an econ opening, it's actually often not even good at all on this portal, because you're not even getting that much more economy than your opponents, and you have a way weaker board because you have those less items.
Yeah, losing and also not better economy. That's not where we want to
Sounds
be.
like
And that's kind of been, you know, a little bit on this patch as well, just because of the fact that Lost Streak takes so much longer to kick off, right? Is like
Yeah.
a lot of the people who are losing don't necessarily have that insane of economy over other players, but we have seen Lost Streak still be successful. And I think that was one of the biggest questions we had coming into the weekend is like, can Lost Streak really still be played? Is it still an option to force it? Is it just a Heartsteel thing? And no, we've seen it in Heartsteel, of course, but we've also seen players just kind of taking that Lost Streak, using the gold, and making something happen.
Yeah, I mean, it still works, but I think the big thing is it's less consistent and it's more risky as a result, right?
of course.
Because you're not guaranteed to get that gold. You have to go deeper in the Lost Streak, and that's really that tough part about it is you have to go so far into these Lost Streaks to really get much value from it. And this is, 8 gold on bench for Darth Nub. Let's see if he's going to get a component, if it's going to be eco opening. So it is just component, so standard for now. Oh, 5. So he has, I don't know, like, do you feel comfortable slamming anything there? Like, if you slam Titans, you're committing to a melee reroll. I don't think you really want to slam a Sunfire. Nashers, it feels pretty bad to slam as well. So it's like, I always feel like I'm not in the best spot. Whereas here we have Kandrew, who already just slammed a Hodge, so he's going to commit to that melee reroll. Buried Treasures is so good.
Is great.
Buried Treasures is just like BIS on this. You have to take it because you're just getting both items and economy, right? Because you're getting those additional items that you can slam.
Yeah, and
he has
usually
4 Punk
Buried
Stars.
Treasures 1, you usually don't like that much, right? It's just like one item, it's 2 components, but it feels really nice in this spot because of what you just said, right? Like you get the extra economy from it, so you're kind of double dipping into your augment. I also wanted to call it quickly for Darth Nub's board. You're asking like, oh, is there anything to slam here? And he was holding onto a pair of Seraphines, and I think Darth Nub wanted to keep that line open. He wanted to be able to potentially play towards reroll Seraphine if he high rolled into one in his next shop or sometime soon.
Yeah.
And none of those items lent to it. And I think at that spot, Darth Nub still was like, okay, I'm not going to try and like force this here. I'm going to, buy my shop. I'll try and make econ next round and reevaluate my position and see what else I can play.
Yep. Is that? It looks like Iron Assets, I think there. For,
Yep. Gold
for,
and a component.
Replay. So that one's actually a really good hit, in general. But he slams a Spark, which is not normally what you would see on 2-1, but obviously, wanted to get that additional extra bit of gold. Slam that in. Kandrew, a couple more Jinxes. I don't think with the Hodge slammed, you're going for a Punk reroll though. I don't really expect that to be the case, but this is a lot of Punk units in his shop, right? Like that's Jinx 2. He already has all the other ones. There's a Pantheon in shop as well. Gets a BF as his next item. So, I mean, if he wants to play melee reroll line, you obviously have Hodge. You can slam Edge of Night if you really want to commit to that. But I think for now, he's probably just going to hold on because he can't make the econ breakpoint anyway. So there's not really a need to slam your items unless it's actually going to get you those wins. It's going to be something you really want, or it's going to get you to that next breakpoint where you get additional interest.
Yeah. And I think like rerolling just the standard Punk units does not feel super good right now. And even then, it would be like rerolling Vi. I don't think that's ever been good, right? Like, so,
Well,
I mean, she's gotten buffs, but I don't
she's
know.
terrible, but I think it's like it's. I have seen people play these lines where it's just if you natural into some 2-star Punk units, even if you have a trash headliner like Vi, you kind of just use that to just play for now, and then you hope you just hit the Jinx headliner or the whatever you're looking to play later, right? But I don't think it's gonna be the case. He's not using the Punk rerolls anyway. He's just obviously gonna play this board to try to conserve as much HP as possible.
All right, jumping over Toronto, Tokyo, setting up for country, right? Like the itemization is there already. We've got a glove, bow, sword, looks pretty good. Player on Samira has the Samira and the Tom Kench, but gonna play for loose streak, just make a bunch of gold and then look for maybe just trying to force 7 as fast as possible and get that big roll down. We might see roll at 6 a little bit as well, right? Try and stabilize on a country board.
Yeah, I've seen a lot more people rolling at 6 for country these days. We get those early 2-stars, especially if you can get something like an early 2-star Samira or Urgot or whatever. It can be pretty powerful. Obviously, there's a lot of 3 costs you can hit. Double Corki board. It's not like it's Twin Terror or anything, but still pretty darn strong units to have upgraded this early on. But he's going to get absolutely blasted by this board from XP Mods, who has a really strong start, has a Rage Blade, has a Disco start, as well as the Blistering Strikes. So it is going to work pretty well, with that Disco line, which is, what we're assuming he's going towards.
Yeah, the healing reduction makes a ton of difference in the early game, especially where healing can just be so effective since the damage is so low. So definitely nice to have that. Trying to look around, see what is on this carousel. Do we get any spats? We've been having a lot of spats on carousels, but none this time around. Toronto Tokyo with the first pick, and see what he wants for the country kind of angle. Gonna grab an open cloak.
Do you think he's for sure going to commit to the country? Because he didn't slam the IE, so it's like
no.
He clearly wants to, at least keep some options open.
I don't think he's committed. I think he wants that angle. Like, that would be his ideal, right? That just makes everything easy for him, nice and buttoned up.
He had BF, crit, and bow.
Yep.
So it's like, why grab the cloak in that situation, I guess, then?
Yeah, that's actually a really good point, right? Because Cloak would either build Runons or Bloodthirster, and I know Runons is like good on Urgot randomly in the data. It's like but you're not trying to play around Urgot, right?
No,
you're trying to play around
Samira. You're not using
Samira.
your BF instead of an IE, right? If you're playing, if you're going to be playing around that. So to me, that kind of tells me he's not playing country. Like, he doesn't want to play it.
Yeah, it could be that he's looking instead. I mean, he probably still wants to play around.
I think he's gonna play melee reroll,
and he plays melee. Yep, that was the thought I had as well, right? Look, maybe for the Bloodthirster.
Yep, exactly. Bloodthirster, Even Shroud. It's obviously pretty strong along those lines. Kane here, pretty healthy and 30 gold, right? So in a pretty good spot, with the economy, has just kind of been playing this punk headliner, slammed that early Hodge for that first item breakpoint, but hasn't had to actually slam any additional items. Picked up another BF, so is on the double BF. That always feels pretty awkward to me. Like, when I feel like the hardest situations are often when you get multiple of the same component, because those can kind of be some awkward spots. It's not like Deathblade is bad, but in almost all cases, I would rather have an IE than a Deathblade, right?
Yep.
And it kind of puts you in that awkward spot where, do you actually slam here? Because if he wants to make 40 on this round, he either has to sell or slam an item, right? And I don't think he really wants to actually, do either of those things. He's going to look to sell the Pantheon to make 40 because he's not willing to slam one of those items. And here as well, you have 2 Samiras, but if you don't slam an item, you're not making 40. So I feel like with double Samira at level 4 and those items, I feel like he should just be slamming the IE and making 40. But if he doesn't, he is so safe too,
right? Because like IE's also good on the melee lines as well, right? It's good on Yone, it's good on Riven, right? Like, IE feels so safe here because you've got so many lines open.
I'm just so confused by the cloak pickup, really, because he had first pick and went cloak. And I don't really get why he wasn't willing to kind of, go towards an IE, because it feels like he has such a good start. We'll see if he did actually slam for that additional econ, but if not, like, he's losing out on the interest. But if I'm level 4 with 2 Samiras and an IE sitting on my bench, or IE component sitting on my bench, like, I'm so happy to play country, right? Because there's a good chance, at 6, if you roll a little bit, you can get Samira too. If you get that headliner, you're already at 6 Samiras. Like, that is, generally a pretty clear path that you could take. And country, we've seen do very well. We've seen country get first place.
I'm gonna be honest, Zell. I would have slammed it on 2-1. Like,
I'm so down to slam an IE.
I would have slammed the IE forever ago, right? So it's actually really interesting to me that Toronto Tokyo is not valuing that IE so highly, especially the other item was an open bow, right? Like, it leads so well into that
without rolling at all. Kaiwing is rich, and you're not going to play Corgi 3, though. Corgi 3, I feel like, I don't know.
Oh, you can play it in the mid game, though. It's fine, right?
You can play it for a while.
Like,
you
play it for a while.
Long term, you're not going to commit to, like, Corgi, I think. But I think if you get a free Corgi, you're going to take a free Corgi, obviously. Those are some weird items.
You can kind of just, I actually don't know what to slam exactly out of these items, but you can just slam whatever your, like, carry items you want to slam on the Corgi and then just, sell it later. And
but what items do you want to slam there? Those are terrible.
I'd have to take a long look at that item list. We'd have to go sit on that board for a moment and figure it out.
That's one of those where you're just so sad, where you got a bunch, you have Shojin slammed, you got a bunch of cloaks and belts and some crit. It's kind of like
pair of gloves.
With Shojin, you want to play AP, but there's nothing you really want to slam there. I mean, you could slam Spark, but kind of yuck. There's no like no bows and stuff to really play around, so a little bit tough.
Look at this. Darth is kind of just committing to the Seraphine, right? I mean, he's holding 5. He doesn't have the item slam for it, but I'm pretty sure like he held those the entire game, right? He rolled a little bit. He's looking to just play the Seraphine, and while the items aren't there yet, you can still put something together. I think that red buff can go on Seraphine instead of the normal Morellos. I think Morellos is, of course, better, but he also has the open tier to go towards Shojin, and then if he can get his super fans in there, you immediately just get the death cap.
Yep, yeah. And I mean, you can play Nashers, you can play Deathcap, you can play Shiv. I've seen people play a lot of different stuff on it. Like, I think a lot of those things are all reasonable. We did hear Humbug at the top of the day talk about how he feels that having True Biss is so important on this patch. So it is always kind of interesting hearing, people's takes on that and seeing some of the math. I've seen a lot of people who were playing like Archangels on Karthus have now moved towards Deathcap and things like that to really hit that threshold on your first ult to try to one-shot some of the backliners. So it can be really important. Idealism that hit here for Toronto Tokyo. So he did slam the IE. So he obviously slammed the IE to make that econ breakpoint we were talking about. Does have the Kale just kind of as the item holder for now, but this is definitely a good spot for Country. Has an extra glove as well for that last whisper. So like that's perfect items right now for the Samira that are kind of sitting on that Kale that he has available, and he's gonna slam Crown Guard. So I think he's gonna commit very likely to that Country line.
Yeah, it felt like he wanted to play Country from the get-go, right? And of course, you're staying open to the other melee lines because they like a lot of the same items, right? But he's a Country fan at heart. He's a good old Country boy at heart, and he just had to head back there,
You just gotta embrace it, admit it, slam the IE, play Country, and put on your hat, and see what you can get done here. And just
put on the hat and boots, and he had to get going.
Exactly. Get on your horse and ride him, cowboy. We'll see if Dish Soap can do anything here in this game. Does have that Zed with 3 items right now. Gunblade, red buff, Hurricane, kind of interesting items. Gunblade, I think, is pretty underrated in some of the melee reroll lines. I was looking at some of the win rate deltas for Gunblade on some of these carries, especially the secondary carries. Like maybe you don't want it on your Yone or your Riven, but on the Viegos and things like this, they're kind of those secondary carries. It often actually performs really well, and sometimes even, in some cases, better than BT does. So it is pretty interesting. Darth Nub rolling it completely to 0 here for that Seraphine. Does not find the headliner, has to actually take the Nico. That would have been his Seraphine 3. So it's a really tough spot now. You're dead broke, you're 55 HP, and you're on a 5 loss, and you didn't find your headliner that you wanted to go for.
Yeah, I think he's been low rolling quite a bit trying to look for this because he's rolled just an insane amount of gold, and he started with a lot of Seraphines.
He started with 2 from the PV phase.
Yeah, exactly, right? And so not being able to find that, I think like playing around KDA Nico can work as well, because ideally for this comp, you 3-star Nico, 3-star Seraphine, but that does mean he's still 3 Seraphines to go. He actually had 1 more, and he sold it to keep rolling. Which made sense, right? He was still just looking for the headliner, but it would have been nice to have that back at this point, right? Being at 10 gold and just being 2 away.
And honestly, like, I don't think he has any chance of doing well in this game if he holds on to the Nico. Because I feel like he has to hit the headliner, because it's not like he has extra Nikos, right? If he had picked up a bunch of Nikos on those rolls and he was a couple off of getting, a Nico 3, then I would be like, hey, you just hit that Nico 3 and you whatever. But he has 0 other Nikos. So he's 6 Nikos off Nico 3. It's not like you can just commit to that.
Azel, you know why Toronto Tokyo took the cloak? So that he could just get a spat on the next carousel and make his country emblem. That's why he took that cloak, right? That's what it was for.
Okay.
He was just holding on to a cloak.
Yeah. We just didn't see the line. That's what you do.
Hey, you know what, Azel? You gotta know when to hold them, know when to fold them. All right, and that's
you
right.
Grief your item economy. I just grieve your item economy. Just pick up the cloak with the expectation of spat.
Oh my god. He's supposed to buy that that Katarina and sell it, because now he can't get a country headliner for a little bit here. You might not know the tech
rules. Yeah. But so if you guys don't know, there's some hidden rules basically with headliners. So if the headliner trait has the same trait as the unit that you want to get, and you do not buy and sell it, it actually will not show up in your shop for 4 more shops. So you're basically minus 8 gold. If you're rolling for a country Samira and that country Katarina shows up, you can't actually find the Samira for 4 more shops. So if you're only looking for that, it is basically that minus 8 gold. You could still find a Samira Executioner, but that's not really what you want, especially when you do have that country spat. You're going for 7 country.
Yeah, 100%. Not able to get there. Looks like we see a Seraphine 3. I guess Darth Nub did find it, but it is a little bit maybe too little too late. Doesn't have the full items
Yeah.
on it. It's not the headliner
broke.
version, right? So it's pretty rough for Darth Nub.
Yeah, it's tough. Toronto Tokyo obviously did buy the Guardian Amumu headliner. So pentakill spat now for Dish Soap. So he's going to be going into that 7 pentakill line, but he's not that rich. He is relatively healthy, so he has that going for him. Has that item on bench. So that is, I can't even remember what it's called, but you basically get the item, you get the Ornn item or support item or whatever it's called after a bunch of stages, right? That's the one that he took for his silver augment.
Yeah.
I can't remember what that augment's called, but
I
know what
honestly
it does.
can't. Yeah, I can't get it off the top of my
Doesn't
head. But this
matter.
actually is high. It is headliner Seraphine. I
So
actually
he sold
thought,
the Nico.
Yeah, he did sell the Nico. And he found it. So maybe this can be turned around. Not fully, right? I think this is still going to be hard pressed to play for top 4, but Darth Nub might be able to hold on and get a couple extra placements because the Seraphine line is very strong.
Yeah, it is. He only has 1 Nico though. He at least hit an Echo 2, so that's something. But it's definitely an awkward spot. I mean, if he could get like quickly without spending much gold, get towards a Nico 2 and whatever, and have some more upgraded units in there, then I do think that there is some opportunity. But he obviously wants to level. He wants to get in 5 Spellweaver because it's a Spellweaver Seraphine. I think people generally prefer the KDA, as my understanding. I haven't played a lot of Seraphine reroll, but generally you do want the KDA. Obviously, when you're that low, you don't have the luxury of saying, nah, I'll just wait and get the next one after you've rolled all your gold and not hit anything. But yeah, if he can get 5 Spellweaver in, that's at least a pretty big upgrade.
Ooh, an extra tier for Toronto Tokyo with the Idealism setup, so he can get 1 more glove. He can get another bit of value on that. Because Mosher, he sold so this time. So he sold it and then immediately sees Samira Executioner, which is pretty tough.
Yeah, he has rolled a lot of gold without hitting the country. But when you have country spat, I feel like you need the country.
He has to do it, right? Yeah.
You have to.
Yeah, he's going for it. So, and that's the thing.
Tough.
I wanted to say earlier, because you mentioned like, oh, he might not know the tech, right? But Toronto Tokyo is like one of the most studious TFT players that we have in North America. And I was like, if he doesn't know the tech, something is wrong. Like he's not playing the game or something.
I will say, he could know the tech, but you're thinking about 1,000 things.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. So maybe in that moment, it's not really like you're thinking about too many other things. But I do think you have to hold out for the country headliner. It's just a must. 7 country is such an insane spike that like I recently played a game with Wandering Trainer where I had 7 country, and it was in many rounds out damaging my Samira 3 with full items. And it was a wacky game where I had like the Wandering Trainer, so I got the traits from that. But I also had Twin Terror, so it was a Twin Terror Samira 3 with full items getting out damaged by my Hecarim.
Yeah.
It is that strong. Like you must play towards it. That is your way to win. Even if the rest of your board is trash, if you get that 7 country, it can help you stabilize and buy you a lot of time to actually get those 3 stars.
Yeah, and the way I saw it, I'm pretty sure he was just renting that Vex for the round anyways. It does seem like he is committed to finding it with the way we've seen him play around those headliners. And there we see a Katarina 2-star being picked up. I wonder, another Samira 2. Toronto Tokyo is actually hitting quite a bit on the side there. We'll see what he ends up on later on as we jump to Soju, and Soju playing around Big Shot, playing around this 80 flex line. He's got the Big Shot version though. You were mentioning how much stronger it is to have the 4 Big Shot versus the Heartsteel.
Exactly. I mean, like an unitemized Big Shot unit is just terrible, and you end up having to put like a Corky 1 or an MF1 or whatever in to just get that trait. 4 Big Shot is really strong. He does, so we do see still no headliner hit here, unfortunately for Toronto Tokyo, but he's on 6 Samiras and 6 Urgots. So if he hits country of either one, it's an instant 3-star. Obviously, there's no items on the Urgot, so you really do want it to be that Samira, and you don't want to have to actually, get that Urgot. But this is going to be a pretty rough loss for him, and he is getting really low, so it's kind of do or die time. He's been rolling so heavy on 7. He took Infernal Contract even, and still didn't hit, so I don't know. I don't know if there's much of a win out angle for him at this point. When you're on Infernal Contract and you still didn't hit,
wow,
that is horrible low roll, like an absurd low roll.
Is this it didn't think this was contested at all, right?
It's
like this is just completely open line.
No 3
and there's
stars.
other three costs that are being rolled for on a lot of these other boards.
Yeah, that is like a disturbingly low roll. I feel like even when you're staying 7 that long, even without Infernal Contract not hitting, is like pretty rare. Okay, there he just hit. I just see a pop up. So he got the Samira. But still, it's like I don't know, because he had to go Infernal Contract because he didn't hit for so long. Can you even win out from there? Even with 7 country, I'm not actually sure. I don't think you can win out, but at the very least, I think he can get a top 4 now with 7 country and Samira 3. So we'll see.
Yeah, the fact that it was the Samira instead of the Urgot makes it so
It's
that
big.
it's maybe possible for him to get that, right? Like the board is going to be a lot stronger, but it does feel like other players do have potential to hit pretty high caps, right? We see this What the Forge from Dish Soap. He's got double Sniper's Focus onto the Karthus and the Archangel coming from the super fan in. So that's an immense amount of damage. If he ever targets your backliner, they'll just get deleted.
Absolutely one shot. I am such a What the Forge hater though. I feel like this is the most lottery augment in the game almost.
It kind of
for a prismatic, it is insane how bad it can be. Like it can actually make you weaker straight up when you get bad items on it. So I'm really surprised Dish Soap of all people took that. Maybe he felt like, hey, that's really the only one I can click. Every other one is not going to work for me in this situation. But you know, you're playing Pentacoli from that spot. If you just get like only AD items with the Karthus headliner or whatever, or AD tank and things like that, like you can definitely hit situations, and I've had them happen a lot of times, where you just end up with unusable items for your carries, and that can just be like, all right, you went from a good spot to you were just losing every round for the rest of the game.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely has the high highs and the low lows for sure, right? Because you can also just hit like Manamune plus, you know, Sniper's Focus, and then it's like, all right, GG. We won the game, right? Plus like good items for a quali. And we did actually see another spat being picked up by Dish Soap. So potentially he can even add an additional Pentakill emblem and just go even higher with this cap. But Kane Drew also having a ton of gold here to roll. Hasn't yet full sent for this Yone and for this this Riven. But yeah, as you said, Heartsteel Headliner. It's kind of the worst version of the Yone. But if you can 3-star the board, it's still going to be very, very powerful.
Yeah, I mean, and he is getting additional cash outs, so it's not like it has no value. We'll see what he gets here. You know, it's going to be some more gold kind of injected in. I'm going to be interested to see if he sells it, and actually, you know, when he does his roll down, because you know, he has a lot of gold and he's getting too low. Like he does have to, you know, really send it at a certain point, and you have to make the judgment: can I actually win out with this variant of it? Like if I play for it. He just got another 2-star, so we'll see. Was that the 3-star? No. So I think he must have sold then.
He did sell. Yeah, it's gone, but now he actually has 6 of them. He could just hit, that's 3-star Riven in shop 8-bit.
He should buy it. He's got to buy it.
Yeah. And he's got the item, he popped the items off anyway, right? So you can still itemize this Riven.
Yep. And then you just need to pick up Garen Caitlyn and you're 4 8-bit. And then you're 2 off of Yone 3. And if you get 4 8-bit and have a Yone 3 and Riven 3, that is a really strong board.
Yeah.
One of the problems, my guess is he has 0 8-bit stacks. Yeah, you can see the little arcade thing in the bottom right. So he has no 8-bit stacks, so the Riven is not going to be getting a lot of AD. And it is Gunblade Titan, so he doesn't have a 3rd item. So there's definitely problems here. He's still got to keep rolling. He's got to get 4 8-bit, and he's got to hit the Yone 3, and he's probably dead otherwise. He also doesn't even have Edgelord in. I think he really kind of messed up his transition.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely needed to make some additional moves there. And I'm also really interested why he didn't put an additional item onto the Riven, right? He did have those 3 additional AD items and decided to put them on the Yone. And they did synergize well, right? And they were great Yone items, but he doesn't have the Yone 3 and he's dying, right? He's on 10 HP. Yeah. Speaking of dying, right? We got Darth Nub here with 4 HP.
You just need Edgelord in, no matter what. Like it's literally unplayable without Edgelord. Just like not even the attack speed is massive, but not even just that. You need to have the dash. Like that is how your units get to the backline. That's how you win rounds, right? So not having a Kale or something in is obviously rough. We'll see if we can get anything good from this.
Superfan emblem.
A digital superfan. So it does give you the Omnivamp at 4, but like, is that actually going to make the difference? Omnivamp and a little HP. It's something.
Also,
do you think you just
do you just Guardian the Echo, because he has a lot of HP in these items, and even though it's not for Guardian, it's still playing 3 Guardians. Oh,
I actually like
this
dropping a super fan. I think this is better. That's kind of what I probably would have done. He actually went Infernal Contract as well, by the way. So he did hit Lulu 3 with that. So we have a couple of Infernal Contract players, and he's going to be having to win here. We'll see if the Lulu 3, Seraphine 3 can get it done, but he is getting shredded through the Ahri moving forward. He's just got no front line and no way, I think, to actually win this round unless...
the stun from the Lulu cast.
Crazy.
She barely got that off, though. Dropped to like sub 10%. Fires off the 3rd cast. Get the stun out on everything. And yeah, I mean, realistically, the Lulu 3, it's great and all. Does a lot of damage. We know people are playing Lulu reroll. This is a real thing people like. And so adding that to your Seraphine reroll is great, but the front line's pretty terrible. I mean, Darth Nub wanted to hit Echo 3 or potentially Nico 3 as the additional add to the Seraphine when he picked Infernal Contract, and it didn't
Yeah.
get there. And once again, we're kind of getting a close lobby. It's not as many players, but these bottom three, right? XB Mots, Kandrew, and Darth Nub, all 10 and below here on stage 5, and very, very close to just dropping.
Yeah, it's tough. At the very least, though, we do have the Yone 3 now in, and he got Edgelord in for Crowd Diver. So he's got that. He decided to go more for Crowd Diver instead of the additional 8-bit, or maybe he just didn't hit the 8-bit line. I think this makes more sense anyway, because 4 Crowd Diver is going to be more of a spike right now, and 8-bit's like that slow burn to stack up. So I think this makes a lot of sense. We'll see if he's going to be able to get it done against XB Mots. It is playing that Ari in the back line, and the Yone's already there. This is going to be an easy cleanup, and XB Mots might be the one going down. Blitz, the only one surviving. That is going to be likely an 8th, but Darth does die, so it could be a 7th here.
I think
depending on how bad the loss is. Looks like a 7th, yeah.
Darth took a big loss, right? -10
Really big,
from that spot, so does end up going 8th, and Darth was in a good spot as far as points are concerned. So the 8th, I mean, that can hurt quite a bit, but I think Darth can easily bounce back from that.
It's a great point, because also, you know, we look at this could start to balance things out, right? If some of the players are at the top start having some bad finishes, Dish Soap, who's at the bottom, he's sitting number 1 HP right now. We'll see if he can actually, you know, get a board together that can win out, because obviously there's a lot of people still alive. A lot of things can happen. Kandrew now does get up towards that level 8, so trying to see what he can get done. We talked about this earlier, though. This is kind of the awkward things about that support dummy, is that, you know, when you have a shroud on it, you're not getting full value, you know, from the other item. And his Toronto Tokyo with that Infernal Contract has that Hecarim spawning up, and it is actually tanking that Yone for a bit. We'll see if the Samira can deal with the Riven. It doesn't look like it's gonna happen, and the Hecarim not gonna be able to win this 1v3.
Oh no, not at all. These are way too powerful, and I think, you know, finding the extra item for the Riven, being able to put together the Crowd Diver board. We saw that Yone walk up, and because the way you like to position country is in that little, you know, that little nook, you put them all together, right? And then so the double swipe just took out the entire front line. It just disappeared, and it was just the Hecarim and that Samira left. Do you want to go 9 country? No, I guess you just get to you get to drop one, right? You get to drop one of the bad country units.
Well, there isn't 9 country, right?
No, there isn't.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Just give someone an extra hat.
Just for fun. It's just more hats for the board.
Yeah. So you can drop a garbage unit, try to tech something else out. Also, he was sitting on a ton of gold, so it actually could be potentially a bit more of a spike than usual.
Oh, Vex 3.
Vex 3 is really big, but he was sitting on, I want to say, like 40 gold at least. So maybe you 3-star something else and you put that in and make it a country, and then all of a sudden it's actually a big spike because you picked that up. But we have Last Stand proc for replay. He has a pretty darn strong board. He couldn't actually find the Alawi, unfortunately for him. He doesn't have Blitz 2, which also really sucks, and didn't get the Sona 2, didn't get that Ziggs 2 either, but he does have that TF headliner. He does have some pretty decent front line, and we'll see what he can get done.
Yeah, I mean, the Vex doing a ton of damage to this front line immediately, but the big thing with Disco is because of all this HP and the healing, it's able to still survive with that Last Stand, but it's still very close, and we've got that Hecarim on the side. He's staying alive. These casts, though, from the Twisted Fate are great, but here comes the Vex. It's not enough. The cast comes too late, and Replay stays alive. He's level 9. He's got the Last Stand proc, and he just took Toronto Tokyo down to 1 health. Is that an Amumu 3? It is. Toronto Tokyo finds the spike just a second too late, but will it be enough to stay alive to top 4?
Yeah, we'll have to find out. You know, he did get that extra unit coming in. I just saw another Ezreal 2 come out for Soju, who did have an Ezreal headliner earlier, so I wonder how close he is to actually Ezreal 3, or if he had, you know, sold and pivoted. We haven't actually looked at his board in a long time. But replay, Toronto Tokyo, both at 1 HP, but this is a Last Stand, much higher cap board, and he actually got Rageblade Shiv now onto his Sona, so he moved those items over onto the Sona. The Sona's in a much better spot. We'll see if he can get it done here. Up against his opponent, we have Dish Soap on the left side playing against Toronto Tokyo. That Karthus, if it actually casts on those backliners, it's going to be devastating, but the Karthus doesn't look like it's going to be able to cast fast enough, so Toronto Tokyo is going to be able to win that one, and replay on the other side, he's going to stay alive as well, I think, here. So both these 1 HP players refusing to die, and some of these healthier players in the lobby are going to be starting to get pretty nervous.
Yeah, we got a repeat of last game here, Azale, right? We got all these players so low. And we're going to have to see how that pans out. But Toronto Tokyo, did you see his backline disappear to that Karthus, right? Dish Soul's Karthus is doing so much damage. And it's just a matter of, does he have enough frontline? Can he beef it up? That he's got a really good chance of going first if he can continue to upgrade that board.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough though. He did lose, right? He did lose that round at the end of the day. And one of the rough things about it is the Karthus does so much damage, but it has no mana generation, right? It's got
Yeah.
Archangels and double Sniper's Focus. So the casts are coming out so slow. That first cast came out, did so much damage. He finds an Urgot off the orb.
Oh my god!
Just hit, man. I mean, to be fair, he played Infernal Contract. We're on stage 6, and he just now got his Urgot 3. So I'm not even calling high
No,
roll,
it's
right?
not crazy. It's not, but
Yeah.
like,
But
he got bailed out because he
nice.
low rolled this game so hard, and he
Yep.
still got here. He got to the board.
Yep, he did get there. And you look at Replay on the other side. Replay did now hit that Alawi, so he's got the Alawi in. As I mentioned, he moved those items over onto the Sonos, so now you're getting that luxury stage with Disco where you can start to win out in games. And we'll see if he's going to be able to do it. I think that's a mistake. He moved his Blitz off the Disco square, so it's not going to get all that additional health and attack speed, which actually the regen can be really big in these rounds. We'll see who's the Karthus going to be targeting. That Alawi can make all the difference, as those tentacles can eat the shots from the
Next
Karthus.
cast will
Just
hit-
charging
it'll
up.
hit
This
TF.
cast is going to be big.
Oh, he lives!
Doesn't actually kill it, but
Oh,
he's
it's
going to.
not
Oh, he's
enough.
dead.
Oh, and on the other side, look how close this fight is for Toronto Tokyo. There's still a tank living in the back line, and there's the cast from Samira. She's trying to stay alive, barely out heals, and the Hecarim was still alive as well. Kaiwing went down, so Kaiwing and Replay 5th into 6th, and we've got our top 4. Toronto Tokyo on maybe the biggest low roll. We have seen some of the hugest low rolls today from these re-rollers. Finds a way to stabilize, find the rest of the board, and goes top 4.
Yeah, I mean, his rolls were bad, but he does have double country spat. So
Yeah, that's
so
true.
that's healthy.
pretty
That's,
true.
that's a
That's
big
pretty true.
horse on the sideline. So, more dog take away and more dog give, so it's going to balance out a little bit there. Soju is not going to roll. So he's 50. He's saying, you know what? I can't win anyway unless I get 9. I don't think he's getting 9 though, especially against this Everfrost that his Ezreal is hitting immediately. And he's got no armor pen that I can see, so I don't know. It's going to be too slow getting through this. That Karthus ult obliterated so many of his units, and the second ult is going to spell defeat here for Soju. Soju going to be going down. We'll see if Toronto Tokyo dies
Toronto Tokyo
as
lives.
well.
Kangeru's out. Soju in 4th, Kangeru in 3rd. Toronto Tokyo has made it to the top 2. Can he take down Dish? We saw him win one fight already.
Yeah, let's find out. I mean, Dish Soap has got a lot more room to grow. That's the difference, right?
Yes.
He's level 9 now, and he does have
10
look at this,
pentakill.
two
Never mind.
Zigs, 10 pentakill. He's got the
He
extra
got there.
stat. Okay, never mind.
Man.
It's,
We saw that
it's all
spat. We were
over.
wondering when this was going to happen, and Dish did find it. So let's see.
Yeah.
I mean, this should just be an easy win for Dish Soap, but Toronto Tokyo's board is incredibly strong, right? 3-star Vex, 3-star Samira, 3-star Urgot, 3-star Amumu. Has the biggest horse we've ever seen, but he might still get 7-0'd.
Yeah, we'll see if the horse is going to get sent to the blue factory. Samira up there trying to get it done. The Akali already in the back line, and it's going to be on to that Vex. The Vex getting incredibly low. The Karthus next ult
It's actually
surely
close.
going to be taking out all these carries. They just got disintegrated. But can this Urgot and the horse get through everything else? It looks like it might not be enough. Dish though going to be able to take it down. Needed a win. Gets the 10 pentakill. Able to get it. A must win, and it's a huge one for Dish Soap.
That was surprisingly close, I have to
That
say.
was.
10 pentakill is usually an auto win, right? Like, it's just a guaranteed win. And this was a level 7 board that actually took it all the way down to the last units. And now, it's an Infernal Contract level 7 board. It's 3-star everything country, but, still, the fact that that came down to the wire is pretty amazing. But yeah, as you said, Dish Soap really needed that win. 8 points.
Yeah.
We talked about, hey, Gangly, I think, was saying, hey, if I can screw up the first 3 games this bad, that means I can still pop off the last 3. And it starts with that first place from Dish Soap.
I mean, he just doubled his points, right? He just doubled his points there, so he's got to be feeling pretty good.
All right. Well, with that, we are going to head to a break, send it over to the analyst desk so they can talk about it. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more of the KDA Cup.
back, everybody, to the TFT Remix Rumble KD8 Cup. We have finished 4 games here for day number 3, and there's a lot that we can take away from that game 4. So I've brought in the big guns, Crowan and Gangly, to break down that game. And we've got to start from the very beginning. Item payout, yet another portal that I feel like really has shaped the pace of this lobby, Gangly.
Yeah, this is a cool portal because it's one of the transformative portals in the sense that it forces players to play a little bit differently. We saw in stage 2 that a lot of the players were slamming items early in a way that we may not always be seeing them because, especially with the system change of the streaks being lower, gold is a certain resource that we don't have an abundance of right now. So if you can reach those gold intervals by slamming early, then it does put you in an advantage. However, on the flip side, slamming items early also forces you to play a bit more narrowly. And we saw a lot of players like Darth Nub, for instance, right off the bat, hard committing to the Seraphine line and saying, I'm going to use the additional gold of this portal in order to hard force Seraphine and hit. Ultimately, it didn't pay out for him, and he ended up needing to take Infernal Contract to try and find that Seraphine 3 and bail himself out. But it's worth mentioning how this portal certainly shaped the flow of the game.
Yeah, 100%. And I was really excited to see Seraphine reroll come out, but Darth Nub's spot just unfortunately wasn't quite the case for it. We saw a lot of AP in this lobby, but most of it landed in the bot 4, and I think that happened because a lot of people were trying to contest each other with playing that TF, playing that disco line, and the players at the top of the lobby had indeed high rolled enough to just be way stronger in all those TF compositions. Even saw a player like XP Mods kind of get stuck on a disco transition, but ended up finding an Ari instead and just kind of had to play that. But once we get to kind of the top 4 of the game, right? So even on the screen, Kane Drew had sold the Yone headliner, found the Riven, but really just wanted to play into fighting both of those 3 stars and was able to take a 3rd place from it. Again, Darth Nub just not able to find these things and make them happen. But Soju as well had a super interesting spot in the game. An augment that you don't take a lot of the time. It's too big to fail, right? You get a lot of HP, get those extra damage coming out. But Soju actually played like a 6 bruiser and then Ezreal MF as his backline and made it work out that way. And that's where we kind of talk about this like Ezreal flex, how can you make it work and how can you get it into those top 4 situations. I think Soju did that one pretty impressively.
And speaking of augments that you don't take very often, you have to call out Dish Soap taking What the Forge. Giselle talked about it on the cast. He said, this is an augment I'm never taking because it grieves me way too often. However, Pentakill is one of the lines where What the Forge is extremely strong. It's the knowledge of that line that gives Dish Soap an edge over the field. And while a lot of top players may be familiar with this line, you have to assume that there are some people who aren't willing to play that line. And Dish Soap going into this game was in those bottom 8 placements. It's this knowledge of the line that I think is so exemplary of why we consider Dish Soap the best player in North America.
Oh, 100%. Just so proving it time and time again, right? The double sniper's focus on this Karthus is just disgusting. Nearly one-shotting, the Samira at the back. But
gross.
you have to give props to Toronto Tokyo, though, right? Sort of like kind of open fort strategies, held on to a pair of 2 Samiras. Like, okay, I'm going to commit to this country line, but how do we get there? How do we salvage this spot? The level 6, roll down wasn't that great. Getting to level 7, not really finding that much either, but taking Infernal Contract, rolling, finding things like a Executioner Samira, right? Executioner Vex, but greeting out to find the country Samira, getting the country emblem as well, and going into a top 2, right? He could have gone out in bottom 4. It was so hard fought for so many rounds in a row, but I think that was a super impressive second from Toronto Tokyo.
After 4 games, the scores are really going to shape out here, and I really want to draw attention to some of these people that were on that last slide. Replay, Ashmu, Prestivan sitting in those 50-something place finishes, really looking scary. On the second page here, though, we're seeing people like Dish Soap trying to make his way up, getting closer to that middle of the pack, right? That bubble, and then. Yeah, honestly, there's actually quite a few of the lab players making their run too. Humbug quite just about on that bubble, 1 point back. And so this is going to be, going into the last 2 games, the inflection point for a lot of these players to find that edge and get a couple of points that are going to solidify you.
Yeah, because we're reseeding the lobbies again. we've got 2 more games that these players get to play, and it's going to be a fresh start for some of them. But some of these players, it did take them a little bit to kind of get into the swing of things, if you will. Crowan, this is a large patch. There's a lot of different experimentation that maybe hasn't quite worked out for these players for these first few games.
No, I think as tournaments do progress, I feel like I say this a lot personally, but especially on a new patch, we're going to continue to see a lot of innovation, a lot of new things continue to come out like every single game, right? How exactly do you get into these into these lines, right? We know that things like Seraphine reroll can work out, Olaf reroll can work out, but we get to see and kind of, nitpick, okay, why did that work out in this situation? Why didn't it in this other one? There's so many factors that come into play here, but I think there is still a lot more to cook up. And, I was mentioning that Olaf reroll Kyun sitting in 3rd right now. Very, very solid performance, but honestly, just being able to secure your spot into day 2 already, because 27, 28 points is around the cutoff. Huge props to those players with still 2 more games to go.
And I really, before we go any further, I know we got to see it a little bit on that last slide. I have to call out 3 names that were on the first page, the top 16. Ripple Overdrive, Spencer, and Pokygom. These are 3 players who are returning or breaking out into the top 15 power ranked players in North America. And so many people's eyes were on these. Ripple Overdrive was a player that nearly made Worlds back in set 8. Came up just short. On the other hand, Spencer, one of the greatest North American players back in set 5, making his return, hitting rank 1 in the last patch, coming out to the KDA Cup, and now in a position to make the final day in a shortened season. And Pokygom, the king of New York, the truest tri-state representative. It has to be so cool to see these players back on top, in form, and performing on day 3 of the KDA Cup.
Pokygom got the top 32 at the Vegas Open. This is definitely a player that has shown up even just within this set already. And so who can continue to carry with that momentum? Who can bring it back? We only have 2 more games today to see who will be moving forward to compete in the final day tomorrow. So much to play for, and we'll be getting right back into the action after this break.
Welcome back, everyone, to day 3 of the KDA Cup. Crone here, joined by Gangly to take you soon into game number 5. Gangly, 2 games left to go on the day, and we see a lot of players that would have hoped to have a better run, but they might be out of the running. Still 2 games to go left with that 27-28 break point, though. There's still a lot that could happen.
We've said it over and over again that this is the most important first cup we've ever had in competitive TFT. You really can't afford to make any more mistakes if you are one of those players that's on the bubble or below. You can't play the rest of your games praying that your opponent will make more mistakes than you. You have to find an edge somewhere. And that's where it's really exciting in Game 5, because all of a sudden the nerves are turned up to 10, the pressure's turned up to 10, and we have to find out which of the players are going to be able to sustain themselves, figure out how to stay calm, and like Humbug said at the top of the show, find that focus that he believed carried him to that final that final lobby way back in the Vegas Open. I think that edge, though, it does come in various forms. We saw it from Dish Soap in the knowledge of that creative line in the last game. Sometimes we find it in the players who are willing to cook, like Robyvan in with that Twin Terror Lulu game. It's really exciting to see this moment, because at the core, I think games 5 and 6 of any day is where the truest identity of a TFT player really comes to light.
100%. I love that, especially in the focus that you have to have and the knowledge and comfortability, because even a player that we saw last game, Dish Soap, right, take that lobby, he started off the day with a few bottom 4s and really is not even guaranteed or is unlikely to make it into day number 4 unless he has another couple of very, very strong games. But he's a player who has talked about time and time again, yes, I've been here, I've gone through a lot of these tournaments, I've had this experience to just let him feel that comfortability and allow him to play his best game of TFT. And there's still a lot of players on the bubble, and some maybe with a bit less experience, maybe feeling those jitters, because bringing it back to the point of there is less room to fail, right? All of these points are gonna be so tight, only 2 cups and only ladder. You're gonna be feeling a lot more pressure than usual, and it's just to see who can overcome that, right? Especially coming off of such a huge event like the TFT Vegas LAN Open. That was a lot of pressure. This is a different kind, not quite LAN. You're in your comfortable at-home settings, playing your game of TFT that you know and love, but still, with how set 10, how Remix Rumble is shaping up, there's still a lot to see. And again, only 2 games left. We're gonna be saying goodbye to half of these players and some really, really star ones as well.
Yeah, and it's hard because, again, with the shortened circuit, you're talking about 32 players being eliminated today. Basically means that if they want to make regionals through qualifier points, they're going to have to give up on that dream and look for a top 4 instead. So we've got a handful of these bubble players in this lobby, and this is a beautiful lobby to go into for Game 5. We've got some stars. We've got Goobum, Spencer, who I talked about before the break, Spicy Appy's a good friend of mine, love to see him, and the world champ from set 8, Replay.
World champ making it into the lobby as we get into game number 5. Gangly, just 2 more to go. We got Silver Symphony, component anvils, or loaded carousels. Not super game warping ones, right? We're kind of used to seeing these, but maybe some of the players who are on the bottom edge of that table would have loved to see some more game warping ones, right? Ones where you take a little bit of player agency out of you and just try to high roll with them.
Yeah, I feel like we got a little too lucky on our first 2 games with the prismatic lobbies back to back. We are getting straight silver lobbies for the next 2. But it is interesting. Actually, I did miss it. So the portal that it ended up on, it's obviously not the component anvil. So this was.
I was too busy people talking, people yapping that I missed it too. We'll get some confirmation soon, though.
We will eventually find out what this portal. Oh, I believe it's loaded carousels. That's definitely what it was.
Yeah, that or Silver Symphony. So yeah, I guess loaded.
I'm pretty sure it's loaded carousels, so a lot of the players are going to be comfortable playing on this. It's something they've seen a million times before, either in this set or in previous ones. It's one of those cool things about set 10, honestly. I remember back in the Vegas Open, we talked a lot about how set 10 is quote-unquote the greatest hits album of TFT, right? There's this really fun element of getting to call back to all of these things that we've seen in the past that are now making their return. I also do want to call out the pentakill Olaf being picked up by Kaiwing. on 1-2, right? That was a one or on, excuse me, on a 1-3.
Yep.
The first headliner unit that you are offered and immediately picked up, it is not the bruiser variation, which we typically do see when players want to reroll Olaf. But on Devliss's side, you gotta feel pretty good with the Heartsteel opener and the Yone being dropped from that orb.
Man, not only is it the Yone drop from Orb, but also then immediately finding the Heartsteel headliner Cassante. Like, that's disgusting. But also,
Wow,
it's exactly what Devliss needs. At 11 points, you need to go 1-1 to even have a shot at making it into day 4, right? So it is do or die time from Devliss in this situation. As we have our first augments coming out here, and gang, we're not blessed quite as much as we were in games 1 and 2 with the prismatics, but at least we got a gold one.
Yeah, gold one definitely an option for some excitement. There's still things that can be born out of this. I don't want to give up on it quite yet. Actually, pretty interesting that Scooby-Doo does take Spoils of War on a board that
not great.
It's not great. There is a country option here, though. That's definitely a pretty strong opener.
Okay.
And so all of a sudden you've got this Urgot on your board. It does feel like he got a little bit bailed out by his his shop there. On the other side, the Corki Chosen and the Riven drop from Orb, which is a really nice pickup for Spicy Appies to maybe try and lean into this Riven reroll.
Oh, on the side of Devliss, they're trying to lose streak Heartsteel, and they have what doesn't kill you. So you're going to be able to get extra gold and more components. So I think we're going to be looking at Devliss in stage 3, right? End of stage 3, maybe stage 4, trying to raise the stakes, trying to go for just a huge Heartsteel cash out. Obviously, for now, is going to lose a lot of rounds, if not every single round in stage 2, though. So we gotta, again, point back to the conversation of, does, full opening, going on this, 8, 9, 10 loss streak still work out? We've seen it have some success already today, definitely in the first couple of games, but again, it is risky.
If it doesn't work there, is it ever going to work right? What doesn't kill you? Heartsteel opener. And on top of that,
what more can you want?
He does have the sword, cloak, and glove on his bench. So he has the IE and half an even shroud. Honestly, there's a very good chance that we're going to see Devliss go something into an open fort into that level 7 Yone reroll. So we'll keep an eye on that. And if we did see players like Spicy Appies who are rerolling that Yone, we maybe see them contesting each other a little bit. Hopping on board now with Spencer, though, who has an early disco online, which we know has been very strong, despite the fact that we haven't actually gotten to see that many disco players actually hit on broadcast yet.
Yeah, actually, almost none, it feels like. A lot of time when players are playing this kind of AP flex line, they have been not hitting and maybe forced to go into like a low roll TF, disco spot, dying in the bottom 4. We've seen a little bit of pentakill Akali, but it hasn't really done that great or seen as much as I would expected. A lot of players are landing on KDA though, because I think it's just, okay, rolling a level 8, you're getting to dangerously low amount of gold. You see an Ari headliner, so you're like, okay, I guess I have to click it. I don't feel good about it, right? But it can bail you out in some situations, though.
Man, this spot looks so nice for Devliss. Yeah, it's better than let's just watch someone else. We gotta pretend like someone else has as good of a spot somewhere. Back on Appy's board, though, who was not able to maintain the 2-win. Honestly, I mean, that's not super surprising. The Riven 1 on stage 2 is definitely not one of the strongest 3 costs that you can get dropped. It is nice to hold because it makes the path to Riven reroll a little bit more linear, but unfortunately not going to be that valuable on stage 2. As we see, Appy's going to take another loss here and not able to make that 10 gold econ threshold.
Would have loved to win there, sell the pair of Cassantes on the bench, make 10, but can't quite do it. Do have a few players at the top of the lobby, and curious to see what they are working with. But Gangly, yep, there is a spat. There is 2 components because of that loaded carousel, and the item influx is going to be so good.
Appies gets the spat.
Appies does get the spat.
Wow.
Okay, does he go maybe something like an 8-bit spat? Is he going to be cooking like that?
I think this is 100% an 8-bit spat angle. Yeah, I mean, he's got 3 8-bit online right now. He does not have the open bow, though. I believe he has something like a glove on his bench.
Yeah, he had glove belt plus something.
Yeah, and I think maybe rod or something. It's definitely not an angle that he's going to be slamming it right now, but I would be shocked if we did not see him at least lean into it. And if he hits, I promise you we're going to be seeing the 8-bit stack coming out. Oh, that can be such a high cap. If you can reach that 6 8-bit, you have so much raw damage that even having a Corki 1 and Caitlyn 1 on level 7 is going to be outputting a crazy amount of damage.
Oh, 100%. Crazy amount of damage there. We're going to be seeing soon once that comes into fruition. For now, on Replay's board, one of the win streakers at this point is playing around the pentakill. Olaf early game. And look at this beast, right? You can throw whatever items on him, and he's just going to be doing so much work, honestly. Sunfire, Warmugs, and actually has a lot of cute synergy because as he gets lower HP, he's going to be able to, life stealing more, and he just has more HP to work with off of all those items, and the Bloodthirster as well to complement. And he has Salvage Bin, so he can just make that into whatever else later. It doesn't really matter what you slam, as long as it gives you the power right now. And that's exactly the power that Replay needed to win this fight. That's the Warmog's diff.
Subidu's board has been quite strong in a spot that when we saw that initial 2-1 spot was not too strong, had a miracle shot that kind of bailed him out, and now, despite the fact that he was losing to replay, Subidu clearly one of the strongest boards in the lobby right now.
Yep.
Devless, he does it, he's raising the stakes. Great spot. The question really is how willing is he to full open going into stage 3 to guarantee that he actually can maintain this raise the stakes. Obviously, this, for anyone who's not super familiar, this is a new interaction with the Heartsteel synergy where it will double the number of Heartsteel sacks that you get per round. However, if you win, it will immediately cash you out at half of your current stack. So it is high risk, high reward, and at 11 points in the standings right now, Devless needs to look for this top 1 or top 2.
Exactly. Needs those high risks. Honestly, probably anything under a first place would not be good enough. I think with a 1-1, that's 27 points exactly if my caster math isn't failing me. So yeah, Devless needs to be looking out for that. There's sometimes even where a world where that won't be enough, but you can't think about that. You have to play towards whatever your win condition is, and it's exactly that. A great point that you brought up, though, is how far does Devless go? Going into stage 3, do we consider even raising the stakes again after this cash out, right? Because having it from 2-1 means that you're not, especially already raising the stakes in stage 2, the stacks you're gaining aren't going to be that impactful, right? They're not going to get you that much. In stage 3, it's going to be a bit more, but are we going to be satisfied with like about a 200 cash out? Is that going to be enough? Or do you really have to, risk it for the biscuit and go one more?
Yeah, we'll see. I'm not entirely sure. Maybe if he gets a Tiny Titans or something on 3-2 that gives him a little bit more HP. I think personally I'd be a little bit too afraid to do something like that. But, you said it before. It backs up against the wall. 1-1 might not even be enough. So you got to do what you got to do.
Peckle, a player we haven't talked about a lot yet, but actually I love this spot. Having a gold collector playing country Samira, as soon as you get even like a tier 2 Samira in stage 3 and 4, she'll be farming so much gold. It's absolutely disgusting. Love to see this spot. Already having a bow on her as well, just one component away from having Biss. You don't need a Last Whisper because an Even Shroud has already been slammed, so that could just be a Giant Slayer. And Peckle is still, even with all this board being 1-star units, has been able to save a decent amount of HP, right? We're not too scared having 81 right now, even if there's going to be a lot of losses in stage 3. Again, as soon as these upgrades are found, Peckle will be able to turn it around and farm a ton of gold and get back in it.
Yeah, a little unfortunate that Peckle's not able to make the interest threshold there, only because they're holding a lot of 3 costs on their bench, which is tough, but that is the upside of the gold collector, and I'm curious to know if Peckle even might be open to rolling on 3-2. We have manifested it. We're back, baby. Prismatic Augment coming in on 3-2 is going to swing the power curve of this lobby wildly, and I am very interested to see what is happening here. Pandora's items coming in from Devless. Honestly, I really like Devless's items already, to be honest.
Yeah, even if thinking about like what can we pivot into from this Heartsteel spot. If are we going to 3-cost reroll, maybe go around Yone, Riven, those units are on the board or bench. didn't need the Pandoras to come through. Maybe you want to cap around like just a crazy Radiant item carrying you. I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, I don't know.
Wonder what the other options were.
I'm not sure. On the other hand, though, I think I do like Peckle's spot quite a bit. Zeke's Herald on this Gold Collector, i.e. Samira, and alongside that, being able to have the Shroud there is a lot of power. The other nice thing is that it gives the attack speed to the Vex, and we've seen so many times even today the power of this Vex can swing fights in your favor. And so being able to, I mean, we saw the one fight where I believe a Vex won the fight for someone just because of the utility of that stun. So definitely a nice little treat for Peckle to find on 3-2.
Yeah, and we see the Gold Collector value. The last 4 units alive all gave a gold over when Samira killed them. And Samira is going to be executing all these units very, very consistently, which is how the way her ability works. Love to see that. Saved a little bit of economy. Allowed Peckle to get up to that 30 gold again, because they had to roll down a little bit just to find the Samira. But back on with Devilish, we see the item slams. Yes, it is an IE on the Yone. The Tear and the Bow are being saved for what wants to be a Hand of Justice and a Titan's Resolve. Again, that Radiant item, though, could be huge if it rolls into something usable. But for now, with that, Shojin's going to keep it on the bench.
On the other side, we've got Spencer playing this disco board, but item-wise, looking to maybe transition into some sort of pentakill board. The BT plus Infinity Force in particular, I don't really see fitting into disco all that well. So
yeah,
it feels like Spencer's going to want to get out of this at some point, right?
Probably. There might be some like crazier boards you can cook up with playing disco, and then maybe playing like a Kali Flex, right, or something like that. But it's not going to be the standard stuff. But I think that is what separates the good from the great players, is who's able to cook up a board like that. So you find a TF headliner and you have these things. Oh, Appy's immediately going for that Caitlyn. Right, he's playing the 8-bit and finds a bow, finds the Caitlyn. Love it.
We've got to see Appy's spot out of this, because obviously finds that spatula early on. We make the call, it could be 8-bit. Now finding Caitlyn, not just Caitlyn though, with the bow, which means that if Appy's did not have the bow for 8-bit spat, suddenly he's in a position to very easily slot in 8-bit. So, oh man, this could be a spot for Appy, who is currently top 32, to swing himself into that top 16, maybe even top 8 for some bonus points.
Oh, Devilish cashed out. Okay, not trying to raise the stakes again. And yeah, I agree with that, Giggly. I was a little bit too excited to see some crazy stuff, but the big pivot is happening. What is Devilish going to roll? Can you find the headliner Yone or Riven perhaps and start going in that direction? Another Yone. A lot of Yones is going to buy and sell the headliner set. 5 Edgelord, 3 Pentakill, not a bad roll down, but yeah, no headliner is scary.
Yeah, it's hard to really see the value we're getting out of this Pandora's items, to be honest. We didn't roll most of our components because we were holding them on the bench when we chose it. We had the Tear and the Bow already selected, and now it feels a lot harder to stabilize our board despite the fact that we had so much gold, because we still just don't have a Prismatic Augment online.
No, not quite. I mean, the power disparity that gives is just going to be insane. Like you're saying, not rolling a lot of those items. Did get a Hodge online. Maybe we high roll after that round and get like a Radiant Titans to buff that Yone up. But with being, I think it was 4 Yones away, still a long way to go. Devilish right hand side hits the Mord too. Though. Yeah, that's true. It's Duplicator. So as soon as that headliner is found, it will be a tier 3. Oh, Devilish finds another Yone. Oh, there's Yone 3 on the side. Oh my god, he hits. We just had to not look at him. It was like, okay, you look at him, he's not going to hit. Right. You don't look at him, boom, there it is.
Being a little too shy, yeah, but still does not have this Radiant item. No. I guess at this point, though, you've bought yourself some time, right? Yone 3 is going to be quite strong in stage 3, so even being a prismatic item down is so much stronger than Spencer's board. Also has the Kayn online, too, so we might even get to see the Kayn. You know, maybe there's a world where you just naturally hit these Yone items out of your standard components, and eventually you cap out with some Kayn 2 with a Radiant item of some sort. Who knows? We'll have to see.
Hey, sometimes you just hit, right? Not only the only 3, but the Kayn as well, right? That's going to be probably pretty big because you have an item influx, taking that Pandora's, more items than usual, especially when you want to itemize things like Viego or Riven as well with those edgelords. Didn't see if it was Heartsteel or Edgelord Yone, though, so I'll have to check that out a bit later. Maybe he's able to get to something like 7 Edgelord, but for now, on board with Goobums. He did a really good job in the early game stabilizing HP, but in stage 3 has taken more losses than wins. Going into, some lucky gloves, has 2 TGs, and playing around this mid-game EDM, which I think we've seen a little bit happen today, and it is pretty solid in the mid-game.
Yeah, it definitely can be strong. A lot of people are playing it alongside things like the Heartsteel because of the ladder of the Yone alongside the Zed. Wow, big hit from Peckle. That's quite nice. Now, if you can find that headliner, Samira does find the headliner Urgot instead, which is country. So all of a sudden, the synergies will. Yeah,
okay.
Cat.
In.
Yep, got her in just in time. So yeah, and honestly, really nice stabilization on the other side. I imagine this is going to be Spicy Appy's board. Yeah, this is Appy's, who is currently playing that 8-bit. Seems like he does
8-bit
not.
Viego.
Yeah, which is probably the best user of 8-bit on this Riven board, but looks like Appy's did not have a headliner quite yet. Also, is still level 6, so not exactly sure what's going on here.
Wait, level 6 at 4-1? Appy's, I know you like to cook, but is this really what you want to be cooking up here? I'm not sure. Has binary, though, and that's, honestly one of the best prismatics. Just by far, we saw a lot of great binary value earlier. We do end off on just a silver tier augment, so nothing super crazy, unless Recombobulator. Wait a minute. That's kind of the craziest that you can get.
Yeah, is Devilish hitting a 3-star 4 cost?
Misconnections here for Subiboo.
Okay.
Not looking like it for Devilish. That would have been funny, though.
Oh, I imagine this is looking to play around Disco, so he wants to have the Nami plus Tarek, so he uses misconnection, so they don't have to go backwards to find that. Honestly, I like that call. I think that makes a lot of sense. Does find a TF chosen. Hey, we've got a Disco player today. Finally doing it.
I know that we do. We have a couple of Gragas's just holding some items for Bruiser. Dazzler online right now, but honestly, that is a great call out for the misconnections. Getting that Tarek 1, another copy of Nami as well, because those are units that still will make a difference being at tier 2 as opposed to tier 1. As we see a massive pivot from Kaiwang as well, trying to go towards a little bit of pentakill angle with this card that's in the back line, but Zed as well having those 2 items, Edge of Night and Sterix BT as well.
Really strong, despite the fact that Samira is quite strong on the side of Peckle, that Zed is able to stay alive, and the Karthus, with just a jeweled gauntlet and the adaptive helm, is able to take out the back line of Peckle. So really good stuff by Kaiwing, honestly. Good job stabilizing. Top 4 in HP right now. Decent board. Not exactly sure how it'll hold up for the rest of Stage 4. It is a bit of a hodgepodge, but it remains to be seen. We'll see how it all plays out.
Goobums also going into the Disco TF direction, but there's no headliner on the board. 0 gold. Goobums has to maybe sell some of the bench, try to find something, because that's a rough spot to be in. That composition with the Disco TF really needs to hit decently well on level 8 to be able to accelerate yourself into going level 9, and that's how you find these top 4s or maybe in first place finishes. But the power level of everyone else, especially now that Peckle has hit Samira 3, Devilish is already on Yone 3, there's really not much room for error right now in Stage 4.
Devilish also does end up with the Radiant Guard Breaker on the Yone. Definitely not the item I would have expected, but makes sense.
Okay.
You still get some of the AP that you want for the Omni Vamp. You have attack speed. It has some crit. You've got the IE. So yeah, sounds pretty good. I'm sure it's fine. I still don't know if you needed to do that, to be honest, but definitely a spot where significantly ahead of the lobby tempo because he was able to find that Yone 3, which is worth mentioning. That is the point of playing this early open fort style with the what doesn't kill you, because while Devilish traded away so much HP, this is the point in time where he's able to accelerate his board and build that lead back up and try and create a gap between him and the lobby.
Finds a Kiana, runs for it instantly, and I think that's just more so going to be for the unit, right? You're going to have Pandora's anyway, so you can roll whatever items. You can find a way to play this Kiana on the board, perhaps leveling up to 8. You're going to have 2 true damage online as well. So Kiana's can really make a capped board reach even higher heights, especially if she can get some of these items, start farming some more components, and itemize a lot more carries, right? Because there's a lot that can be itemized on Devilis' board. Not only the Yone, right, but the Viego, the Kayn, as well as some others once we push levels.
Goobums not looking to be in a fantastic spot. Luckily for Goobums, currently sitting at 26 points, which means even with an 8th is going to be sitting at 27, which could be the potential threshold. So I'm sure Goobums is not happy about this spot, but it could definitely be worse before you got to this point in time. Also, there might be a Gragas 3 on the other side of the board. You seeing that?
Oh my, 1 Gragas away. Subiboo is cookie. You don't usually see Gragas be in the tank here. That's a funny looking Blitzcrank on the other side, but once he hits tier 3, like,
fleshy.
hey, yeah, a little too flashy to be Blitzcrank. Oh man, but Goobums, can he make it happen here, right? That's kind of a janky board that he's pieced together, but at least it beats Subiboo on the other side right now. Goobums, I think, made a lot happen with just a little gold. Finding that Executioner, Headliner, Karthus, playing 3 Pentakill, having the lucky gloves to put onto the Mordekaiser, right, as well, to give some extra frontline. Then we see Appy's a couple Rivens away, but Gangly, 0 gold.
Yeah, sitting 0 gold, 2 Rivens off, not feeling great. And also the biggest problem, honestly, is that because you have your items on your non-headliner Riven, it means you can't play 6-8-bit on level 7. So he currently has a Riven on the board with no items on it, and a Corki waiting on the bench to be put on the field, because once that Corki goes in, his board will be significantly stronger. It's just a question of whether he will live long enough to get that Riven online.
Replays board I haven't seen in a while, but he's rocking with the Karthus as well, going up against Subiboo's Disco. And this time the Disco takes the matchup against the Pentakill, as Replay not having enough of a front line to really get through.
Yeah, Replay sitting at 14 points going into this game, so one of the players that really does need a very high placement of first or a second to continue to be in contention for advancement to tomorrow. And I did see that he also had a champion duplicator on his bench, so not exactly sure how he's looking to cap out his board, but with the champion duplicator, it definitely makes it a little bit easier.
Oh, 100%. Love having that as just a bit of insurance, right? Oh, it always feels better. And you can greed out maybe a little bit more. Subiboo gonna have some extra components maybe to go onto this Lulu, and then which wants to be a Ziggs or a Sona a bit later. Also only had 1 copy of the Blitzcrank, right? But we have found other frontline in the way of that set, and set does fit really well into it. Devilis now trying to slam a bunch of items. Crown Guard is really good for the Kayn. We see that one pretty often. Has Lifesteal to pair for it. So what does that last item want to be? It's going to be a death cap, it looks like, but really only on Kayn 1. He does fall over really, really quickly.
Oh man, Goobums has a lot of items to put on people, and also has a lot of Thieves Gloves, which means there are not that many units left to put items on. Does have just 3-item Karthus now, but so many components just left on the bench without a good home for them.
Yeah, that's rough.
And the Yone 3 able to cut through. Goobums goes down to 13 HP, could be on his last life.
There's still a lot that Goobums has to do, I feel like, because this board isn't strong enough to take a lot of round wins. But again, like you're mentioning, there's just too many items, it feels like, especially the TGs. The 2 tank items, the Ionic and the Steadfast Heart, were just on an Olaf too, which that's not really where you want to be at, right? That feels pretty bad. Ugh, rough.
Yeah.
Taking a look at all the other boards. Yeah, Peggle now.
Has the Samira 3 online. And honestly, the best part about this spot is the HP total and the gold total, because this board can cap out very high because you have this country emblem, which means that you can still play the 5 country despite the fact that you hit Executioner Samira, and you can play around the 3-star Amumu, 3-star Vex, and then eventually go up to level 8, add another Executioner, and play a 4 Executioner board with these items on Samira that are just going to rip through the enemy team. So I think there's a lot of different ways that Peckle can improve their board, and they have a little bit of time. Also, they're holding that Riven. I believe that means Spicy Appies has still not hit his 3-star Riven yet. Oh, wait, I say that.
Hit it right now.
Wait. Yep, there it is.
Riven 3 comes through. You love to see it if you're a spicy Appies fan, which, like, who isn't, right? Honestly, at this point, you love to see it. He's going to be able to get a 6-8-bit on a line. All of those items now go over to just the one copy of Riven. Goobums also did go out in that last round, so while he was cooking and while it seemed like he might have been able to secure a couple more placements, was not the case in 8th place, but still sitting comfortable in the points. Now we get a chance to look at Spencer and Sibiboo, both on elimination station here. Very low HP.
Spencer with a very interesting board, looks like just kind of playing what he hits, but unfortunately up against Devless here. And he actually does take out the Yone, though. Is that going to be enough? The Zed and the Akali are both still alive.
Oh, yeah, that might be enough.
The Mordekaiser allowed. Wow.
Barely.
Spencer's board, it's very confusing to me. I don't know exactly how he landed there, but it is fascinating. I also do see this Edgelord spatula here on the carousel. I imagine that is enticing for players like Devless playing the Yone, Appies playing the Riven. We'll see if either one of them opt to cap out with it.
Devless.
Yep, there it is.
He's going to be able to maybe get up to, like I was saying earlier, that 7 Edgelord. Guardian emblem picked up as well. Rapid fire. Appies could take it for Caitlyn, right? Yeah, but takes the last whisper instead.
Yeah,
that's not quite good enough.
It's possible Appies board maybe has a Lucian on it or something that he doesn't want to remove at the moment. I'm very curious to see where his stacks with the 8-bit, though. That is one of the most exciting parts about playing 8-bit is that you open up the opportunity to reach the high score. And if you can deal enough damage throughout the game, all of a sudden you basically just win the game for free because you get an outpouring of gold and resources and Nikos, and we might actually just see a 3-star legendary unit come out of a high score cash out.
Oh, a big matchup here between Sibiboo and Spencer. Spencer with the 3 carries on his board between Zed, Akali, and Ahri. Will they be able to find their way into the backline and take out the TF? The front line from Sibiboo. The Blitzcrank's trying to hang on, but does go down. One more TF cast, though. Might be able to do it. Gets Ahri charmed, but oh, it's so close. And the Alawi one hangs on. And Spencer falls in 7th place. Not what he wanted. Spencer is on 22 points coming into this game. Now it all comes down to game number 6 for him. That's a rough way to lose.
Wow, and what an interesting board Spencer put together to try and salvage just a few placements. Honestly, if we had been able to see a 6th or a 5th come out of that, it probably would have been a highlight of the tournament to a lot of these players, because that is, in a lot of ways, the skill expression of the game is when you don't hit, what do you do to make sure you can save a placement? So Spencer, so close to being able to pull it out, but unfortunately goes out in 7th.
Sibiboo hanging on 2 rounds in a row. Now Peckle has lost 3 in a row on the left-hand side, going up against Replay. It's going to be a close matchup there. It does have Vex 3, and that is a huge deal. Some good frontline moves hanging on. Looks like that matchup is safe, but Sibiboo on the right takes a huge hit versus Kai Wang, and he hung on for so long. Got one more extra placement, but is going to fall out in 6th.
On the other side, we Replay down to 1 HP. He's one of these players that we said needed a big placement, 14 points, which means if he goes 5th, he's only at 18 points, mathematically eliminating him, barring some miraculous divine intervention to the tournament where 26 points would be enough or 25 points would be enough to advance. Replay really needs to make sure that he can squeeze out another placement, and at 53 gold, maybe trying to go 9 next turn. We'll see if he can find something that makes his board just a little bit stronger.
It's a Ziggs.
For the Ziggs, there it is. Yup.
Has it? Yeah, say it. It'll come into fruition, right? Gets the 4 Dazzler online. Ziggs is just a fantastic unit as well. Isn't going to be able to upgrade it, but that's okay. Shiv, perhaps? Yeah, looks... I mean, there is an Onyx Spark actually on the Blitzcrank, but even just having the extra attack speed and mana on the Sona to cast earlier, still going to be solid. Yeah.
Okay, Kai Wang up against Ghost, and on this side, it is against Devless's Yone board. Traditionally, Yone does do quite well into TF because of the lack of single target damage, and the Yone now on the TF. Just like that, Replay going to go out. Have to imagine that is going to secure a 5th place finish. And with that, Replay may fail to advance into day 4 of the KDA Cup. Ooh, lots of
Yeah.
eliminations though.
Wow, I know it was a big hit that Replay took, but there are 3 eliminations. But yes, Replay in 5th is not able to get the top 4. Peckle squeezes their way into it with the 4th place, with that country Samira. Kai Wang as well, managing to secure a 3rd, but it is Devless, and we talked about it ever since we saw that Heartsteel on 1-4 even, Gangly. Needed to play this game and a go big or go home play style, and Devless is going big here, it looks like, but there's one more obstacle, and that is Spicy Appies.
And Appy's board looking very strong as well. The binary airdrop with multiple threats, 3 items right now. You have the 8-bit on that Viego, the Yone on the Riven though, and the Yone is going to be able to take that out.
Ooh.
It's a 3-unit loss for Appy's. He will be alive, but we are getting dangerously close. I believe even Devless could maybe take a 1-unit loss to stay alive, but we're looking at potentially the last fight of the day, or of the game, excuse me.
That fight was really close as well, actually, with positioning differences, maybe some Caitlyn snipes I could see and go the other way. Also with binary value, right? What items does Appy's roll could make a difference, is able to place an Alawi there, and that does stall a lot of time against things like a Yone, right? But there's just so much power on Devius's board.
Ooh, Yone's opposite side of the Riven. I imagine that's going to be pretty good for this Yone, who's immediately in the back line, making his way, laddering straight to that Caitlyn, who is dead. And now it is just the Riven against 3 units on Devless' side. Have to imagine that is going to do it. Spicy Appies goes out in 2nd, and Devless, when he needs it most, back up against the wall, takes the 1st place, back up to 19 points, and could find himself through the bubble, potentially going into day 4 of competition.
Raising the stakes, baby. Devless coming out with the 1st place. Again, exactly what needed it, but the road isn't over for him. Devless needs another 1st in the next game. Definitely going to be curious once those, game 6 settings come out. Oh, did Devless do it? Did he play for the win condition? Did he get it? But still, right? You got to take it step by step to get there. Also got to call out Appy's spot, right? Playing with that 8-bit, even grabbing the spat so preemptively, like we're calling out, oh, Appy's, he's in a spot where he's going to be comfortable going the 8-bit style. He's already stacking the 8-bit so early in the game, and it did come out into a 2nd place finish, which you got to be happy, I think, if you're Appy's from that spot, especially being on like 2 Rivens away, 0 gold, but eventually hitting. Just really well done.
Yeah, great stuff from Appy's, great stuff from Devless. I think both players played to their outs from the very beginning, and fortunately for them, they were able to hit. That's kind of the part of TFT where sometimes you roll the dice and you pray that it works, and for those 2 players, it really did. They set themselves up for success, and they capitalized on it when the opportunity presented itself. Now, we are going to take a quick little break, head over to the analyst desk, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few minutes before we go to game number 6 of the KDA Cup.
Welcome back, everybody. We have just concluded game number 5 of day 3 of the Remix Rumble KDA Cup, and that means that the end of the day is right around the corner. But that game number 5, it looked like it was all just coming up poorly there for Goobums when you kind of take a look at how he ended up in that 8th place spot. It feels bad looking at a player that is as skilled as Goobums and just having that kind of game.
Yeah, I mean, I think for Goobums, we saw him flexing around a ton between a couple different things, trying to just land on a really solid board, but he just was missing on all the upgrades on everything that he wanted, right? Like every 4 cost, every 3 cost, he's just missing everything. And we saw him sweating positioning for each of his rounds, making sure he could try and save as much HP as possible. It was actually really impressive. If he had found some upgrades, he might have been able to turn that 8th into a 6th, but an incredibly low roll game. And Goobums has done well enough throughout the day that it doesn't end his run whatsoever. But he does have to, buckle up for game 5, game 6, make sure it happens.
Yeah. I mean, it really puts him in danger. And like we were talking about this, sometimes the most impressive games are those games where you just aren't hitting and you have to problem solve your way to a 6th or a 5th. In this time, it felt like a really hard low roll, and there was a lot of powerful boards out there. So even though he did kind of stabilize a little bit for a bit, he eventually got killed off, hit that 8th. But Devlis had like someone who had a really interesting game, right? Like he did some of the most greedy, risky options you can possibly do. These are lines that I love to play. He went with what doesn't kill you. He went 8 loss with raise the stakes on Heartsteel, on a 2-1 Heartsteel. And then from there, I think taking the Radiant or Prismatic Pandoras was so risky. And that could have easily just been the end of his game, right? Because that is something that from that spot, you have to start winning. And if you do not roll into a usable item, because he's not even playing like Pentacoli or Executioners where you have an AP carry and an AD carry that you can flex with. Basically, the only thing that's usable for him is an AD carry item. Like it has to be something for his Yone, or the augment is just nothing, right? So I think he took an incredibly risky line. He did kind of get bailed out because he was able to actually hit that Yone 3 really quick on his roll down and did roll into that Radiant Guardbreaker, plus then got on 7, got a Cane. So he was able to have the 5 Edgelord really, really quick. But that being said, that's TFT, right? Sometimes you go for these risky lines and you just hit, and that can get you that first place finish. So I felt he was in a position with the 11 points where he needed to take a risk. It does end up paying off at the end of the day, but it has to be said that, hey, in a lot of those games, if you play that game 5 times from his position, you're probably like bot 2ing with that Pandora's take, I think, in a lot of them.
Yeah, I mean, it does set up Devlis, though, where now maybe a second first in a row can at least put him in tiebreakers to maybe make it on to day 2. So that actually is big, right? Going big for that first and taking the most obscenely risky line to do so. But I want to talk a little bit about Appies during this game. We didn't get to see him on camera a lot, but we did see him take a line that's pretty unique. We talked a lot about at top of show what spatulas would build into. We saw him take it on the stage 2 carousel. Our expectation is a lot of country, a lot of pentakill, right, and trying to play around those lines. But instead, Appies leans towards the 8-bit, and this is something that you had brought up, Azael, is playing around 6-8-bit, specifically around 3-star Ribbon, and that's exactly what we saw out of Appies. We have not seen much of it at all. I don't think we've seen any on stream today, but Appies does pull out this line and find that second, and I think that is just really good to see Appies flexing the ability to be so diverse in his compositions and take that 8-bit line to a top finish, and it's going to put him in striking distance to make that day 2.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think it was a really impressive game, and I think, had Devlis, not actually had, I think he high rolled pretty hard to get that Cane on 7, to be able to hit that Yone when he did, and so on. Like, had that not happened, I think he wins most games. Like, you win most lobbies from that spot. If you're playing, 6-8-bit Ribbon 3, you get that spat, it can be really, really strong. If you do hit that 8-bit Ribbon headliner, you can play 6-8-bit pretty easy. You can throw that spat onto Viego. That's generally where people put it, and it does make it a really strong secondary carry. So I think it's a pretty cool line. It's a really powerful line. It's definitely less popular than the Yone reroll we've been seeing a tremendous amount of, but I think it's those lines that when you recognize them, you can get a lot of benefit from, because you're way less contested, and it does give you an advantage and just having more copies of those units in the pool.
Want to call attention to some of the scoreboards that we're seeing fly through here. After 5 games down, we only have 1 to go. And we did notice a couple of names that are sitting at the bottom 16. And it's shocking almost in a lot of ways to see a name like Replay that's going to be sitting down there alongside a player like Dish Soap there, Casanova.
Yeah, I mean, just seeing him kind of bomb out in a cup. That's not exactly what we want, right? You want to be able to try and play for those qualifier points, and if he can't, then he's gonna have to look through ladder, because it'd be crazy to see, you know, a former world champion replay miss out on even just making it into the regional final. And we are looking at this bubble, a lot of players sitting in that 21 to 22, around 20. And usually we expect around 27 to 28 to make it to day 2. So we're really going to have to be watching those bubble players that are sitting at 20 and 21 points.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, we saw some players that also had horrible starts that have clawed their way back up towards that bubble. You know, Precedent was one of the players that we were talking about. I want to say 2 games in, he was like tied for last. You know, he was down near the bottom, and he is now up, you know, 1 point back of that qualification or so. So he has had some good performances. He has been able to claw his way back up. Soju started with an 8th. He's now sitting in a good position. Robinsong started very low. He's clawed up his way. So a lot of players, you know, have been able to kind of make that climb. But this last game is going to be so critical, because you pointed out, Cass, there's so many players around that 20, 21, 22 point benchmark, right? You know, really, there's probably going to be like maybe 20 players who could, based on this last game, you know, fall in, fall out of the qualification. There's not going to be that many people that are really sitting pretty and guaranteed qualifying.
Nope. And this is once again a call out to what you were saying earlier too, Casanova. There's only 3 events. We are already staring down the barrel of going to another set championship. And there's not that many spots even for consistency when it comes down to those qualifier point placements. So a lot riding on this final game here of day number 3 to see who can slingshot themselves to that final lobby and those final days tomorrow. Let's send it back over to Crowan and Gangly to bring us through this final game and figure out those answers.
Thank you very much, Necra, Azael, and Casanova. Gangly, we have reached the final game of the day for the KDA Cup. It has been a treat. But I do hope we can get another prismatic opener, you know, perhaps as just a little bit more of a treat in these lobbies, because we've had some crazy games, some comps we weren't quite expecting coming out into fruition. I still am stuck up on like, oh, that Spencer, you know, flex game. I really wanted to see it go farther, but just didn't quite come to be.
Yeah, I mean, as we're going into our final lobby on the day, I think it's worth it to, you know, this game is going to be a bit of a victory lap for 2 of the all-stars of North America, Kiyun, Setsuko, coming from that same study group, right? And that's one of the things we see, that when these players study together, they understand the lines together, they play in a similar manner. Well, oftentimes, as we saw in the entirety of set 9, this Setsuko, Soju, Kiyun study group, they know how to win. However, there are going to be a lot of players who have to play in a certain way to make it to tomorrow. We're looking at players like Malala, who's trying to dodge an 8th place, XB Mott sitting at 20, who really needs a 1st or 2nd place. Players maybe like Lucan as well, who's trying to dodge an 8th or a 7th. So there's a lot of players going into this final game that need specific placements in order to secure their advancement.
Yeah, there's even a world perhaps where Trick P can get a 1st and win on like some tiebreakers if it is indeed that 27 points cutoff. Also, the board that we're on is going to be Scuttle Puddle. Not quite the crab rave that we were hoping for, but
so
still
close.
I know. It's just one of the 2 Scuttle ones, right? Could it be the other one, Mort Dog? Can we just change it, you know, mid-game real quick? Just, you know, just for fun,
Gave
please?
us the wrong crustacean, Mort Dog.
Oh,
Next time
boy.
will be more clear. It's okay. They'll give us, it's going to be Scuttle Puddle triple prismatic anyway. No, in our
true. But
Yeah, yeah.
I'm down. I'm down for that. What a way to end the day if that's actually the case. What a way to end the day. Then, you know, looking at some of these players, you called out the kind of victory lap of Kiyun and Setsuko. Malala, though, right? Haven't seen him on broadcast today, but the Vegas Open winner. And what a finals that was. And he's still coming out big here once we get into the competitive circuit of Remix Rumble. Just needs to dodge an 8th place to really feel safe. A 6th, I think, would like lock him in for tomorrow. You know, maybe unless there's anything super, super crazy. So definitely one of the players to watch. But you mentioned Lucan, XP Mods, maybe Trick P as well. Unfortunate that it looks like, you know, a player like Philip, who did very well last set in some events, right? Got 3rd at Noxus Cup, not able to make it into day 4. But, right, as soon as you get back in the swing of things competitive, it depends on maybe it's a new patch, you know, some jitters. There's a lot of factors there, but I can be sure that we will see players like Philip and Dank Beams who might not be able to make it into tomorrow still in the future, though.
Yeah, Philip, one of those players who oftentimes can be found playing and studying with players like Malala, Wajan Iverson, Bosso skills. So it is kind of fun to see that we have this Kiyun and Setsuko representing one study group up against Malala and Philip. And despite the fact that Kiyun and Setsuko have been able to perform significantly better on the day, we still do have this study group of Malala and those set 8 upcomers that are still trying to prove themselves as this tier 1 grouping, and not just that they're carried by Wajan Iverson or by the newly minted champion of Malala, right? So I think it's an interesting dynamic to see in the final game of the day.
Certainly, but there's a lot of pedigree coming out of that study group, though, and those players, especially the two that you mentioned, but more players trying to make their way into that level of pedigree. It is a silver augment, Gangly. I cursed us. I'll take the blame for that one.
It's silver because it's going to be triple silver, and we're going to have somebody 3-star a 3 cost on 4-1, and then recombab into the 3-star 4 cost on 4-2. That's what it is.
I feel like you're thinking too small. Maybe it's a 4 cost 3-star on 4-1 into a 4-2. Yeah. 3-star legendary. You gotta dream big, Gangly. You gotta.
Hey, I was actually wondering when we were in the stage 1 of this game if any of the players were going to have an econ opener, and just like that, we have Malala, who on Scuttle Puddle has the econ opener and Blood Money chosen as his augment. So Malala is going to be a very, very rich player. He's also holding on to a potential Heartsteel out with the set and the Cassante. So it looks like he's actually not willing to sell his bench. Maybe he'll hold on to the Cassante and make 30 if he wins this round.
Because he has a couple of outs too. I think one is going to be the Heartsteel, another is going to be a potential Olaf 3. And if he sells everything besides that Cassante or Olaf, he would only be at 29 gold, so might as well just hold more stuff. We saw how well Olaf can perform earlier when Kiyun took a lobby with it. Certainly players are going to have that in the radars if they didn't before, especially it being a pentakill, right? It's harder to get to that 6 bruiser threshold, but I think, do you think the comp can work out with just 4 bruiser and going more vertical pentakill?
I'm not exactly sure. One thing that I took out of watching that Kiyun game was how much he stabilized off of that 6 bruiser spike. As soon as he found that Zac, it did feel like he went from losing every fight into winning every fight. So if that is anything that we can take something out of, then maybe 6 bruiser is actually very important. I haven't personally played enough of this Olaf reroll to know for certain, but I have a feeling that 6 bruiser is vital to Olaf's success.
It seems like that might be the case. XP Mods has an Olaf early, but did already push levels to level 4. Unlikely that we see that rerolled for an Olaf 3. However, I am curious how that pentakill Olaf can work out being rerolled, but yeah, we might not quite see that, because I think I do agree with you that 6 bruiser seemed like just a huge power spike, especially in stage 3, stage 4, where there's people that can get their comps online and burst out that Olaf before he can heal back up. Moving on over to Trick P, however, nothing crazy happened on this board. 2 out of 3 for the Heartsteel, 2 out of 3 for the Disco. Just going to be losing rounds, not quite full open forwarding, right, but still making 30 gold because we are on Scuttle Puddle. Some pretty solid econ. Trick P, one of the players, right? Maybe they can get into day 4 if they get exactly a first place.
Yeah, it looks like 2 soft open players fighting against each other, Setsuko and Trick P right now. And I imagine that if you're Trick P, you really just want to take a good loss here, because Setsuko is the other potential loss streaker. But honestly, I actually, thinking about it more, I think if Trick P really wanted to confirm this loss streak all the way through, they're probably not upgrading Betnami. So maybe they're in a place where they think it's fine to win-loss, because you're going to hit those interest thresholds early anyway.
Yep, exactly, right? It's going to not be as much reliance on that streak gold because the system changes, but you're still just going to be okay getting that +1 gold from winning and have your baseline economy with the Scuttle Puddle. Riven on the carousel is interesting if the players want to consider that direction, especially I guess with a chain vest. You're not usually going to want to go Titans on your Riven, but I guess it's an item that can work out pretty well sometimes. Would really like to see things like a Quicksilver, however, and we've seen a lot of Riven rerolls throughout the day, right? Like we kind of expected, a ton of 3 costs between Yone, Riven, Vex, Samira. They're all coming out to play. Even Lulu we saw a couple of times.
Yeah, there's definitely been an abundance of 3-cost reroll, and I imagine that in a portal like Scuttle Puddle, where you have this large influx of gold to allow you to get these interest thresholds right off the bat, and on top of that, we have players like Malala who are taking the additional econ augments, or Lucan who has the Tiny Titans is going to be able to slow roll his gold significantly longer than other players, that we actually may see even more of those rerolls, or I guess it would essentially just be on target with the rest, because we're seeing at least 2 to 3 3-cost rerollers per game. I would expect that we will see at least that for this next one.
Definitely. It's interesting to me to see, as Remix Rumble continues to progress, how many players opt to forego an early stage 2 headliner, right? Especially if you're comfortable with like kind of semi-opening, soft opening, as Philip was just trying to do, but the Katarina 2 was a bit too powerful on that regard. Setsuko doing a very similar thing on a 4-loss streak right now, and gets offered a country Tom Kent in the shop. A Vex is on the board with a death cap. We could consider country, but there are no smear items. But then it's like, is it just okay to go that direction with Vex being your primary unit that you're carrying?
I feel like Setsuko's in a spot right now where having such a great loss streak, being at only 81 HP, obviously having the econ of Scuttle Puddle and having those early interest thresholds, I feel like Setsuko would be in a good spot to just try and play around level 8 and maybe play around that Karthus board that I believe we've been seeing their study group playing on the day. So it wouldn't shock me to see that rather than looking to spike the board right now. And it looks like Setsuko does take another loss. So I'm assuming, I mean, it sounds like, oh, we saw him on the other side of the board. Did not take that Tom catch.
Yep. Lucan having the abundance of HP, of course, from the Tiny Titans. Couple players, 100 HP win streaking though, Malala and XB Mods. Malala is off of the back of that Olaf pentakill, right? Superfan goes in for that Sterix, get the Titans as well. And he just has base lifesteal. Blood Money not actually giving any value to Malala yet, but he doesn't need it. Is actually even going to be able to go to level 6 and still be making 50 gold econ. So absolutely love this, such a dominant spot. And you know, the top 4 percentage, right, of this game from Malala, just off of 5 streaking, I think goes up a ton. Even with this influx of gold here, he's in such a great spot.
Yeah, and let's mention the fact that he's 5 streaking off of an econ winner, right?
Yeah.
Off the back of having 2 components, one of which he got from Carousel, and it seems like it's mainly because of this NAR 2 that he picked up and has those super fans online early. So all of a sudden, Malala's in a spot where he is just absurdly rich, and Philip is picking up another Katarina too, so it appears to be that Philip is playing some sort of Katarina reroll.
Yeah, I mean, Katarina reroll definitely haven't seen the meta in a very long time, but I would be excited if that can come through. I think there was maybe some rumblings of like Kaisa reroll maybe being a thing. I don't quite know if that's.
I saw some Joe Bookmark the other day.
Yeah, exactly. Made it look like there was some potential there, but I'm not quite ready to say, okay, it's a good composition quite yet. I'd like to see a bit more of it happen, but players actually have to, commit to that line, which I'm not sure people are going to be willing to do. 3 Heartsteel is online for Dank Memes 01. While they are eliminated from advancing to tomorrow, they still could just have a good, solid game to feel a bit better out to end it off, right? Especially in looking forward to maybe the ladder or the next cup, right, with being that Heartsteel Cup.
Yeah, looking at the total qualifier points across 2 cups, I imagine that no one will be able to qualify for regionals without advancing to the final day in both tournaments, but you never know, and you always want to have as many qualifier points as possible. As we see Setsuko pick up that little buddies augment right off the bat, and it does appear like he's probably going to be leaning towards this either Disco TF or Pentakill Akali, both of which can utilize 1 cost and 2 costs very well. The Pentakill Akali board using the Superfan units, and Disco, on the other hand, utilizing the Taric and the Nami. So he actually has quite a bit of flexibility in his level 8 roll down. So curious to see how it pans out for Setsuko, but that looks like a very comfortable spot to me.
Yeah, for sure. Or he can miss everything and be stuck on Ari. And,
It's Ari, yeah, it's an
go
Ari
to the
game.
KDA like we've
seen this
so
episode.
much. We have indeed. We don't know we were doing reruns here.
That's right.
No, we're not indeed. Malala is such a dominant position going up against Trickbee, who has found keepers, and that does work pretty well with the disco style. There is the Nashers and the adaptive on the Nami in the back line there, but I think that Olaf might be a bit too powerful. Even getting CC'd, nothing can stop this boy from getting into the back line and continuing Malala's dominant run here.
Level 7, 42 gold, 7 win streak. Has the Titans and the Hodge slammed. So, typically I would think that we're looking to play something like the Yone, but I do wonder if because of the influx of gold, we are not considering that and maybe looking to play something around level 8 instead, maybe around the Zed. But Malala has to have more money than the majority of players in this game, as we even look at Kiyun, who's level 6, 50 gold, right? So you're talking about, what, an additional 20, 30 gold on the side of Malala versus Kiyun, plus whatever the cost of the unit are, because it's not like Kiyun is playing a very expensive board. So it does illustrate how much richer Malala is than some of the other people in this game.
Yeah, it's actually super, super crazy just how much richer he is, and still has that econ augment to fall back into when he does start taking losses, right? It's going to be like a fast 9 for Malala's position, honestly, if not even, a fast 10. No, probably not fast 10, but at least fast 9 is the potential there. If he doesn't feel pressured to have to roll down on level 8 to try to stabilize. Hyun comfortable with some more losses because he does have that 3 Heartsteel online right now, and this is when you're offered the Heartsteel potential in stage 3. You're probably oftentimes gonna take it, even if you're full win streaking. Setsuko did that just a couple of games ago, right? It was almost like full streaking and start of the game. Found Heartsteel, said, all right, I'm just going to snap my win streak into a full loss streak in stage 3, stage 4, and then try to stabilize off of that, and landed on that kind of Ezreal bruiser flex playstyle that worked out pretty well.
Setsuko finds the TF off that carousel. So I imagine that's going to be the direction Setsuko wanted to pull the trigger, and I imagine that in that level 8 roll down, he's got a few of the pieces there. I know he had the Taric on his bench. He's got the TF now. A lot of the pieces in place to make that level 8 roll down much safer than some of the roll downs we've seen previously. Trickbee also looking to play around Disco. Level 7 now has the Nami 2 for Disco Online, 6 Tarics.
Okay. Has the Anvil, and going Disco direction, you want just like some frontline for your Blitzcrank, or, Gragas 3, if we can see that again. No, but maybe Mogul's Mail ended up being the choice there, as Tricksters doesn't have a ton of value. Death's Defiance, like maybe if you can slot something else in, but no. Oh, I think I just saw a Samira 3 be hit by someone.
Wait, what?
Unless my eyes deceive me, and I'm giga trolling right now. I swear I saw that.
Well, what we do see right here is Dank Memes with his Heartsteel online, clearly looking to play Yone. So despite the fact that Malala does have the Titans and the Hodge, maybe you're right. Maybe he will opt instead to play some sort of fast 9 board, maybe play around a melee carry on level 8, level 9, maybe the Zed like we mentioned earlier, and maybe not contesting Dank Memes here because of how much gold he has.
Yep. Taking a look at Philip in this round, taking a loss, had win streak throughout the rest. Oh, Katarina 3 coming through.
It was Caretaker's ally, Katarina. That makes sense.
Oh,
and
yeah,
Philip not looking happy, actually. I'm not exactly sure.
There is.
Wow, there is, in fact,
there's Samira 3. Okay, I was like, am I going crazy right now? Is that like a 3-5 Samira 3? That's so early.
How did this happen?
I don't know. I'm trying to piece together in my brain as well. We saw XP Mod's early game just have that Olaf, and all of a sudden it's a Samira 3. Like, what?
What augment gave you Samira 3 on 3-6?
It's the hidden augment.
Seriously. I mean, like we said, XP Mods needs to play for a first or a second to have a chance at an advancement. This is a spot that could potentially net you a first or second. And question really from here is, how much stronger can he get? How much can he cap out the board? He is playing the 4 Executioner version, which, to be clear, is traditionally a lower cap variation of Samira. However, it also does open up the door where if you get an influx of items for your Vex, maybe there's a world where you play around some sort of 6 Executioner board and you use the additional gold from Scuttle Puddle to go level 8, go level 9, use the power of your Samira to try and cap out at a higher level instead of staying 7.
100%. I love that you bring that up because I think that might be the exact route that he has to go, right? From this super early Samira 3, just going to build that economy, play for that Vex itemize as well, and then try to go that 6 Executioner. I think the data on 6 Executioner is really, really good. So definitely should be at least considered if we're not able to get more of that vertical country online. Lucan, a player that we do have to talk about a little bit here because they need to go at least 5th place to feel confident, at least 6th place, excuse me, to feel confident about moving into tomorrow. So this roll down is going to be pretty impactful, but also from Tank Memes as well, right? He's going for that Yone 3, still pretty far off from getting there.
Yeah, also has the component buffet, which is actually taking up quite a bit of bench space, but gets his pick of the litter with all these items, allowed him to get the best in slot Yone items, now looking to itemize the Mordekaiser, it seems, and then eventually going to be able to get additional items. I see a Edge of Night for the Zed. Not sure if he has that on the board at the moment, but eventually he will have great items for his Zed. Unfortunately, the Yone will fall to the Samira 3, who is just so powerful for 4-1 in this game.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
That's crazy. Samalala on the left-hand side there had an Ari too, so the level 8 roll down gave an Ari, as we expect, right? Yep. No other AP units actually exist. You have to find an Ari first. As we get to the final augment, no prismatics this game, gangly, but it's okay. Double gold we will take. Setsuko taking Econ augment, actually, wanting to go to level 9 because that's how Disco caps out the best.
Yeah, unfortunately, Setsuko not really in a spot where it seems like he's going level 9 anytime soon. He's got a lot of work left to do on this board. 1-star Tarek, 1-star Echo, 1-star Zac, and two 1-star Canes, I believe, on that board as well. Yeah. So there's a lot left to be desired on Setsuko's board, but with balanced budget, he may actually have the amount of gold required to stabilize that board, and then, like you're talking about, be able to go 9 and try and cap out the board from there.
Trick P also contesting that Disco line, right? So even with going to 9, you might not ever hit something like a TF2 or Blitzcrank 2. Trick P has the Blitzcrank online as the headliner, and that's very powerful, but maybe not quite enough for the Samira. The Lulu CC does come through, but one more Samira cast, that was close, but XP Mods does claim the round win. Yeah, that was okay. That was an
that was a Trickster's Glass Lulu on the board, right?
Yeah,
I believe it was. So you now have this Hyper Pop Lulu, 2 of them on your board, feeding each other and your TF mana. So I think despite the fact that we did only have that TF1, it is so strong because of how much mana is being fed and of how much CC you're actually going to have on your board from this double Lulu.
Oh, Philip going long distance Palace, Katarina, Akali, going more vertical KDA, has 4 Superfan as well for the extra bit of HP, and Omnivamp for this Akali. Philip is cooking right now. I love to see this.
So I do know Philip is a known Katarina player. I remember checking his LoL chest during the last patch and seeing a ton of Katarina played on his account. So he is cooking. This is not a variation I personally have seen, but I do wonder how much of this actually might be a comfort composition for him.
That's so weird to say, like, oh, Katarina can still be comfort, but no, if Philip has that tech in his back pocket, you might as well use it, right? Especially when offered that option from Caretaker's ally, and Akali is going to do enough to clean it up. XP Mods, his win streak is snapped. The Samira did get dropped super low by the Katarina's cast, but then the Akali just cleaned it up right after. It actually works out super well there.
Tetsuko just picked up Chain 2 from the carousel, by the way. Not bad.
Chain 2, yeah, we
just
take those.
Just Tetsuko things, am I right?
Just the known high roller. Always.
Known high roller. Otherwise, nothing too spicy apart from Setsuko picking that up. I am very curious to see if this is going to allow him to stabilize Just kind of taking stock of the lobby, though, right? We said Lucan, one of those players trying to dodge a 6 XP Mott, one of those players that is playing for first. Trickp also playing for first. Right now, we do have Trickp and XP Mott in the top 4. Lucan currently in 6. So the 2 players who needs first, currently on their way there. We'll see if they can keep up the pace. And Lucan, even if it ends right now, I guess would probably be fine. But I imagine he probably is not aiming for 6th. I think he'd feel a little better with a little insurance.
Yeah, 6 gets 28 points, which is usually safe. But, you know, some crazier things have happened before. Setsuko has, like you mentioned, the Kane 2. It has a TG and, you know, rolls into some okay items. Not the best, but, you know, with that Karthus in the back line with 3 items, I think it's shaping up to be a round to win versus Dank Memes. But the Yone is still alive, is healing back up, is going to get CC'd here soon by the Zac. And does it buy enough time for the Karthus cast to come through? How much healing is Yone going to have? And he's going to live for now, Gangly. This is... Oh, no, the Yone does fall. And Dank Memes falls with him. Not the tournament run that he was expecting. Unfortunately, does fall. Hopefully we'll see him again in the future.
Does open up the door, though, for these players who are really looking to secure their spot on the day tomorrow. Lucan takes a loss in that last round, right? And we said needs a 6th here on a 6-loss streak and is slowly bleeding out. And when you are the lowest HP in the lobby, you cannot bleed out anymore. You can't just pray that people are taking worse losses than you. You have to find an edge. So whether or not he wins this next round, I think we're going to see some sort of roll down going into stage 5, where Lucan will be swinging for the fences and trying to turn it around.
And how's Mala still winning? This is a board that's like, surely it takes a loss or 2 in stage 4. But I guess with that long distance pal is Poppy getting all that additional AP, right? She's just a massive frontliner. Some units have made their way into the back line, but Urgot is not going to be enough to take out the Ahri from Malala.
Goodness.
Poppy Hanks, look at this healing from Poppy.
What?
That is, what? That, huh? That's disgusting.
This is crazy. Wow, long distance pals Poppy. That's the tech I didn't know, and now I know.
You're a knower. We're all knowers now, I think.
Knowers now. Oh my
Run
goodness.
that on ladder. Force Ahri Poppy on ladder as long as you get long distance pals, you know, plus infinite LP. You've heard it here first.
I mean, Malala is over 80 gold, level 8. I wasn't sure how much XP he's pumped into level 9, but I mean, this is the kind of game where you are at this point expecting Malala to win either by going fast 10 or by staying 9 and rolling for a 3-star Ahri, or the variety of other ways that he can cap out his board. But Malala is sitting quite pretty and does not even have his blood money value online yet. Whoa, 2 golden orbs for Setsuko. Huh.
Okay, interesting. Has a spat, has pentakill, but no chain vest from this component Anvil. What does he do with it, right? I don't
Known low roller.
Yeah, known low roller, actually, Setsuko. Still has a couple more rounds, and he's safe to go advance into day 4. So even if he goes out soon here, not going to be a huge deal. But Lucan on the bubble does not want to go out in 7th, right? All of a sudden, we've lost 7 rounds in a row. If Lucan goes out now, might not be safe.
Wait, he is 66 gold. He is trying to go level 9 next turn, but he is at 15 HP, and if he takes a bad loss, could die, but does have the Karthus 2 and the Zed 2 online, so he believes he's strong enough to not take a bad enough loss. But this Disco board is so strong with the upgraded Lulu, the additional Lulus, and the additional Hyper Pop. Lucan lives with 1 HP, and if he goes out in 7th, he is in a very, very scary spot, because he will now be on the bubble for what is traditionally the 27-point break point. So definitely want to hang on with Lucan to see if he's going to be able to sneak out a 6th place or if he is doomed.
Hey, he was risking it, right? All that economy is going to be able to level up, go to level 9, and try to improve this board even more, right? Zed hung on for a very long time with all that Omnivamp, especially having that 4 super fan, is going to level up, get the 3 pentacle in there, and that is a huge, huge boost for the Karthus. But the front line, right? That's the thing I'm worried about. Can Karthus actually be allowed enough time to stack this Archangels and be one-shotting units later on into the fights? KDA goes back into the board. 4 Superfan is dropped into 3. But Lucan, one more round, and it's in a very, very tumultuous spot for him.
So the level up, I believe, was for the Echo. Is that correct? Is that what the level up was? Because this feels...
Yeah.
Oh, no, I think it was actually for the
replaced
Kale.
a Superfan and a Kale, so both
Yeah,
went
yeah.
in.
Okay, so definitely does have some upgrades for the board. It makes a lot of sense. Question is if it's enough. There's a lot of strength on this board, though. This Zed is quite powerful, and the Karthus is going to punish anyone who is not upgrading their units. On the other hand, Philip, level 9, 50 gold. So we've got quite a few players in this lobby who have yet to reach their cap, and you have to imagine that players like Lucan, even though you're strong right now, are in a spot where you could very easily get outcapped by these players like Malala and Philip, who we know are so rich.
Yeah, Lucan's work is not over, though. He still needs to dodge the 7th place. Setsuko, the next lowest on 20. But again, he's safe. Lucan really needs to hang on just another couple of rounds. Setsuko with the 6 Karthuses, just a Karthus 2 and no items on the bench as well, or on the board, excuse me, as well. But there's no real duo carry here, right? There's just a Viego with 1 guard breaker. I guess there's a Kayn, I suppose, right?
There is the Kayn.
Yeah,
there's the Kayn too,
fair.
which you're kind of at the mercy of the TG items. But I also do want to call out the 4 Bruiser frontline. This is something that you talked about when we were watching Soju, who was playing flexibly around the Bruiser frontline. These are players who are studying within the same study group, and it seems like they're actually giving a little bit of priority around the flex play with 4 Bruiser. So even though I'm sure Setsuko would have rather played all the units that he wanted perfectly, it is cool to see that their study group has this tech of playing and flexing around the Bruisers, and it seems to be paying off with their scores on the day.
Into the stage 5 carousel. Pentakill Emblem. A couple players definitely going to be eyeing that to get to that 5 pentakill, right? A couple players that were just on the 3. Lucan grabs a Yorick with an Edge of Night. Philip going towards level 10. Getting in Titans, but how much gold does he have, right? Players like you were talking about haven't reached their caps yet. Meanwhile, Malala is still 100 HP. Just running away with this game.
Really
Crazy.
Unbelievable stuff. Now we do see Lucan and TrickP, 2 players where this game does mean a lot for them, both of which are very low on the standings. TrickP at 7 HP, Lucan at 1. That this may be the last fight for one of them, and they might actually even just go up against each other.
Oh yeah, that would spell disaster for one of them. Lucan goes out in 7th, right? That's very, very scary. TrickB needs to climb all the way up to 1st place, though. It has gone to level 9, has that Trickster's Lulu, and is going up against Philip. Meanwhile, it's Lucan versus Setsuko on the right.
Philip still level 9, 50 gold, appears to be sacking to go fast 10, but despite that, very strong board, but TrickP is able to overwhelm the Akali and the Katarina. TrickP stays alive, deals a ton of damage, and on the other side, we see Lucan, who does take out that Karthus, and Lucan is going to be able to stay alive as well. Setsuko goes down to 1 HP.
Oh man, this is so close with everyone who is not named Malala, right? Being 30 HP or lower. Malala's like, you guys fight it out. I'm just chilling up here at the top. Lucan hang on now 3 rounds in a row, and having the Edge of Night now on this Kiana. The Kiana's farmed a lot of a lot of items just for these fights that have him hang on for just a couple moments longer, right? Giving Zed and Karthus that extra time that they need. Setsuko 1 HP, Lucan 1 HP. In a couple fights now, Lucan going up against that disco board.
See Lucan's last stand. Strong disco board with the Sona and the Ziggs online already. That TF has fired once, and that Blitzcrank is still alive in the front line. Lucan looks like is not able to break through it. Not sure. The TF ult comes through again. Karthus is dead. The Zed is alive. The clones attack, and it's not enough. And Lucan goes down in 6th place because Setsuko falls as well. And that is just enough for Lucan to take at least a small breath of relief.
Yeah.
He'll currently be sitting at, what is that, 28 points.
Yeah, 28. You feel a lot better, right? Just that 5 HP difference as Setsuko went out in 7th. Perhaps Lucan has made it. We'll have to check in with the standings later, but we still got 5 more players left in this game, Gangly. Trickpy, I think, is the one with a lot of pressure on him. If Trickpy doesn't get a first, it's not looking good. And when you still see Malala up there at the top with 91 HP, that is such a mountain to have to climb. He's at level 9, has the disco board, but still needs more upgrades.
And it's not just Trickpy looking for this first place spot. XP Mott's at 20 points as well, right? So
True.
You've got actually all these players. I mean, Philip just outside of contention. But, you know, if we're saying that maybe 28 could be the tiebreaker, maybe there's a world where 26 is a tiebreaker and Philip makes it in as well. So all 3 of these players are all praying for a first place finish. And they've all tried to reach their cap right now. Philip goes to level 10 on last stand. Jin 2 headliner. Wow. And this is actually quite interesting that he had the Katarina 3-starred without a headliner, which opens him up to buy and sell that headliner as he climbs up the levels. And now with a 3-item headliner Jin, there's a world where Philip might actually just take this game and deny the first from both Trickpy and XP Mods.
That was actually a crazy turn by Philip to get this board online, and it is enough to at least win this round. Trickpy hangs on as well. But wow, the last stand of this board, like, this is a disgusting board. Sure, the long distance pals wasn't great in that round, but didn't even need it to come online quite yet. But that was upgraded Kiana, a Jin on the board, right? And a Yorick too as well. That is so powerful. Meanwhile, XB Mods potentially thinking about a Thresh 3, it looks like.
Oh,
Vex
my
3.
goodness. Sounds like it.
Yeah, the double Thresh goes in. We actually take out 5 country to play 2 Thresh 2s.
That's very interesting. I'm not sure if that is stronger, but heading Thresh 3 definitely would, so maybe there is a world where that is the out. But yeah, it looks like right now up against this 8-bit board, I believe that is Kiyun's.
Yeah.
Let's see, yeah, there
looks like it. Oh, and they both go out. Trickpy out in 5th, XP Mods in 4th. Both players that needed to play for the first place, they try to risk it, but are just not close enough and don't quite get there. Philip, maybe there's a world where you said if 27 is usually the expected value, maybe there's a world where it's 26. We can still hope for a Philip comeback here because he has a disgustingly strong board. But we get a chance to take a look at Kyun. We haven't seen him in a bit, but he has a Lucian 2 with 8-bit, 3-item Caitlyn, and a Riven 3 online. Okay, this is looking pretty solid.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely one of the ways to cap out your board without being able to hit that 6-8-bit, right? Having the 2-star Lucian, the items are a little interesting. I'm not exactly sure. I mean, you're definitely spreading the Morellos, that's for sure. I'm not sure if it's going to be enough to beat this capped out Philip board. The Lucian goes down, the Caitlyn goes down. Yeah, Kyun does take a hit. And despite the fact that we are talking about Philip potentially being out of contention, I do want to call out the fact that we had this Setsuko and Kyun study group alongside Malala and Philip, and it's cool to see the battle of those study groups coming out with Malala and Philip both on top. So could see the study group holding hands 1-2 in the final game of the day. And even if Philip does not advance into the day 4 of competition, it's a nice way to go out.
One more life potentially for Kyun. Philip in a fantastic spot. I believe took out not only Kyun's ghost, but also Malala in that last round. And it just keeps getting stronger and stronger with this board. Alawi 2 online. Lucian 2 with the red buff to spread that last stand on everything. Like, this is a disgusting board. You can still cap around legendaries. You don't need to play reroll or 4 cost. You can just have those 5 cost units, and they are here to stay. Good LDP value here as well, going up against Kyun. The Ghost took out Kyun last round, so I would assume the real board is taking him out here again, too.
Yeah, the Jin is currently on that Riven. The Riven goes in the back line.
Wait a minute.
Oh, no, almost
she's
did
gone.
it. But now the front line of Kyun still standing. It falls, and now that Jin's going to one-shot everything on the front line. Honestly, not a bad fight for Kyun. He does stay alive, and it kind of looked like there's a world where maybe some positioning stuff can happen where Kiyun can win that fight against Philip.
Wait.
Wait.
Hold up. Wait a second. That's one away from a Sona 3, Gangly. We're selling the board, perhaps. Wait, do we sell more?
Not yet. You wait. Unless he's got a scout. He's got a scout to see. No, please don't let anyone hold. Philip, don't do it, Philip.
I don't know if Philip had any on the bench. I don't think we saw any on the bench the last time we were there. It's gonna be Malala versus Kiyun, but Malala is going to be pretty safe in terms of, you know, not dying in this round, even if he does take the L. Oh, I'm Gangly, we could be seeing history here.
Oh, I really hope we get to see it. It is so close, but all Philip needs to do, or Kiyun, is just hold one Sona, and it will not be possible. But there is so much gold coming in from Malala, who drops down to 5 health. He's got one last chance. He's rolling down before anyone else can notice. Does not hit. Oh, he's rolling more. He's selling more.
Oh, can he hit it?
Oh,
Malala, no. Please.
No.
Okay, still one more round. Or he could get a duplicator, right? He could get a duplicator.
Yes, that's what it is. There we go. A duplicator incoming, I believe.
Please, let's see it. Malala, the Vegas Open champion, trying to get another first place in a style here with a 3-star legendary. Still don't know if Philip or Kiyun are holding any of the Sonas. Looks like no duplicator, but the gold.
Here we go, last chance.
Rolling it down.
No.
Couple more rolls. Sell board.
Sell, yep.
Let's go.
Oh, he did it! He did it!
Malala hits the Soda 3 from selling half of his board.
The champion of the Vegas Open shows how it's done. The super fan item online. I don't even know what 3-star Sona does. Do you?
No, I mean, assume it kills the board.
I think she cycles through everything. So the question is, wait like, is there any world where the front line dies too fast? Oh no, here we go. The cast comes in, the heal, the shield, the attack speed, and then the damage.
Boom. The board's
just
gone.
like that, Philip is dead, and Kiyun wins against somebody's ghost.
That shield was infinite HP.
Oh my goodness.
The attack speed and the damage just one-tapped everything. Philip losing in 3rd place there feels like he was robbed, honestly. Which, if you hit a tier 3 legendary, yeah, that's kind of some highway robbery. We don't even have 10 units on the board, but we don't need it. Malala and his victory march up against Kiyun, there's not much more that he can do as we witness this Sona carry Malala all the way to 1st place and cement his title as one of the best TFT players in NA.
Malala definitely having quite the show in set 10. It's got to feel pretty good. He does need to win this fight first. It should be over just like that. Yeah, the Sona gonna deal enough damage. Everything is dead. It all comes up for Malala, who hits the 3-star Sona, finds himself the win to make a victory lap on game number 6, day 3 of the KDA Cup. Listen, we had a few different players playing for stakes. Lucan able to secure that 6th place finish, but our other players, XB Mott and Trick P, who were playing for that top 2, unfortunately came up just a bit short. Although you got to feel like in that lobby, a 4th and a 5th actually feels pretty good, right?
I know, it is absolutely crazy how that game went down. What a treat to have that be the last game of the day, Gangly.
Oh my goodness, yeah, what an honor it was, Crone, to be with you on the day. A perfect game to go out. That's going to do it for us, but don't go anywhere because we're going to be back with the analyst desk to wrap up the day. KDA Cup day number 3. We'll see you in a minute.
what an exciting day of action for our third day of the TFT KDA Cup. And we're going to be closing out the day with Azael and Casanova to break down their final game and celebrate who is moving forward to play in tomorrow, the final day. Azael, that sixth game, I feel like it delivered on so many fronts when it came down to, especially that top four.
I mean, it was absolutely crazy, right? You know, the fact that we actually saw a Sona 3, it is so rare anytime to actually hit those 3-star 5 costs, but especially in this set with the smaller bag sizes, there's only 9. He found every single one. And it was looking like, you know, Malala for a while was going to have a Mr. 100 game, you know, perfect game. But then Philip gets level 10 first, gets that roll down faster, has the last stand, hit most of the legendaries that you want to hit, and then all of a sudden I thought he was going to win for sure, because I just didn't think Malala would be able to anywhere come even close to capping out the board in the same way. But you know, was one Sona off for a while, no one else could find that Sona to deny it from him, and just sells off a lot of the board, rolls it down, hits the Sona 3, finds the win out.
And the way that Philip got there was so incredibly impressive to me, right? Philip's been kind of an up-and-coming star in North America for a little while now, and it is upsetting that he's very likely not going to advance, and I think he might even be mathematically limited. He's not going to advance to the next day. But Philip in this game started out playing towards a country line, and we saw him re-rolling for that Katarina. He ends up hitting the 3-star Katarina at the same time as another board hits 3-star Samira with a better country angle. So Philip, we saw a big reaction on his camera. He realizes, okay, I can't play this line. I have to pivot out, but I have a 3-star Katarina with items. So what do I do? He ends up keeping 2 Crowd Diver in to just make sure that he's still getting value out of this 3-star. And he pivots into a KDA line to just try and preserve HP. And he does so really well. He was one of the top 2 HP right under Malala for the entire game. And he even, as you said, beat Malala to level 10 by using that last stand to just kind of econ out for as many rounds as possible. And then from there, his roll down was so snappy. And yes, it was fortunate. He hit all the legendary upgrades as fast as, you know, you even think it could happen. But he was very snappy on those rolls. He got everything in. He made a board. He got the items out. He kept the Katarina in for 1 round to see how it did. It didn't perform well, so he just sold it, and then he went on with his day, kept building that board. And honestly, Philip would have won this game if it wasn't for that Sona.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I thought he was going to win for sure. It'll be really interesting to see the final standings and see if that Sona 3 was the difference, right? Because if he missed out by 2 points.
Yeah.
If he missed out by 2 points, like this would have been a first place if it wasn't for the Sona 3 for sure, right? I don't think any other board could touch his. It really did take that 3-star legendary. So I want to see those final standings, but a really exciting final game. And we've had a lot of really crazy ones. We got some really cool portals. We saw some really interesting lines that people were playing, very creative stuff throughout the day, which I always think is so interesting. You talk so much about it, Cass, you know, being able to find this different line. I think that is one of the most difficult things to do in TFT. It's really not that hard to play a high roll game, right? Where you go into it, you're like, I want to play this. And then all those units show up in your shop, you hit all the right items, you hit all the right augments, and you play that style. I think the most difficult lines to play are the ones where you have to make these pivots. You don't hit what you want. You don't have the right items. Someone else is contesting you, and you're still able to kind of claw and scrape your way to a top finish. I always just find that so impressive, and I think Philip did really play a cool game. Malala also obviously deserving of credit. It's the Vegas champion for a reason. You know, was 100 HP for so long. He was able to preserve that streak, you know, rolling just enough, leveling just enough, playing the right units, playing the right comps to stay healthy throughout the game and give himself an opportunity to have an out like that Sona 3, right? Because if he didn't have such a good position earlier, he wouldn't have been able to actually have the gold to look for something like that, let alone hit it.
Yeah, I mean, we were even looking at the end of the board, and even at the beginning of the day, honestly, I went, you know, it would be crazy if we saw like a 3-star legendary. What if, you know, like
no, that doesn't happen.
The bad stars, stupid stars. You know, TFT is great for that reason, right? Where we get a chance to see some of those more unique board states, just these incredible, like, high-capped boards. And when you think back on the rest of what this 14.1 has really shaped up to be for this first day of competition, I feel like we got a great snapshot of what that looks like. How do those streak changes in your eyes affect the gameplay that we saw today, whether it's portal choices or maybe those lines you were trying to go towards for your composition?
Yeah, I mean, it definitely, we saw econ augments definitely looking a lot better. And then I also think just in general, the players who were getting those good, strong early starts and capitalizing to keep the win streak, because you can't be lazy about it. There are too many players that are going to try and contest your win streak, and multiple people will have reasonable starts to go for it. So if you have a start that says, I can play a win streak, you have to capitalize. You have to be scouting. You have to make sure you're positioning well. And we see that happen. Malala, of course, in this game, showcased that beautifully with that 100 HP throughout the entire time.
Yep, absolutely. And here are those final standings. You see replay, almost near the very bottom here. Surprising to see him down there. That's the biggest name kind of standing out to me. Rain as well, finishing in 52nd place. So not having the day that she would want to have. It just shows you how competitive it is. And if you're not having your best day, if you have a little bit of bad luck, if you're not playing your best TFT, it can happen to anyone. I mean, Dish Soap finishing in 41st. Again, one of those people. Precedent down in 38th. DKA down in 39th. There's some people that people were predicting could actually just win.
Yeah, and look where that points is too, Cass. Like the threshold here, we're looking at like Casper might have just missed a tiebreaker for 27.
Oh, I bet it's a tiebreaker at 27. I don't think he's the sole 27 in this lobby. And there it is. There's the tiebreakers. Biri from the lab in their very first day 3, their very first second weekend, making it to that top 32. Peckle, I believe, is another one of those players that's their first time. And so that's really impressive. Lab stays winning. 4 lab members making it in that top 32 already. And we're not even to the final page. So love to see that for the lab.
Yeah, some big streamers as well making it through. So you saw Soju and Robin Songs making through that top 32. Ripple 45 points, averaging
smashed it.
Basically a 1, like a 1.5, I think, just about throughout the day, which is just absurd. Kuhn finishing in 2nd place, Solus in 3rd, so some big names up towards the top. Some really impressive performance as well from Upset Max, Yuhao. We've seen so many good games across the board here from these players. Malala 7th, Pokkigom finishing in 8th. So some of these players up there getting some of the bonus points, moving into that last day is going to put themselves in a really good spot to maybe be Arcadia Cup champion.
It's going to be those top 12 spots that'll be receiving those bonus points. So you get a point for being in 9th through 12th, and then you get 2 points for being in that 6th through 5th through 8th, and then for 1st through 4th, you get 3 bonus points. And so that very much could be the difference maker, where we take a look forward to our day number 4, but we have to celebrate the player above the rest, Ripple Overdrive. Welcome to the broadcast. Congratulations. What a phenomenal day. What is your secret? How did you get it done? What do you understand about 14.1 that you can share with the rest of us?
I mean, I think today, I played a different comp every game. I think I've been studying a lot with my group on playing all the different like good comps this meta, which are like the reroll comps, Disco, Pentakill, stuff like that. And I think I was just in like good spots for them in all my games, and I wasn't like that contested, so I was able to kind of just execute on all of them in each game. So yeah.
I mean, it's an incredible performance. You averaged what, like a 1.5 or something like that in a tournament against, the best players in the region. How much confidence does that give you going into tomorrow? Are you feeling like, hey, I could win the whole thing?
Oh, I don't know. I have like the day 3 curse now, so I don't know if I can win tomorrow. Definitely gives me some confidence that I can play the spots. I don't know if I'm gonna get into those spots again because I feel like my openers were pretty good. So I think right now in this meta, like stage 2 is really big. Like you can end up being really broke if you don't get the right opener, and it can be really hard to play. So I guess I'll hope things go well again tomorrow.
All right, Ripple, you said that you had some really good spots. You played 6 different comps throughout the day, and you said you were relatively uncontested. Do you feel like you just have a better understanding, and your study group in general have a better understanding of all the different comps that are pretty good right now than a lot of maybe the other players in the field, where you were able to still get into a spot that was uncontested while other players may have been forcing just a few compositions and getting stuck contesting each other because of that?
Yeah, I think we're imagining today like a lot of players might have either come in saying like I'm mostly just gonna try to play reroll, or I'm mostly gonna try to play like tempo level 8. And like I think my side group was pretty torn between the two. Like a lot of us not trying to play reroll because it's really easy to go 8th if you miss. But I think we mostly concluded like you kind of have to study every comp and then like whichever spot you're in, you can do well as long as you play it really well. And then, so I was definitely scouting a lot to see like what everyone else is playing to know that I can play each thing. And yeah.
Do you have any advice then for, how you're actually keeping these multiple lines open? You're talking about scouting a lot, playing different comps. What is your kind of key as far as like, if you're still trying to play Sage 2 well, get wins, keep your gold up, keep your health up, you're having to slam items, right? So how are you actually deciding what line to play while not overcommitting to something that could end up being heavily contested?
Yeah, I mean, there are lots of items that overlap all the comps. Like, I mean, if you make like an Evan Child or like an IE, like you're probably playing towards River Yone, but like say for you can slam a lot of utility items early. I think that's what my group kind of talked about, like making Morellos or Shiv or Spark or something that will still keep you open to like Disco, Pentakill, maybe even Ari. And also like I mean there were some games that I wasn't even slamming early. Like it didn't make too much of a difference. I think it's really important to like not over slam or like over level early if it's not gonna make too much of a difference, because you really need to make those like econ breakpoints more because you don't get much street gold anymore. But yeah, like once you make something, you're gonna be committed. You're gonna like cut off some lines, but I think it's okay. There's usually enough things in both like the AD and the AP tree.
All right, Ripple, I wanted to ask quickly because, I was looking at your study group and it seems like you did by far the best. There were some struggles from replay, some struggles from T-Lides, and it feels like, your study group had the best read, but maybe do you feel that you had an even better read, or do you think you were just more comfortable on more lines today?
I don't know. I do think some people in the study group might lean more towards level 8s. Like, I think like replay and DPay liked playing Pentakill more. I feel like that I actually don't enjoy that comp very much because I feel like you have to hit a lot in 8. But I think all of them have like the knowledge to play all the comps. I guess like yeah, it's a matter of getting to the spot, and also just like it's really easy to make a mistake early game that changes the rest of your game. So, and I think we haven't gotten that many games on this patch to like look over and just play like stage 2s and stuff, which probably made a big difference.
Ripple, my final question for you before we give you some room for shout outs is I'm noticing here that for your games 1 and 2 and your games 5 and 6, you ended up in the same lobby as Robin Songs and Casper Woos. You played 4 games with them. Like, does that help at all when you know that you're playing against players that you kind of have an idea of how they're going to actually play this game?
I think for both those players, like it's kind of hard to tell what they're gonna do. I think Robin can play most things. Casper sometimes plays weird things, but he also plays most things. I know there's some players who you can probably identify more as real players or something, but I don't think I was thinking too much about the lobby this time around.
That's good. You were focused. You were honed in and focused, and that's how you get the results that you do. Let's be honest. But Ripple Overdrive, thank you so much for your time. Wanted to give you space now to just any shout outs you like to make, study group of people supporting you, helping, etc.
Yeah, I definitely like to shout out my study group. I think I would definitely not be nearly as good or prepared today without them. So like DPay, Replay, T-Lights, Degree, and Cambly. They've pretty much been like I read stats the least in our study group, so I actually need them to tell me like when I make a bad mistake with like items or playing the wrong like vertical trait and stuff like that. And yeah, I think that's helped me a lot on execution. And then
you're the hands and they're the brain.
Yeah. I definitely also like to thank my girlfriend. She's been very supportive of me, and then I think my mom and my sister are watching, so thank you too. Yeah, and my friends and stuff who always watch me when I play.
That's awesome. Ripple, thank you so much again for your time. Congratulations, and best of luck tomorrow.
Congrats.
Yeah, congrats, Ripple.
Poor guy. Like, getting day 3 cursed never feels
I
good.
know.
Let's hope someone is finally able to break it. Azael, are you familiar with this curse? Have we instilled this more?
Curse? I'm not familiar
it's
with
just
his
the day
curse.
3 curse. It's like everyone who goes
You
first
win
on
day
day
3,
3
you're doomed.
never wins. Yeah, you're doomed. You're actually doomed. But I don't know.
Doomed.
Ripple still 45 points.
You have a finite amount of luck.
Yes,
and he's used it all up.
And
So
he
it's
used it up
nothing but eighths tomorrow.
to score 45 points, which is absolutely insane. And Ripple, we talked with him about the study group and how, the rest of them didn't do so hot, but a lot of times it's Ripple's form that shows how good that study group is, kind of determines whether they're going to be tier 1 or tier 2 for the set. And Ripple being, a big pop-off performance on KDA Cup's day 3, I think it's indicative that study group might, come back around when we get to Heartsteel Cup, and we should watch out for replay T-Lides and DPay as well.
Yeah, that's a great thing to keep in mind, is that there was a lot of information to have to soak in right before such a tough day of competition. And now the players have had 6 games under their belt. The top 32 are moving forward, and they get to play another 6 games tomorrow. But is that enough time, Azael? Do you feel like they've had enough practice now to maybe be locked in and know the strategies to move forward?
I mean, I think so, right? I think that there's a lot of games to study now, and I think that the players who have made it to day 2 are probably going to be pretty confident in their reads, and I think they're going to have some time to adjust, to go back and see, okay, what were some of the lines that people were playing that maybe I wasn't playing? What are some of the strategies that maybe didn't work out as well as I thought they would? For me, coming into this, I thought we were going to see a lot more Disco first place, for example, right? We didn't actually see Disco doing nearly as well. We saw a lot of Yone rerolls dominating. We did see some Riven rerolls dominating, but that was kind of the less common of those melee 3-cost rerolls. Country was doing really, really well. So maybe people are going to be pivoting, adjusting. It feels like 3-cost reroll definitely on average was having a lot more success. Pentacoli felt more spatula dependent to actually cap out and get those top finishes. So I think there's a lot to learn from these first days. Even though individual players only played 6 games, there's an enormous amount of games when you look through across all lobbies. So many of the players stream. You can go back and study your VODs. You can go back and study other people's VODs and really come in to this final day with your perfect game plan.
Yeah, and at that point, then you can also play 6 different compositions in your 6 games on the next day and be like Ripple Overdrive. Because, I mean, we've seen that a lot in the past, and players who can play that flexibly do tend to have very solid results.
That's true. So maybe it is the Lulu Twin Terror composition that you need to play in order to get these top 4s tomorrow.
Reroll Sona looked pretty good, too.
Yeah,
I sure did. Fast 10 Sona reroll. So one for the history books right there. Ah, my goodness. So much to really take in from today and so much to excite us heading forward to tomorrow. Want to thank all of you for tuning in today, all of our competitors who gave us such a great show for day number 3 of the TFT KDA Cup. We've got more action tomorrow, so don't forget to tune in. We will be live with our first game of the day at 1 p.m. Pacific or 4 p.m. Eastern, and you get to tune into all of the action in EMEA as well with the conclusion of the Golden Spatula Cup. So lots of great TFT action to look forward to. We will see you all tomorrow, so have a good night.